Chapter 051 Counterattack. The building was shaking with a teeth-grinding creaking sound. Chunks of cement and steel began to peel away from the ceiling, and the floor beneath my feet began to tilt. Lin Qiye knew he had to leave immediately. Moreover, now is the best opportunity. The two sides downstairs were in a fierce battle. Even if they discovered him, they would probably not be able to deal with him, a passerby. Without hesitation, he turned and rushed towards the window on the other side, preparing to evacuate from the back of the building. However, just as he turned over and jumped out of the window, there's someone over there. The two groups of people downstairs discovered his uninvited guest almost at the same time. Lin Qiye's heart tightened, but his feet did not stop moving, ready to escape immediately after landing. He thought both sides would ignore him as an insignificant little character. Unexpectedly, the woman leading the dominant team of more than a dozen people ordered someone beside her, "Ahu, go. Get rid of him for me." Then, he turned his gaze to Lei Qianjun and the others who were surrounded by them, and his tone was full of teasing like a cat playing with a mouse. "I'll give you a chance. If you don't want to be eliminated, hand over half of your points and I'll let you go. Dream on." Lei Qianjun responded coldly, and the attack in his hand became more and more fierce. The young man next to the woman snorted coldly, "If you don't accept my toast, you'll have to drink for it. If that's the case, then leave all your points to me. Even if one person is missing, we can still take you down." The young man named Ahu responded and left the main battlefield, chasing in the direction of Lin Qiye's escape like a cheetah. There was a cruel and confident smile on his face. In his opinion, getting rid of a rat that escaped from the abandoned building was just a piece of cake. Lin Qiye didn't expect that the other party would be so domineering and would not even let a passerby like him go. He was burning with anger, but reason told him that now was not the time to fight the other party head-on. First, two things must be established. First, is there only one person chasing after him? Second, how strong is this person and whether you can eat him in a short time? Lin Qiye's brain was working at high speed. He did not try his best to escape, but deliberately controlled his speed, always keeping a distance from the pursuers behind him. At the same time, he increased his warrior perception to the limit, alert to other enemies that might appear around him. From the perspective of Ahu who was behind him, Lin Qiye's slow-running performance was undoubtedly proof of his lack of strength. The smile on his face grew more contemptuous. As he chased slowly, he shouted in a joking tone, "Don't waste your energy, boy. Stop and call for help, and you'll avoid some physical pain." After a chase, Lin Qiye took him around in circles a few times, and after confirming that there were no other ambushes around, he rushed into another abandoned building nearby. Seeing this, Ahu sneered and followed in, while continuing to persuade him to surrender. "Will hiding in a rat hole be of any use? I advise you." However, before he could finish his words, his voice suddenly stopped. Because, the prey who had just rushed into the building and should have fled in panic, suddenly turned around the moment he stepped into the staircase door of the building, and with an indomitable and resolute momentum, punched him fiercely. In this lightning-fast confrontation, Lin Qiye had already roughly judged the opponent's strength. Very strong. But, not a warrior yet. The strength of his aura and power is comparable to that of the team leader who was previously defeated by Yin using the injury for injury tactic. Since you are not a warrior, it's easy. The reason for choosing this place is to limit the opponent's dodging and achieve the purpose of exchanging injuries for injuries. Lin Qiye's heart was filled with murderous intent, and his punches became more powerful instead of decreasing. The young man named Ahu obviously did not expect Lin Qiye to dare to turn around and fight back, so he could only block with his fists in a hurry. Bang! The two fists collided fiercely. A huge force came, and Ahu felt his arm go numb. He took a half step back uncontrollably, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. This kid's strength is not much weaker than mine? However, Lin Qiye didn't give him a chance to breathe. After a successful attack, he immediately rushed forward. He completely ignored Ahu's counterattack and let the other party kick him hard in the side of his waist. Despite the severe pain, he didn't even frown. At the same time, his fist, like an iron hammer, hit Ahu's chest with a whistling sound. Puff! Ahu felt as if his chest was struck by lightning. An unmatched force surged into his body, instantly causing his blood to surge. His throat felt sweet and a mouthful of blood spurted out. His body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, hit the wall behind him heavily, and then slid to the ground. You are a warrior?" Ahu covered his chest, which was in great pain, and looked at Lin Qiye, his eyes full of disbelief and horror. He just couldn't understand how a straightforward who could be casually sent out by his boss to hunt down could be a warrior of the same level as his boss. Lin Chiye didn't give him a chance to talk nonsense. He took a step forward and continued to launch a violent attack. One step wrong, every step wrong. In this narrow corridor, Who simply didn't have enough space to dodge or create distance. He could only grit his teeth and passively take Lin Chiye's attack. At this time, the advantage of Lin Chiye's brutal and efficient injury for injury style of play was brought to the extreme. Bang! 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 There were several more dull sounds of punches and kicks colliding. Who was beaten again and vomited blood, and Lin Chiye's face was also bruised, with blood flowing from the corners of his mouth. But it doesn't matter. As long as you can stand to the end, you will win. A cold light flashed in Lin Chiye's eyes. He seized the opportunity when the opponent was taking a breath, took a sudden step forward, and delivered a fierce elbow strike, hitting Who's face hard. Crack! Teeth mixed with blood splattered out. Who's head suddenly tilted back, his eyes rolled back, he completely lost consciousness and fell into a baby-like sleep. This time, the rescuers in white seemed a little slower. The white light finally appeared after Lin Chiye skillfully looted the tactical package from Who and saw the prompt pickup successful, current points, 30 points on his personal terminal. Lin Chiye nodded to the expressionless rescuers, then left without hesitation. Lin Chiye did not return to the main battlefield immediately, but made a big circle and approached quietly like a patient hunter. On his way back, he saw smoke and dust billowing in the distance, houses collapsing one after another, and all kinds of violent explosions were heard in his ears. He could even clearly sense the movements in that area, and it was obvious that the battle had begun again. Lin Chiye's face suddenly lit up with joy. It's good to fight. The more fierce the fight and the more chaotic the situation, the more opportunities he has to take advantage of the situation. Of course, such a big commotion must have attracted more than just him. Soon, Lin Chiye discovered other figures approaching. Chapter 052 Yen Feilong's Terror. At this time, the already fragile buildings continued to collapse in the confrontation between Lei Qianjun and his men, stirring up smoke and dust. Several figures shot out. It was Lei Qianjun and others. They had obviously reached some kind of tacit understanding and no longer wanted to fight. Instead, they chose to break up into small groups and escape in different directions. This sudden change instantly ignited the greed of all the lurkers around. They're running. Stop them. They must have a lot of badges on them. Don't let them get away. All of a sudden, the mantises appeared one after another, but they didn't know that the Oriole was already behind them. More than a dozen figures suddenly rushed out from behind different cover, like sharks smelling blood, and rushed towards the fleeing Lei Qianjun and others fearlessly. However, they seriously underestimated the strength of these top talents, even when they were fleeing in a panic. A candidate had just jumped out from behind the rubble when he ran head-on into the graceful Su Qingying. Just as he was about to make a move, Su Qingying passed by him like a ghost, leaving only a shadow. On the other side, a strong man who tried to intercept Lei Qianjun just shouted "Leave your badge" and passed by Lei Qianjun. Yen Feilong, who was fleeing to the east, caught a glimpse of the chaotic scene from the corner of his eye. A cold arc appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he sneered, "Xin Xiaoxiao and Lu Zhenlong are lucky." Before he finished speaking, the team of more than a dozen people who had forced Lei Qianjun and others into a desperate situation also rushed out from the smoke and dust. When they saw the mantises who had just been exposed and were in an awkward situation, the woman in the lead, Xin Xiaoxiao, showed a cruel smile on her face and uttered only two words. "Clear the area." At a command, the team members behind her rushed towards the exposed candidates like a tiger among a flock of sheep. Xin Xiaoxiao? Lu Zhenlong? Ah. No. We are also from Tiantai City. Puff. Screams, pleas for mercy, and the sound of fists hitting flesh rang out one after another. The candidates who just wanted to be the jackal instantly became lambs to be slaughtered, and were solved one by Xin Xiaoxiao's team with thundering force and crushing speed. Bloody, efficient, and cruel. Behind the window on the 5th floor, Lin Chiye saw this scene, and a chill rushed from his spine to the top of his head. This is no longer a simple crushing by force of force, but a conspiracy mixed with tactics and human hearts. Lei Qianjun and Xin Xiaoxiao, two top teams from different cities and schools, actually reached a certain tacit understanding silently in the seemingly fierce battle just now, and jointly performed a big drama of luring the snake out of its hole. Maybe Lei Qianjun is really no match for Xin Xiaoxiao. Their defeat just happened to lure all the potential competitors around them to reveal themselves. Xin Xiaoxiao and Lu Zhenlong's team chose the weaker lurkers between the two. Like a scavenger, catch all these trash fish in one net. As for Lei Qianjun and the others, they took advantage of this opportunity and escaped successfully. Good calculation. Good trick. Should I run away? Lin Chia's pupils suddenly shrank as the thought came to his mind. He just happened to see clearly the disheveled figure rushing straight towards the small building where he was. It's Yen Filong. In order to hide as much as possible, I remained motionless like a stone from beginning to end. Being at the same warrior realm, Yen Filong was running at high speed, his aura was released, and his perception was inevitably affected. He seemed to have not noticed that there was another person hiding in this building. It can't be such a coincidence. As soon as this thought came to mind, Yen Feilong's figure shot up from below like a cannonball, and with a loud bang, he directly smashed the window on the fourth floor and broke in through the window. Good. In an instant, all of Lin Chia's retreat routes and hesitations were cut off, leaving only one choice. Beat. Yen Filong had just landed and hadn't even stood firmly when his expression suddenly changed. He originally thought this was a safe, temporary place to stay, but the moment he stepped into the room, he felt a cold and solid murderous intent, like a poisonous snake looming over his head. Someone. As soon as this thought flashed through his mind, a huge fist rapidly enlarged in Yen Feilong's field of vision. Too fast. Too close. The next moment, Yen Filong was punched hard in the face. At the same time, relying on his fighting instinct, he hurriedly swung a punch and hit Lin Chia's face hard. Severe pain. The two men groaned at the same time, and their cheekbones seemed to be cracking. However, Lin Chia was acting unintentionally. He endured the severe pain and bit the tip of his tongue hard. The intense pain kept him absolutely awake for an instant. However, Yen Feilong's head buzzed due to the sudden attack, and he became dizzy and unconscious for a moment. When masters fight, victory or defeat is decided in a flash. This is the gap. Lin Chia's eyes widened instantly, with a wild and ferocious light flashing in his eyes, like an enraged beast. His fist swung violently like a storm, without any pause or hesitation, and each punch contained endless power and anger. Bang! 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 This series of dull blows echoed in the small room like a violent symphony. Each punch landed accurately on Yen Feilong's face, making a heart-pounding sound. Yen Filong was completely caught off guard by this sudden and fierce attack, and he didn't even have time to organize an effective defense. Lin Chia's fists hit his face as densely as raindrops, making it impossible for him to dodge or fight back. It's over. Yen Filong knew he was in trouble. In just 5 seconds, Yen Feilong's face was covered with redness, swelling and bruises. Boom! Yen Feilong's eyes rolled back, his face was covered in blood, and his body collapsed to the ground as if it had lost support. Sleeping like a baby again. Lin Chia finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Yen Filong fall down. Chapter 053. Who is this? Lin Chia suddenly understood. The humiliation of being knocked away by Yen Feilong's earth-shaking fist in the first stage was now transformed into a refreshing pleasure. Unexpectedly, this revenge was avenged in such a dramatic way in the second stage. Without any hesitation, Lin Chia quickly and skillfully searched Yen Feilong's body and took away all the remaining potions and the most important points badges in his tactical bag. A prompt popped up on the personal terminal immediately: pickup successful, current score, 210 points. A full 180 points. Get rich! After doing all this, Lin Chia did not stop for a moment, not giving Qin Xiaoxiao any chance to take advantage of the situation, and quickly disappeared into the shadow of the corridor. After a long time, the rescue workers in white finally arrived and took the unconscious Yen Filong away. Obviously, the large-scale clearing operation just now has overwhelmed the rescue system. In the following days, although the fighting in the ruined city was sporadic, each outbreak was more bloody and tragic. After eating the fat piece of meat Yen Filong, Lin Chia became more cautious in his choices. At this point, there is no need to take any more risks. He would rather miss the battle ahead than take risks. Every time he arrived at a new ambush point, the first thing he had to do was to make sure that he was not blocked from behind and was not in danger of being surrounded. Therefore, despite Lin Chia's extreme caution, he never found any good opportunities. Time passed slowly, and in the last hour, the atmosphere in the entire examination room became weird and tense. The vast majority of candidates have been eliminated or separated, and only a few can form teams. And these teams, without exception, are the seeded players among the final seeded players. The team of more than 10 people led by Qin Xiaoxiao and Lu Zhenlong that we had met before not only did not lose any members, but even expanded like a snowball to 20 or 30 people. Lin Shiye was shocked when he heard the conversation between the others. This huge team is composed of students from Tiantai No. 1 Middle School. Tiantai No. 1 Middle School. In the entire Tianhai province, high school martial arts ranked first. Haicheng is a small city, and even the gifted class of No. 1 Middle School still has a clear gap in foundation and overall strength compared to the gifted classes of top provincial schools like Tiantai No. 1 Middle School. Even as strong as Lei Qianjun and Su Qingying were eventually forced to break up and fight on their own. Is this the strength of the provincial capital? In the last half hour, it seemed that everyone had reached some kind of tacit understanding and would no longer start a fight easily. Those 2 or 3 super teams have also stopped. Lin Shiye hid in an inconspicuous basement, restraining his breath to the extreme. Even his breathing became inaudible. He was like the most patient hunter, quietly waiting for the end of the hunt. 10, 9, 8. When the final countdown appeared on his personal terminal, Lin Shiye's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up slightly. 3, 2, 1. Exam time is up. All candidates, please stop all fighting immediately. As the cold electronic sound resounded throughout the ruined city No. 3, the 48-hour trial finally came to an end. All surviving candidates returned to the platform. The platform was once again filled with people, but the number had dropped sharply from the initial 10,000 to less than 2,000. The survivors had different expressions. Some looked exhausted and injured, but they couldn't hide the excitement in their eyes. Some looked dejected, obviously not having achieved good results. Core members of large teams like Qin Xiaoxiao and Lu Jinlong, on the other hand, all looked arrogant and high-spirited, enjoying the awe-inspiring looks from those around them. Lin Shiye blended into the crowd, inconspicuous. He didn't know anyone here. The only 2 people who looked familiar to him were Lei Qianjun and Su Qingying from the gifted class of No. 1 Middle School. Although both of them were injured, their aura was still strong and their eyes were as sharp as knives. It was obvious that they survived the final melee by relying on their personal strength. At this time, examiners Chang Shi, Li San and Deng Hong appeared on the podium again. The second phase of the exam is over. Xiangshi's voice was still loud, but with a hint of approval. Now, let's announce the final results. A huge light curtain unfolded in the center of the platform, and the names and scores of the candidates began to scroll rapidly on it, and finally froze. Everyone held their breath and nervously searched for their names on the screen. Lin Shiye also raised his head and scanned the densely packed list. Soon, he found his name. Candidate, Lin Shiye. Exam number. Level 1 score, 95. Level 2 score, 210. Total score, 305. Overall ranking, 288. 288 people. Seeing this ranking, Lin Shiye was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes flashed with disbelief. He thought he had given up the competition in the second half and that he would be lucky if he could stay within the top 1,000. Unexpectedly, he unexpectedly made it into the top 300. He subconsciously glanced at the rankings around him and understood instantly. It turned out that in the brutal internal fighting in the second half, countless candidates competed with each other, causing their scores to fluctuate greatly. Many people were even eliminated at the last minute and their scores were reset to 0. However, he relied on the decisive battle in the early stage and the big gift package given by Yin Feilong, as well as the extreme hiding in the later stage, and instead, he firmly maintained his victory and finally stood out. On the screen, Qin Xiaoxiao and Lu Jinlong's names were listed in the top 10. Lei Qianjun and Su Qingying also squeezed into the top 100 with their personal tenacious strength. Among the top 100, the name that appears most frequently is Tiantai No. 1 Middle School. The names of other cities' No. 1 Middle School or Experimental Middle School will also appear several times. However, amid the whispers of the crowd, in addition to the discussion about these already famous geniuses, an unfamiliar name and an equally unfamiliar school also began to be mentioned frequently. Number 288, Lin Shiye. Haicheng Grain District No. 2 Middle School? What kind of school is that? I've never heard of it. An ordinary high school in the food-producing area? What a joke! Can such a school produce a top 300 talent? Who is this? I remember the name. I think it was the top 500 in the first round. I thought it was strange at the time. Hearing all kinds of discussions, Lin Shiye was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect that his achievement would bring fame to his alma mater in this way. Haicheng Grain District No. 2 Middle School is an ordinary high school that is not even qualified to participate in Haicheng S10 Schools League. At this moment, the names of top schools such as Tiantai No. 1 Middle School and Haicheng No. 1 Middle School appeared on the light curtain together. It's really a bit magical. Chapter 054. The exam is over. Okay, the overall results have been announced. On the podium, the voice of female examiner Deng Hong rang out again, interrupting everyone's discussion. With a charming smile on her face, she looked around at the survivors below. Her gaze lingered on several top talents such as Qin Xiaoxiao and Lei Qianjun. Finally, as if inadvertently, she also glanced at Lin Qie. Congratulations, you have passed this joint screening exam. From now on, you have the right to choose any private martial arts university within the scope of this joint entrance examination. In 3 days, the enrollment brochures and admission standards of all major private martial arts universities will be sent to your personal terminals. At that time, you can fill in your application according to your own grades and wishes. Remember, you only have one chance to choose. Okay, this exam is officially over. Deng Hong's voice suddenly rose, and her smile faded a little, becoming more serious. Finally, let me remind you all. Her eyes became sharp, like two sharp swords, sweeping across the entire audience. Remember, don't bring up any grudges from the exam. Weapons are prohibited within Tiantai City. Violators will be detained at the very least, imprisoned at the worst, or even disqualified from the exam. Disband. With Deng Hong's order, the tense atmosphere that had lasted for several days finally dissipated completely. People left in batches according to their test numbers. Lin Qie's test number was the last one, so he was naturally in the last batch. All he wanted now was to find Bai Mushi as soon as possible, have a good meal, and then have a good sleep. Walking out of the gate of the admissions and examination center, the afternoon sun was dazzling and warm. Lin Qie narrowed his eyes and was a little uncomfortable for a moment. The world inside and outside the examination room seemed to be two extremes. He took a deep breath of the city air, which was mixed with various scents, and felt extremely familiar. Before he opened the terminal to contact Bai Mushi, he felt several unfriendly gazes. Lin Qie followed his gaze and saw that it was Lei Qianjun and Su Qingying. Next to them, there was a guy with a thick bandage wrapped around his face, leaving only a pair of eyes exposed, but one could still see deep resentment in his eyes. Is this Yan Feilong? Judging from the hateful look in his eyes, it must be correct. Brother-in-law. This way. At this moment, a voice came from the other side. It's Bai Mujie. Beside him, Bai Mushi and Bai Jingyun were also looking at him with smiles on their faces. Lin Qie withdrew his gaze and strode towards them. Seeing Lin Qie coming out safely, Bai Mushi finally let go of her worries. She walked up quickly and looked at Lin Qie carefully. Seeing the bruises on his face and body, her eyes were full of heartache. Wife. Bai Mushi blushed and responded, Husband, are you okay? Lin Qie grinned and said, Very good. You actually managed to hold on until the end of the second stage? Bai Mujie widened his eyes, his tone filled with disbelief and shock. He was eliminated in the first stage. After coming out, he heard other candidates who were also eliminated talking about the cruelty of the second stage, which made him feel even more frightened. In his opinion, it was already remarkable that Lin Qie could pass the first stage. I didn't expect that I could even make it to the end of the second stage of the battle royale. Bai Xinyan also looked at Lin Qie with shock on his face, and his heart was filled with turmoil. He knew very well what it meant to be able to hold on to the end. This means that Lin Qie's strength is definitely far beyond his imagination. Lin Qie smiled at them, nodded, and said calmly, Well, let's go, I'm hungry. Let's go, let's go. Bai Xinyan suddenly came back to his senses and nodded repeatedly, with a smile on his face brighter than the sun. Awesome. These 3 words were the only ones left in his mind. This nephew-in-law is definitely a treasure. On the other side, watching Lin Qie's back as he walked away after reuniting with his family, Su Qingying retracted her gaze and looked coldly at Yan Feilong, who had a bandage on his face beside her. Yan Feilong, how did you get into this state? Her voice was cold and emotionless, yet it contained an unquestionable question. Yan Feilong gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words, We've been ambushed. He doesn't want to say more. Who would be willing to admit that he, a top student in the gifted class of Haicheng No. 1 Middle School, was eliminated in the most brutal and humiliating way by a guy who came out of nowhere in an unknown dilapidated building? That was simply the greatest shame in his life. Upon hearing this, Su Qingying just glanced at him indifferently and did not ask any further questions. She knew Yan Feilong's character very well, he was arrogant and conceited. There are only two possibilities for him to suffer such a huge loss and yet never mention who his opponent is. Or, he met a top-level expert like Qin Xiaoxiao, who made him unable to fight back. He felt that his defeat was not unfair, but he was just too embarrassed to say it. Or, he was eliminated by some insidious means by a little character whom he looked down upon and whose strength was far inferior to his. He felt extremely ashamed and humiliated and was unwilling to mention it. Either way, the result is the same for him. If your skills are not as good as others, go back and practice hard. Lei Chenjun on the side commented concisely, his tone was cold and without any comfort. Yan Feilong's face instantly turned purple, but he was unable to refute. He could only suppress his anger and humiliation deep in his heart. His eyes once again cast resentfully in the direction where Lin Xie left. I must avenge this. Yan Feilong said silently in his heart, his fists clenched so hard that they made a creaking sound. At night, in the luxury suite of Tianqi International Hotel, Yan Feilong sat alone on the sofa, his face so gloomy that water could drip out of it. The personal terminal on his wrist suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID and answered the call. A flattering and fawning voice immediately came from the other side, Brother Feilong, it's me, Howsy. If you have to fart, do it quickly. Yan Feilong's tone was very impatient. Brother Feilong, I've found out. That guy named Lin Xie seems to be the boyfriend of the sister of a classmate of one of my brothers, or something. Lin Xie? Yan Feilong sat up straight and asked with a frown, is he from Haicheng? Yes, yes. Wang Hao responded quickly, a friend of mine, Li Minggao, has a classmate in the next class, Bai Mujie. Is this Lin Xie Bai Mujie's brother-in-law or something? Yan Feilong's eyes instantly turned cold, find out more about him. Send me all his information. Chapter 055, Testing. Enrollment. Lin Xie didn't know that Yan Feilong was actually asking about his background. At this moment, he was immersed in the ocean of delicious food, eating with relish. In the revolving restaurant on the top floor of Tianyue International Hotel, the lights are bright and the music is melodious. Bai Jinyun generously treated everyone to a meal to celebrate. The pretext was to congratulate Lin Xie and his son Bai Mujie for passing the exam. Although Bai Mujie didn't even pass the first level, this didn't prevent Bai Jinyun from finding an excuse to get closer to Lin Xie. At the dinner table, Bai Jinyun and Bai Mujie, father and son, showered Lin Xie with compliments and praise as if they were free. Xi Yi, you're truly a hidden talent. This time you've really made our Haicheng proud. Yes, brother-in-law. You're amazing. 288th place. In the entire Haicheng, you're in the top 10. Bai Mujie even turned into the number one little fan, his eyes full of admiring little stars. Lin Xie stuffed the barbecue into his mouth and responded vaguely, but his mind was completely on the food in front of him. He was really hungry during those days in the examination hall. Bai Mushi sat beside him, gently pouring juice for him, watching him wolf down the food, her eyes full of smiles and pampering. After finishing a sumptuous buffet, Lin Xie burped contentedly. Seeing that he had almost finished eating, Bai Jinyan asked tentatively, Xi Yi, the exam is over. What are your thoughts on applying to schools next? Lin Xie wiped his mouth and shook his head honestly, I haven't thought about it yet. Let's wait until the enrollment brochures of all the schools come out before taking a look. Bai Jinyan nodded, a shrewd glint in his eyes, and continued, actually, with your grades this time, you'll have no problem getting into even the top first-tier private universities. While a full scholarship might be a bit of a stretch, getting into those key second-tier universities is pretty much guaranteed. He paused, then changed the subject, his tone becoming more sincere and generous. However, I think you only need to consider the first tier. Scholarships and other things aren't a problem. Just choose the best school. We elders will take care of the tuition. In fact, long before the dinner party, Bai Jinyun had already excitedly told his brother Bai Jinfeng through communication the news that Lin Xie had persevered to the end in the exam. When the final results came out, it was learned that Lin Xie had actually made it into the top 300. This score was enough to rank him in the top 10, or even the top 5, of all the candidates in Haicheng. Bai Jinfeng was completely stunned. He sat blankly on the sofa at home, holding his personal terminal, repeatedly looking at the screenshots of grades sent by his brother, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. Haicheng top 10. What is the concept? Although their Bai family had warriors among their ancestors, at most they had struggled for 10 or 8 years in second or third-rate private universities before being promoted. In all these generations, there has never been a genius who can reach the threshold of a top university. Even his eighth daughter, Bai Mulan, whom he had always been proud of and whom he had poured a lot of effort and resources into, could only barely squeeze into the top 10,000 in Haicheng during the college entrance examination. And now, this little guy whom he once looked down upon has achieved such dazzling results. After the shock, there was ecstasy and a hint of fear. At this moment, Bai Jinfeng's attitude changed completely 180 degrees. He immediately replied to his brother's message, his tone filled with unquestionable determination. Jun Yun. Treat Chia well. You must treat him well. Don't let him worry about tuition. Our Bai family will cover it all. He can go to any school he wants. Tuition is not a problem. Lin Xie was about to refuse. After all, he didn't want to owe anyone a favor. Bai Jinyun seemed to see through his thoughts. He smiled and waved his hand, saying, Shi, don't rush to refuse. This is not only my opinion, but also the opinion of your father-in-law, Mushi's father. It is a joint decision between us two brothers. Lin Xie was stunned when he heard this and subconsciously looked at Bai Mushi beside him. Bai Mushi gently placed her hand on Lin Xie's big hand, smiled at him gently, and then nodded slightly. She did not live up to her father's expectations. But the husband she chose far exceeded her father's expectations. It is a recognition of Lin Xie and also a recognition of her as a daughter. I felt secretly happy. Lin Xie looked at the smile in her eyes, and his heart warmed. He said no more, but said solemnly to Bai Jinyan, then, thank you uncle and dad. He meant his thanks sincerely. The atmosphere at the dinner table became more harmonious. After a while, Bai Mujia scratched his head, his face showing a bit of excitement and anticipation. He smiled and asked, brother-in-law, my classmates here, especially Li Minggao and the others, are all in awe of you, the super dark horse, and are very interested in you. They want to organize a get-together for everyone to get to know each other. What do you think? Lin Xie raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. Let us get together? He has no interest in this so-called class reunion. What's more, he didn't even know Bai Mujia's classmates. It's nothing more than that she took a fancy to his test results and wanted to build a relationship with him and get close to him. He was just about to find an excuse to refuse, but Bai Jinyan next to him took the lead and said with a smile, Mujia, your brother-in-law just finished his exams and he's been tired for several days. Let him have a good rest. There will be plenty of opportunities for this kind of social activities in the future. Although he also hoped that Lin Xie could expand his network of contacts, he knew better how to keep a balance. Asking Lin Xie to deal with those second generations with different thoughts now would seem too eager for quick success and would easily cause resentment. The most urgent task is to let Lin Xie have a good rest and then concentrate on choosing a school. This is the most important thing. Bai Mujia immediately realized what his father said. He scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly, yes, I didn't think it through. Brother-in-law, you should have a good rest. I'll help you push those guys. Seeing this, Lin Xie was also happy to be quiet, so he smiled and nodded, next time then. Back in the quiet suite, Lin Xie finally relaxed completely. He lay down on the soft sofa and let out a long sigh. Bai Mushi brought a glass of warm water, sat next to him, and asked softly, are you tired? Lin Xie took the water cup, took a sip, then reached out and held her in his arms, smelling the fragrance of her hair and feeling this rare tranquility. He felt that all the fatigue accumulated in the examination room in the past few days disappeared at this moment. I'm not tired. He said softly, as long as you are here, I'm not tired. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. During these 3 days, Lin Xie did not go out and completely relaxed his body and mind. Every day, apart from accompanying Bai Mushi for a walk and chatting, he would stay in the room and practice the 8 treasures kung fu slowly and leisurely in the most lazy way. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, when he finished another round of practice, the familiar system prompt sound came in his mind as expected. Ding! The level of 8 treasures skill has been upgraded to level 50100. Host gene potential plus 0.2%. Host, Lin Xie. Genetic potential, 10.3%. Physical fitness, 102 plus. Spirit, 102 plus. Psychic power, 52 plus. Exercises, set 128 of radio gymnastics level 10 max, 8 treasures exercise level 50100. Partner, Bai Mushi favorability 85. Offspring, 2 in development. Feeling the strength growing in his body again, Lin Xie opened his eyes contentedly. At this moment, the personal terminal on his wrist suddenly vibrated and issued a series of message alerts. Lin Xie raised his hand and saw dozens of official emails from various private martial arts universities flying in like snowflakes on the terminal screen. The admission brochures of all schools are out. Chapter 056 Galaxy Martial Arts University. Lin Xie casually clicked on one of the emails, and a beautifully crafted electronic brochure immediately unfolded on the screen. The golden frame and the glittering dynamic school emblem, every detail exudes a sense of low-key luxury and profound heritage. Galaxy Martial Arts University Genio 0755 Galaxy Branch. 40K Key Points. Introduction. Our school was founded in the first year of the imperial calendar. The branch school was established in the 38,612th year of the imperial calendar. With a history exceeding 2,000 years, we boast a strong faculty and have trained countless pillars of the empire and gods of the sea. Enrollment plan for this year, 500 people. Admission criteria. 1. The top 10 students ranked in the combined screening exam will receive a Tianjia full scholarship. All tuition and accommodation fees are waived, and an S-level training resource package is provided, along with a dedicated instructor. 2. The top 50 students in the overall ranking will receive a talent half scholarship, 50% tuition waiver, and an A-level training resource package. 3. Students ranked in the top 500 in the overall ranking must pay full tuition. 4. Minimum admission score, top 10,000 overall ranking. Galaxy Martial Arts University. The school was founded in the first year. One of the schools with the most merits in the Galactic War. These few words seem to carry a magical power that could transcend time and space, causing Lin Xie's breathing to pause slightly. He had seen the name of this university countless times since he was a child in history books, news, and heroic biographies. It is not just a school, but also a symbol of the martial arts spirit of the entire galactic empire. It is a top university known as the Twin Peaks of the Empire, together with Longting Martial Arts University. He quickly clicked on another email, and it was indeed from Longting Martial Arts University. The admission standards were almost identical to those of Galaxy Martial Arts University, with only slight differences in some details. In addition, there is Taurus Martial Arts University, which ranks first in Taurus, and Titan Martial Arts Academy, which is famous for cultivating practical fighters, and so on. These prestigious universities in the galaxy together constitute the first echelon of this enrollment. Although with his grades, he could easily get a full scholarship and generous training resources by applying to a second-tier university. However, the moment I saw the prospectuses of those two top universities, all other options paled in comparison. Now, he only has the top two in his eyes. Going to the best school, receiving the best education, and interacting with the strongest classmates, this is the choice you should make on the road to becoming strong. Galaxy Martial Arts University or Longting Martial Arts University? How to choose? Lin Xie fell into deep thought. Bai Mushi came over curiously. When she saw the admission brochures of the two top universities listed on the screen, her beautiful eyes instantly widened into a glittering light. She was so excited that her cheeks flushed, and she almost looked exhausted. Isn't the ultimate goal of every student's martial arts college entrance exam to enter Galaxy Martial Arts University and Longting Martial Arts University? It is a holy land of martial arts that countless chosen ones dream of, yet is out of reach. And now, her man, her husband, can easily get the admission letters of these two holy places. How could she not be excited and proud? Bai Mushi's heart was pounding with excitement, and she even felt waves of warm throbbing in her lower abdomen, and a wonderful warm current was slowly flowing. She subconsciously reached out her hand and gently stroked her belly, which was not yet noticeably bulging, her face filled with the glow of motherhood and immense pride. She was silently talking to the baby in her belly. Baby, do you feel it? This is your father. Did you also feel how great your father is and cheer for him? Bai Xinyun and Bai Mujie were also there during lunch. As soon as we sat down, the topic naturally turned to choosing a school. Shi Yi, have you read the brochure? Have you decided where to go? Bai Xinyun's face was flushed, and he was more excited than his own son who had passed the exam. Brother-in-law, it's definitely Galaxy or Longtung. Is there any need to think about it? Bai Mujie said as if it was a matter of course. If it were me, I would choose these two with my eyes closed. Lin Xie smiled and said, I'm still considering it. Both schools are good, so it's a bit difficult to choose. When Bai Mujie heard Lin Xie's Versailles-style worries, he immediately showed an extremely envious look. He himself couldn't even pass the first level and could only pick and choose among third and fourth tier private colleges, while his brother-in-law was worried about which of the top two universities in the empire to choose. Why is the gap between people so big? Bai Xinyun, on the other hand, had a smile on his face and his mind was as clear as a mirror. No matter which school Lin Xie finally chooses, at least for now it seems that this niece-in-law is still very friendly to their family on the surface, which proves that they have affection for each other. He also knew very well that this affection came entirely from his niece Bai Muxi. Bai Xinyun glanced calmly at Bai Muxi, who was gently picking up food for Lin Xie, and felt secretly relieved. Although my niece has average talent in martial arts, her vision and luck are simply amazing. What good luck! Brother-in-law, I think Longting is good. Longting Martial Arts University has undergone drastic reforms in recent years. I heard that their practical courses are the most cutting edge, and many new military war gods are graduates of Longting. Bai Mujie swiped around on his personal terminal with great interest, showing the various hot forum posts he had just searched from the Star Network. Bai Xinyun shook his head and expressed his more old-fashioned opinion, that's not the case. Galaxy Martial Arts University has a profound foundation. Since its founding in the first year of the Empire, their alumni network spans the entire military, political, and business realms of the Empire. This is something Longting can't compare to. Connections are sometimes more important than strength. The two spoke very logically, but Lin Xie could tell that these were just public information circulating on the internet and repeated by others. In fact, for a family of the Bai family's level, these two martial arts holy places standing at the top of the empire are really too far away. Even if they are branches, they are not in Tiantai City, but in the center of the main planet, the capital Terra. Terra. In the vast galactic empire, there's an unwritten, yet deeply ingrained, tradition. The vast majority of planets with human civilizations share a common name for their capitals, Terra. This is not a lack of imagination, but a highest tribute that comes from deep in the blood. In honor of the one and only planet, the origin and heart of the galactic empire, the true planet of Terra. It's more than just a planet, a name. It is a totem, a holy place, and the origin of coordinates that is imprinted deep in the soul of every citizen of the empire. It is the political center of the empire, and the decrees of billions of stars are issued from it, determining the rise and fall, honor and disgrace of countless civilizations. It is the economic engine of the empire. Wealth converges here like a surging galaxy and flows in all directions. Every pulse pulls the commercial lifeline of the entire empire. It is the cultural melting pot and source of the empire. The most cutting-edge art, the most profound philosophy, and the most elegant fashion are all nurtured and blossomed here, and then spread across the entire starry sea like dandelion seeds. It is also the Empire's martial arts temple, with the twin peaks headed by the headquarters of Galaxy Martial Arts University and Longting Martial Arts University standing here, with many famous schools and masters emerging. Every warrior will set foot on the land of Terra and regard it as the ultimate glory of his lifelong pursuit. However, for 99.9999999999999% of the Empire's ordinary citizens, Terra is just a dreamland that exists in light screen images, heroic epics, and bedtime stories. The desperately high migration cost and the insurmountable identity barriers made the heart of this empire out of reach. Setting foot on that land and breathing the air there is a luxury that they will never be able to achieve in their entire lives. Therefore, naming one's capital Terra has become a complex cultural complex. The same is true for the 0755 galaxy. The planetary capital of the galaxy's main star is also called Terra. On Terra, there are a large number of martial arts colleges, led by the branches of Galaxy Martial Arts University and Longting Martial Arts University, as well as the Galaxy headquarters of the Warrior Association, the Galaxy headquarters of various galactic and intergalactic enterprises, and so on. And these places are too far away from Haicheng. Not to mention the Bai family, even in Haicheng, there are probably few people who can truly explain the true situation within these two universities. Chapter 057 The Principal's Persuasion. Honey, what do you think? Bai Muxi looked at Lin Xie gently. In her opinion, no matter what choice Lin Xie makes, she will support him unconditionally. Lin Xie finally chose Galaxy Martial Arts University. The strength of the top two is comparable, each with its own merits. There are many different opinions online. Some say that Longting's practical courses are closer to the front line, while others say that Inha's martial arts theory is more solid. But these are just references for Lin Xie. What really made him make the decision was the paragraph in the Galaxy Martial Arts University admissions brochure that was marked as the highest honor tradition. Any student of our school who, within 10 years of enrollment, surpasses 100% of their genetic potential and is promoted to a super warrior is eligible to apply to join the Galaxy Pioneer Team as a vice captain and participate in the exploration and development of the Empire's frontier star regions. Open up the planet. These 4 words instantly pierced Lin Xia's heart. It is not a simple adventure, but to ignite the fire of civilization with your own hands in the endless unknown, and to imprint your name on the title page of the history book of a brand new planet. This is the ultimate romance that belongs only to men. What's more, he also has the more children, more blessings system. On a brand new planet, he can spread his family and descendants without any scruples, spreading his bloodline across the vast earth. The star generation who started from scratch and created a brand new family. From an ordinary working class family to the ancestor of a planet. Once this idea was ignited, it was like a prairie fire. I decided. Lin Xia put down his cutlery, his eyes clear and determined. Galaxy Martial Arts University. For Bai Jinyun and Bai Mujie, there is no essential difference between the two schools. Both are the pinnacle existences that they need to look up to throughout their lives. No matter which one Lin Xia chooses, they can only applaud. Brother-in-law, why? Bai Mujie asked curiously. Lin Xia smiled and slowly explained his reasons. When he heard the words Galaxy Pioneers and Pioneering Planet, Bai Mujie's eyes instantly lit up like 2 little suns. Wow! Reclaiming a planet. Brother-in-law, this is so cool. Take me with you when you do. I'll run errands for you. Are you qualified? Bai Jinyun did not forget to criticize his son. It was also a statement to Lin Xia that Bai Mujie would never get entangled in these matters. It is also to maintain a good relationship with each other. However, the pioneers. Bai Jinyun thought of his Bai family. The ancestor of their Bai family was also a member of the Taurus 0755 pioneer team of this planet. In other words, the ancestors of everyone on this planet were once part of that great team. However, after more than 500 years, classes have long been clearly defined like the silt in a river. Some families seized the opportunities of the times and rose rapidly to become prominent families in the city. Some, like the Bai family, barely maintained the respectability of the middle class. And more, like Lin Xia's parents, have become lost in the crowd and become ordinary civilians. And now, his nephew-in-law will join the pioneering team of Galaxy Martial Arts University in the future. Its value and future are far beyond the reach of the local pioneering team of the 0755 Galaxy back then. Bai Jinyun looked at Lin Xia, his eyes filled with awe, excitement, and a hint of infinite longing for the future. When one person succeeds, the whole family will prosper. Perhaps, the fate of their families will really undergo earth-shaking changes in the hands of this young man. Bai Mushi didn't say anything, but silently placed her hand on the back of Lin Xia's hand. She raised her head and looked at her man's profile, her eyes filled with unmelting tenderness and pride. Hubby, her voice was soft, but with unquestionable determination. Wherever you go, I will follow. He was about to press submit on the application page when his personal terminal suddenly vibrated and a video call request popped up. Caller ID, class teacher Joe Deming. Lin Xia's eyes moved slightly, and a nostalgic smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He glanced at Bai Mushi, who was equally curious, and casually swiped the answer button. The screen lit up, and a face that was flushed with excitement and even a little distorted appeared on the screen. It was his homeroom teacher for 3 years of high school, Mr. Joe Deming. Behind Teacher Joe, the background was crowded with people, a dark mass that almost filled up the camera. Lin Xia could even clearly see the principal's shiny Mediterranean hairstyle shining behind Teacher Joe's shoulders. Teacher Joe, long time no see. Lin Xia greeted with a smile, his tone calm and gentle. His greeting was like pressing the play button. On the other end of the video, Teacher Joe Deming's voice trembled with extreme excitement, and he almost shouted, "Chi-yi! Lin Chi-yi! It's really you! You went to a private university to register for the exam?" The school's information system is connected to the admissions and examination center. When the final results were announced, an official notification email was also sent to the principal's office of Haicheng Grain District No. 2 Middle School. However, when Principal Wang opened the email and saw the glaring words 288 and Lin Xia, his first reaction was that there was an error in the system. He doesn't believe it. What a joke! This ordinary high school of theirs didn't even qualify to participate in the 10 schools league. Never mind having students ranked in the top 300, their best results in history were barely making it into the top 10,000, barely qualifying for admission to the lowest-tier private universities. He immediately asked the director of the Academic Affairs Office to check it over and over again, and even used his connections to call the city's education system to inquire. The replies we received were all confirmed to be correct. The entire principal's office exploded instantly. The news swept through the entire teaching community like a tsunami, and all the teachers couldn't believe their ears. Lin Xie? That student who comes from a poor family, usually has average grades in class, and is taciturn? Ranked 288th in the province? This is even more magical than the sun rising from the west. That's how this video call came about. Teacher Joe Deming's heart nearly jumped out of his throat before he pressed the call button. He couldn't help but confirm again, "Principal, is it really Lin Xie from our class?" "It's absolutely true." Principal Wang slammed the table excitedly. As soon as the video was connected, Joe Deming couldn't help but confirm it again, because this was so exaggerated that he still felt like he was dreaming. He was so excited that he was incoherent, waving his arms. 288th place. This is the best result ever achieved by our Haichang Grain District No. 2 high school. No. This is the most incredible result ever achieved by any non-key high school in Haichang in the past 100 years. You kid, you really are. He kept saying really for a long time but couldn't think of a suitable word to describe his mood. "Teacher, you're too kind. I'm just lucky." Lin Xie responded with a smile. His calmness formed a sharp contrast with the enthusiasm over there. "Student Lin, I'm Principal Wang from No. 2 Middle School." The principal's shiny, Mediterranean head finally emerged from behind Teacher Zhou, his face a beaming smile. "The school is proud of you. We're so proud of you." Behind him, countless faces, familiar or unfamiliar, were staring at Lin Xie in the light screen with expressions of shock, ecstasy, and admiration. Principal Wang cleared his throat, suppressed his excitement, and asked in a tone as friendly as possible, "Xie, where are you planning to apply for your major? Are there any difficulties? The school can help you with some advice." Lin Xie blinked and followed his words, pretending to be distressed and said, "Teacher, principal, you are aware of our family's situation. This tuition." Upon hearing this, Principal Wang was delighted and immediately said, "Oh, don't worry about that. With your score of 288th, you should have no problem getting a full scholarship to a top private university in the galaxy like Jinyo Martial Arts University. Thank you for your concern, President. However, I applied to Galaxy Martial Arts University." Principal Wang's smile froze on his face. He quickly adjusted his expression, putting on the earnest manner of an elder. "The competition at Galaxy Martial Arts University is incredibly fierce. It's full of geniuses. And not just geniuses, but geniuses whose families have the resources and connections to succeed. You haven't applied yet, have you? Listen to the principal. When he was a teacher, he also taught many outstanding students and has more experience than you. There's a saying that goes, it's better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix." He patiently said, "Top-tier institutions in the empire, like Galaxy and Longting, aren't as suitable for you as top universities in the galaxy, like Taurus Martial Arts University. There, you'll have access to the school's most valuable resources and become a true prodigy. And, to be honest, I have some connections at Jinyo Martial Arts University. Their admissions director is my senior. As long as you go there, I promise he will take good care of you and even secure double the S-level training resources for you." The principal spoke sincerely, as if he was really thinking about Lin Xie's future. In fact, he was making his own plans in mind. Just now, the admissions director of Jinyo Martial Arts University personally came to see Principal Wang. Not really an alumnus. Principal Wang only graduated from a second-rate public martial arts university. The admissions director of Jinyo Martial Arts University stated that as long as Lin Xie could be persuaded to apply to Jinyo Martial Arts University, he would personally receive a recommendation fee of up to 1 million credit points in exchange for benefits. Chapter 058 Yin Family. Lin Xie just listened to the principal quietly, then slowly shook his head. "Thank you for your concern, principal and teachers. I have decided to apply to Galaxy Martial Arts University." Seeing this, Principal Wang became anxious and his tone became serious. "Xie, listen to my advice. I'm doing this for your own good. Let me tell you a real example. Just 2 years ago, there was a student in our school. Of course, his grades weren't as good as yours. His grades were just barely enough to get into a top-tier university. At that time, several second-tier universities extended olive branches to him, promising him the best resources and even providing him with a dedicated mentor. But that student, being arrogant, was attracted by the reputation of a top-tier university and insisted on applying to Spark Martial Arts University. What was the result? Principal Wang slapped his thigh in grief. He ended up being completely overwhelmed by countless talented people at Spark Martial Arts University, becoming nothing more than a nobody. After 10 years, he barely made it past the martial arts level, unable to advance any further. In the end, he had no choice but to graduate in disgrace and return to our grain district. This was a bloody lesson, Chiye. However, after hearing this, Lin Chiye just felt funny. What the principal said may be valuable advice to others, but to him, it was meaningless. His greatest talent is this unknown, many children, more blessings system. As long as you keep having children, you will become stronger. Seeing that Lin Chiye remained unmoved and his eyes didn't change at all, Principal Wang felt a sinking feeling in his heart. He knew that his 1 million referral fee was in danger. However, Principal Wang has a backup plan. Those are Lin Chiye's parents. He had learned about Lin Chiye's parents' situation from the class teacher in advance. Families like Lin Chiye's are people who want to have more children and earn more maternity allowances, and they attach great importance to money. Their vision and pattern are destined to be limited. For them, the illusory title of top 2 in the empire is definitely not as important as real benefits. While Lin Chiye was still waiting to end the video call, Principal Wang secretly sent a message to Lin Chiye's father and mother respectively. As long as Lin Chiye applies to Jinyo Martial Arts University, the school will award them a scholarship. 200,000 credit points. In his opinion, for a poor family that may not even be able to afford the registration fee of 100,000, the temptation of 200,000 credit points is something they absolutely cannot refuse. In the video, Principal Wang sighed heavily and said, "Since you've made up your mind, I won't say much. However, there are still a few days left before you can submit your application. You don't have to rush to submit it. Think about it for a day or two, discuss it with your family, and listen to their opinions." After hanging up the video, Principal Wang immediately turned around and said, "Teacher Zhou, please come with me to the office." After closing the office door, Principal Wang couldn't wait to ask, "Teacher Zhou, please contact Lin Chiye's parents immediately. I just told them that if they can convince Lin Chiye to apply to Jinyo Martial Arts University, the school will award a scholarship of 200,000 yuan. Go and check it out. 200,000 credit points." Zhou Deming took a breath and was shocked by the number. I understood it instantly. Principal Wang works so hard, there must be some greater interests behind it. But what does this have to do with him? He was just an ordinary class teacher and had no right or ability to explore the transaction between the principal and the university. "Principal, don't worry." Zhou Deming took a deep breath, his eyes becoming firm. I'll do it right away." After Zhou Deming left, Principal Wang was the only one left in the office. He leaned back in the large leather chair, tapping his fingers lightly on the table, thoughts swirling in his mind. He remembered Yan Xingzhan, the director of admissions at Taurus Martial Arts University, who had contacted him not long ago. Principal Wang is not unfamiliar with this name. He specifically inquired and found out that Yan Xingwu, one of the vice presidents of the Haicheng Warrior Association, was Yan Xingzhan's younger brother. Although the Yan family is not the most powerful family in Haicheng, it is definitely a powerful family with connections everywhere. It seems that the younger generation of the Yan family also participated in this exam, and met Lin Chiye during the exam, and admired him very much. Principal Wang speculated in his heart. Only this explanation can explain why Yan Xingzhan was willing to give a referral fee of up to 1 million credit points in order to recruit an unknown Lin Chiye. This kid is incredibly lucky. Principal Wang shook his head, a mixture of envy and a hint of disappointment. What a shame. He doesn't appreciate the good things he has. He has a ready-made, open road, but insists on squeezing onto that narrow plank bridge. In his opinion, gaining the Yan family's appreciation and connections is far more real than the illusory title of top 2 in the empire. At the same time, in the luxury suite of Tiantai International Hotel, a crisp prompt tone also rang out from the personal terminal on Yan Feilong's wrist. The screen lit up, and a middle-aged man with a dignified face and a majestic aura appeared on the screen. It was Yan Feilong's father, Yan Xingwu, one of the vice presidents of the Haicheng Warrior Association. "Father." Yan Feilong called respectfully. The bandage on his face had been removed, but the purple scars were still clearly visible, making his face, which he originally thought was handsome, look a little hideous. "How is your injury?" Yan Xingwu's voice was low and majestic, and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. "It's okay now," Yan Feilong replied in a low voice. "Yeah." Yan Xingwu replied calmly, then changed the subject and got straight to the point. Your uncle is very satisfied with your recommendation and has already used his connections to persuade Lin Qiye to apply to Jinyo Martial Arts University. Yan Xingwu's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, as if he could see through all the resentment in Yan Feilong's heart. He spoke slowly, his voice not loud but filled with an unquestionable majesty. The grudge between you and him ends here. Your path is inherently different from that of a commoner like him. No matter how powerful or talented he is, he's ultimately just a consumable with no foundation. Once he enters university, he might be recruited by our Yin family and become a powerful force in our clan. So, you have to be more generous. This will not only show our Yin family's magnanimity and upbringing, but also help us win over a talented person in advance. Do you understand? Yan Feilong's face froze for a moment. However, when he met his father's serious and cold eyes, all the resentment in his heart were extinguished as if by a basin of cold water. He knew that his father's decision was the will of the family and could not be resisted. Yes, father, I understand. Yan Feilong took a deep breath, suppressed the humiliation in his heart, and replied in a low voice, after all, our future path will be based on the shoulders of these common people. I'm glad you understand. Yan Xingwu nodded with satisfaction. This failure is also a test for you. It will let you know that there are always people better than you. Put away your arrogance. It will benefit your future. Father, Yan Feilong took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with unwillingness. Then, can I still go to Galaxy Martial Arts University? Yan Xingwu glanced at him calmly and said calmly, it's just right for you to go to Jinyo Martial Arts University. Okay, father. Yan Feilong's eyes dimmed instantly. He lowered his head to hide the uncontrollable and stronger resentment towards Lin Qiye in his eyes. All this is because of Lin Qiye. Of course, with his uncle's connections at Jinyo Martial Arts University, if he went there, he would definitely be able to get resources and preferential treatment far beyond that of other students. Since it is a family arrangement, I have to become stronger in the shortest time possible at Jinyo Martial Arts University. Step on Lin Qiye hard and turn him into a dog by your side. Chapter 059 Lin Qiye's Choice. In the luxurious suite of Tianyue International Hotel, Lin Qiye was leaning on the sofa, recalling the conversation he had just had with Principal Wang. Connections, care, experience. These words sounded high-sounding, but Lin Qiye always felt that there was an indescribable sense of incongruity behind them. He didn't quite believe that Principal Wang would be so kind. Even if everything the principal said was true, for him who had the system, the so-called resource allocation and connections were not that helpful. After figuring this out, Lin Qiye became more determined in his choice. At this moment, the personal terminal vibrated again. Seeing that the caller ID showed mother, Lin Qiye couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. He had an idea and pressed the answer button. On the screen, Lin's mother's face, with a bit of flattery and excitement, appeared. Father Lin also squeezed in nearby, his face full of smiles. Shi Yi. Congratulations! You did so well in the exam. You are the pride of our Lin family. Mother Lin started with a series of congratulations. After a brief greeting, Lin's mother changed the subject and got to the point. By the way, Xia, your high school teacher, Mr. Zhou, just called us and told us everything about your situation. They're really responsible and good teachers. They especially recommended that you go to Jinyo Martial Arts University, saying that the benefits there are very good and it will be the best for your future development. Your father and I checked it out. This Jinyo Martial Arts University is also a top university. In my opinion, it is not much different from the Galaxy Martial Arts University. Aren't they both branches of first-class private universities? How big can the difference be between branches? They are all just names. The real benefits are the most important. Lin's mother kept persuading, as if she had already determined that this was the best choice for her son. Lin Qiye listened quietly without interrupting, and his facial expression showed no emotion. He knew that Principal Wan was behind this call. Yes, Qiye. Lin's father also echoed, his tone more gentle than ever. Your mother is right. We are all experienced people and know that in this society, connections and relationships are more important than anything else. Your principal is also kind-hearted and can pave the way for you. What a blessing it is. You must not let him down. He hadn't expected them to understand his choice, but he hadn't expected them to become lobbyists for others so quickly. Dad, Mom, Lin Qiye finally spoke, his voice so calm that not a single ripple could be heard. I've already decided on the school. This is my own business. Why don't you listen to me, kid? Lin's mother's tone suddenly became anxious. Aren't we doing this for your own good? What's wrong with Jinyo Martial Arts University? It's a top-tier university. And it can give you the best resources. Why do you have to go to that Galaxy Martial Arts University and compete with others for a spot? Lin Xie shook his head helplessly. Children know their parents best. He could sense that Principal Wang had most likely promised his parents some benefits. I have made up my mind, you don't need to say anything more. Lin Xie said lightly. You? Lin's mother was choked by his tough attitude and was speechless. Father Lin's face flushed with anger, but he suppressed his anger and said, Xie, we are all doing this for your own good. Parents all over the world are there for their children. You are young and impulsive, you don't understand, we are experienced. No matter how good a top university is, it can't compare to connections. You go to Jinyo Martial Arts University. With the principal's connections and the school's resources, your future is bright. When the time comes, as your parents, we will sell everything we have and give it our all to support you. After all, you are our son. To see you bring honor to our family is worth our lives. He paused and changed the subject. But what can you expect from Galaxy Martial Arts University? No full scholarship, no resources, and no connections. How can you compare with those gifted children who were born with a silver spoon in their mouths? Don't you understand our family's situation? Even if we support you and drain all our family wealth, we'll only have 30,000 to 50,000 yuan a year, which is not even a penny less than yours. Whether we support you at Galaxy Martial Arts University or not makes no difference. You're the last one in the class and have no resources. In that case, we won't give you any support. Lin Xie wanted to laugh. You two didn't support me. The 100,000 yuan I used to register for the exam, half of it came from Baimushi, and the other half was borrowed from myself. It's not the first day that Lin Xie has known his parents. It's been so many years. Seeing his parents like this, he probably guessed what was going on. Lin's mother sensed that his father's tone was off and quickly helped. Xie, don't be angry. Your dad was just saying that in anger. Don't be so stubborn. Your parents are doing this for your own good and won't harm you. It's definitely a good idea to enroll in Jinyo Martial Arts University. Lin Xie shook his head and said, but I have already applied for the Galaxy Martial Arts University. You don't know that according to the imperial law, once you have applied, you cannot change it. Instead of passively worrying about it, it is better to cut the Gordian knot and completely stop their thoughts. Without any hesitation, he skillfully clicked on the application page of Galaxy Martial Arts University and filled in his information one by one. He pressed the final Confirm Submit button without hesitation. Ding! Your application has been submitted successfully, please wait for review. He didn't stop, but directly took a screenshot of the successful application page. Then, he opened Lin's mother's chat interface and sent the screenshot. Mom, please look at the picture. I really did apply for the exam. The video from the parents' side was silent for a few seconds. Father Lin was so angry that he turned around and left. Mother Lin's smile was a little stiff. Xie, we have seen your application. Since it has come to this, then as your parents, we also respect your choice. Your dad was a little harsh earlier, don't take it personally. As parents, how could we have bad intentions? We're all doing this for your own good. It's just that we might be standing at a different angle and have different ideas. You've grown up and have your own opinions. We support you. Lin Xie nodded, I understand, Mom. Then, he opened the chat interface with his class teacher Zhou Deming and sent the screenshot as well. The head teacher Zhou Deming replied almost immediately. He did not mention anything about Jinyo Martial Arts University, but instead sent a warm and congratulatory message, the words full of pride. Student Xie, congratulations. The teacher has seen it, Galaxy Martial Arts University. Well done. The teacher is proud of you. From now on, I can brag to others that I, Zhou Deming, also trained a student at Galaxy Martial Arts University. Ha ha ha. I wish you a bright future and hope you will become a pillar of the empire in the future. Lin Xie looked at the message, just smiled and did not reply. After doing all this, Lin Xie casually turned his personal terminal to silent mode and threw it aside. He didn't want to answer any more calls or read any more messages. He raised his head and looked at the bustling night view of Tiantai City outside the window. The neon lights were like a flowing river of stars, bright and blurry. The world had changed since the moment he stepped into the examination room. He knew that his life was about to embark on a brand new course full of unknowns and challenges. The past that he left behind, and the voices that tried to kidnap him with family affection and interests, will all become the blurred scenery that gradually moves away on this route. Baimushi silently and gently put her arms around his waist from behind and rested her cheek against his back. She didn't say anything, but used this warm hug to silently express her support and companionship. Lin Chia held her hand in his backhand, and the last trace of irritation in his heart quietly dissipated in this tenderness. The efficiency of Galaxy Martial Arts University is extremely high. Less than half an hour after Lin Chia submitted his application, an official email with a gold-plated school emblem was sent to his personal terminal. Dear Lin Chia, hello. After review, your joint screening test scores meet our admission standards. Congratulations, you have been officially admitted to the Galaxy Martial Arts University Genio 0755 Galaxy branch. Please register at our school before October 1st, 40918, Imperial Calendar, with your ID and this admission letter. Registration location, Galaxy Martial Arts University New Student Reception Office, Taurus 0755, Terra City. Wishing you a prosperous martial arts career and a bright future. Report to the planet's capital, Terra, within 1 month. Tiantai City, as the provincial capital, has a direct supersonic high-speed rail connection with Terra City, and the entire journey takes about 10 hours. Looking at the admission letter, Lin Chia's heart completely settled down. After going through all that with his parents and the principal, he no longer had any desire to return to Haicheng. He turned to look at Baimushi and suggested, "Wife, how about we go directly to Terra City? It would be good to go there in advance and get familiar with the environment." "Okay." Baimushi nodded immediately, excitement flashing in her eyes. Go to Terra City. That is the most prosperous center of the entire planet. Although Baimushi thought that she had only brought a few sets of clothes for changing and did not bring too many clothes. But, if my husband says to go, then let us go. Chapter 060 Terra, the City of the Future. The next morning, Lin Chia told Bai Jinyun about his plan. Go directly to Terra City? Not going back to Haicheng? Bai Jinyun was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then a trace of disappointment that could not be concealed appeared on his face. He said with some embarrassment, "Shi, your father-in-law is waiting for you to come back so he can have a big banquet and celebrate. He's planning to invite all his relatives and friends and tell everyone that he, Bai Jinfeng, has a precious son-in-law who has been admitted to Galaxy Martial Arts University." Before Lin Chia could speak, Baimushi spoke directly. Although her tone was gentle, her attitude was firm. "Uncle, there's no need to go back. Chia just finished his exams and is exhausted both physically and mentally. Let him have a good rest. That kind of occasion is too noisy and he doesn't like it." She didn't want to embarrass Lin Chia. Upon hearing this, Bai Jinyun immediately understood what his niece meant. He nodded and stopped insisting. Now, the opinions of Lin Chia and his wife are the most important. Since they don't want to go back, then don't go back. That's fine, Bai Jinyun said with a smile. It's a good thing for young people to have their own ideas. So when are you planning to leave? We'll see you off. Dad, how about we just go to Terra together? Bai Mujia's eyes lit up and he said with anticipation, we haven't been to Terra in a long time. We can treat it as a trip. Bai Jinyun pondered for a moment and thought this was a good suggestion. This is not only a farewell, but also a good opportunity to further strengthen the relationship. That's fine. He slapped his thigh and made a decision immediately. Then we'll go together and get you settled in school. I'll contact your dad right away to go together. Bai Mushi frowned slightly when she heard that. She was about to refuse again, but Lin Chia gently held her hand. In the luxurious suite of the International Hotel, the personal terminal on Yen Feilong's wrist rang. The screen lit up, and it was still the face of his father Yen Xingwu, who was majestic without being angry. I got the news from your uncle that Lin Chia has enrolled in Galaxy Martial Arts University. Yen Xingwu's tone was flat, without any emotion. When Yen Feilong heard the news, his face instantly became extremely ugly. Calm down. Yen Xingwu stared at him coldly, a hint of warning in his voice. Don't do anything that will harm your own interests and those of your family. I understand the youthful impetuosity, but there must be a limit, understand? Yen Feilong's chest heaved violently. He suppressed the anger and jealousy surging in his heart and squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. I know, father, I know my limits. Very good. Yen Xingwu nodded with satisfaction, his tone slightly softened. Think about it yourself. What's the point of going to Galaxy Martial Arts University for a low-level person with no resources, no connections, and no foundation? After saying that, Yan Xingwu hung up the call. The room returned to silence, with only Yan Feilong's heavy breathing as the sound. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Although he still felt resentment in his heart, his reason told him that his father was right. Lin Xiye going to Galaxy Martial Arts University is completely different from the others going to Galaxy Martial Arts University. Just as his father said, Lin Xiye went to Galaxy Martial Arts University without any resources, connections, or foundation. It was simply a wrong move. Even more wrong than going to Jinyo Martial Arts University. At least at Jinyo Martial Arts University, with his talent, he will be valued by the school, taken care of by his uncle, and trained as a useful consumable. And Galaxy Martial Arts University? Where is that place? It is the gathering place of the top talents in the entire galaxy and even in several surrounding galaxies. What kind of monster have you not seen? With Lin Xiye's achievements, if he threw them in, he wouldn't even make a splash. There, what matters is not just talent, but also the family background, connections, and inherited skills. Lin Xiye, none of them. Thinking of this, Yan Feilong felt a lot more relieved. He couldn't even help but sneer. So what if you, Lin Xiye, go to Galaxy Martial Arts University? By then, reality will be extremely cruel. There you will be ruthlessly crushed by countless chosen ones, and eventually all your potential will be exhausted, and you will be reduced to the lowest level of mediocrity. And I, at Jinyo Martial Arts University, will be the center of everyone's attention and rise to prominence at the fastest speed. By then, the gap between us will only get bigger and bigger. The flame of confidence rekindled in Yan Feilong's eyes. He seemed to have seen the future. Lin Xiye, who had brought him shame, would be smashed to pieces by the iron fist of reality. In the afternoon, Tiantai City Supersonic Suspension High-Speed Railway Station was crowded with people. Bai Xinfeng and Lu Yuqin, a couple, arrived from Haicheng exhausted. Shi Yi. Lu Yuqin asked about his well-being as soon as she came up. Her concern was even greater than that for her own son. Bai Xinfeng's face also flushed, his eyes full of appreciation and satisfaction. Shi Yi. Well done. You have brought honor to our Bai family. He had already booked a VIP bus ticket to Terra City and a hotel in Terra City. Shi Yi, don't worry. Once we get to Terra, we will arrange everything. Just think of it as a trip in advance and relax. Bai Xinfeng said generously. Lin Xiye just smiled and nodded without saying anything more. He knew that this was the Bai family showing goodwill to him. After all, they were relatives, so he accepted the kindness calmly. The train ran smoothly on the magnetic levitation track, and the scenery outside the window quickly receded, turning into streams of light. The VIP compartment has spacious space and comfortable seats. Bai Xinfeng and his wife, and Bai Jinyun and his son, were enthusiastically discussing the prosperity of Terra City and the various legends of Galaxy Martial Arts University. Their topic always revolved around Lin Xiye. His words and actions showed his investment in and attempt to win over a future strong man. Lin Xiye only responded intermittently. Most of the time, he turned his head and looked at the passing scenery outside the window, his mind already flying to the unknown planet's capital. Bai Mushi snuggled quietly beside him, holding a book about pregnancy nutrition in her hand, reading with great interest. For her, as long as she can be with Lin Xiye, it doesn't matter where she goes. The 10-hour drive passed quickly in a relaxed atmosphere. As the train slowly pulled into the Terra City high-speed railway terminal, Lin Xiye looked through the window and saw the heart of the planet for the first time. If Tiantai City is magnificent, then Terra City is a miracle. Skyscrapers rise from the sky like crystal forests growing on the surface of the planet, reflecting a dreamy glow in the sunlight. In the air, there is a network of suspended lanes that is 100 times denser and 1,000 times more complex than that of Tiantai City. Countless vehicles, like schools of glowing fish, shuttle through the blood vessels of the city. Lin Xiye even saw a small private starship passing over the city, leaving a faint energy trail. This is the real city of the future. As you walk out of the high-speed rail station, you are greeted by a more prosperous and vibrant atmosphere. Bai Xinfeng had already arranged a special car, and the group went directly to the booked hotel, the Star Crown Interstellar Hotel in the central urban area of Terra. The hotel is located on the top of a skyscraper with more than 800 floors. Looking out from the floor-to-ceiling windows of the suite, you can take in the dazzling night view of the entire Terra City. It's so beautiful. Bai Mushi couldn't help but sigh, with a hazy light flashing in her eyes. Lin Xie stood beside her, gently holding her in his arms, and was equally shocked. Here, he truly felt his own insignificance and the vastness of the world. An unprecedented sense of pride surged in his heart. Chapter 061 Your Kung Fu is too backward. On the morning of the second day after settling into the hotel, Bai Jinfeng enthusiastically suggested going to taste the traditional breakfast that originated from the ancient Terra planet and has been passed down for tens of thousands of years. It is said that this is the most authentic Lao Taila flavor. It is difficult to find such authentic flavor in other provinces and cities. The group came to a century-old restaurant with quaint decoration. When Lin Xie saw the price of 500 credit points per serving on the menu, he couldn't help but be shocked. Is this what consumption looks like in the planet's capital? Compared with the grain area, it is a world of difference. But the unique taste made everyone frown and stop eating after just a taste. As soon as they finished breakfast, Bai Mushi suggested reporting to Galaxy Martial Arts University first. She knew that her husband was not in a position to speak, so it was just right for her to speak. Everyone in the Bai family immediately responded enthusiastically. They were also full of curiosity about this legendary martial arts holy land. You know, if it weren't for the candidates' family members, ordinary people wouldn't even have the chance to enter the Galaxy Martial Arts University. Let's check it out in advance and familiarize ourselves with the environment, Bai Jinfeng said with a smile. Lin Xie readily agreed. The Galaxy Martial Arts University is not located in the most prosperous central urban area of Terra City, but is located in the northwest of the city, in a vast area known as the Forest of Scholars. The environment here is quiet and peaceful, with towering ancient trees, forming a sharp contrast with the steel forest in the city center. When the hovercraft slowly drove into the range of the Forest of Scholars, Lin Xie felt that the concentration of spiritual energy in the air was obviously much higher than that in the urban area. The car finally stopped in front of an ancient and magnificent school gate. The school gate was built of an unknown white boulder. There were no gorgeous carvings, only 4 powerful characters engraved above the lintel: Galaxy Martial Arts. These 4 words seem to contain a strange magic. Just one glance at them can make people feel excited, as if they can see the boundless sea of stars and the backs of countless pioneers. At this moment, a lot of people had gathered at the school gate, forming a long queue. Like Lin Xie, they were all new students and their families who came early to register. Lin Xie stood in the queue, observing his surroundings silently. He could clearly sense that the young girl in front of him, wearing a thin combat uniform, with a cold expression and a strong aura, was also a warrior. Standing next to her was a middle-aged man with a profound and majestic aura, as steady as a mountain. His strength was far superior to hers, and it seemed that he should be the girl's father. Behind his father, there were 2 graceful young women, lecturing 4 boys and girls who looked like middle school students and had the same cold expressions. Xiaoya, Xiaoxian, I don't expect you to be able to get into Galaxy Martial Arts University like your sister, but at least you have to get into a top-tier key university for me. Do you understand? Yes, I brought you here today to give you a sneak peek at what the Empire's top university is like and to give you a sense of the atmosphere. I also want to set a goal for you. The young men and women just nodded indifferently and responded calmly, I know. At this moment, another family lined up behind Lin Xie. They were a middle-aged couple with a reserved aura, so much so that Lin Xie could not fathom their true nature. They also brought with them a young man with martial arts skills and 2 younger sisters. Lin Xie was secretly shocked. The 2 families ranked before and after him alone showed amazing background. Is this the family background of a student who can be admitted to Galaxy Martial Arts University? The couple seemed quite friendly and took the initiative to strike up a conversation. When he learned that Bai Mushi was Lin Xie's wife, he was immediately surprised. The middle-aged man smiled and said, At first I thought they were brother and sister, but I didn't expect this to be your partner? You're getting married at such a young age, you're really a hero out there. His gaze inadvertently swept over Bai Jinfeng and Bai Xinyan, and a hint of subtle doubt flashed in his eyes. In his opinion, most of those who can get married at the age of college entrance examination are political marriages between families. But the 2 middle-aged men in front of him were of mediocre strength. They were not even warriors, but just quasi-warriors. He doesn't look like the head of a family who is capable of entering into an alliance. Of course, he could not have imagined that at the bottom of the empire, there was a possibility of getting married early for a living and for childbirth allowance. Bai Jinfeng and Bai Xinyan also behaved very humbly in response to the couple's kindness. Their minds are as clear as a mirror. The family that can stand here in line with their young warriors without batting an eyelid, in terms of background and strength, is far beyond the reach of a middle-class family like theirs from a small 4th-tier city. You're too kind. Children are naive. Let them get married earlier so that we, as elders, can feel more at ease. Bai Jinfeng responded with a smile, keeping a humble attitude. The two sides exchanged a few simple greetings and did not have any further conversation. Soon, the line reached Lin Xie, who was stopped by two guards wearing silver-gray uniforms and with a calm aura like a mountain. The two guards just stood there quietly, but they had an aura of profound and majestic power that silenced the surrounding noise. Lin Xie's heart trembled. He could feel that these two seemingly ordinary guards were definitely much stronger than himself. He stepped forward and respectfully presented his electronic admission letter. One of the guards scanned the QR code with a terminal, confirmed it was correct, smiled gently, and nodded. Welcome, Lin Xie. He stepped aside to make way and reminded, family members of students are only allowed to visit after 6 p.m., and the area is limited to the freshman square and living quarters. Core areas such as the teaching area and library are not open to the public for the time being. Okay, thanks. The moment you step into the school gate, a richer and purer spiritual energy hits you in the face. It's like soaking in warm spring water, making every pore in your body relax. Suddenly, the view became clear. As far as the eye can see, there is a huge square so vast that it seems to have no end in sight. The square is paved with a kind of jade with a faint green glow. The ground is engraved with mysterious and ancient star patterns, which shimmer in the sunlight. In the center of the square stands a huge statue that is 100 meters high. He was an unknown hero wearing star armor, holding a giant sword, and gazing at the sea of stars. His face was blurry, but he had an aura of creation and an indomitable spirit that made people feel awe. This is the pioneer statue. Bai Jinfeng muttered to himself, his eyes filled with shock and reverence. It was personally built by our most supreme and greatest emperor, in memory of all the unknown heroes who sacrificed their lives during the pioneering era. The square is surrounded by green trees and towering ancient trees. In the distance, buildings of different styles, but all exuding a sense of history, are hidden in the sea of woods, blending perfectly with the surrounding natural environment. There is no oppressive feeling of the steel forest, and no hustle and bustle of flashing neon lights. Here, there is only tranquility and solemnity. It's so spectacular. Bai Mujie widened his eyes, completely shocked by the scene before him, and even stuttered when he spoke. Even Bai Jinfeng, who was usually calm, was so excited at this moment that he was speechless for a long time. This is Galaxy Martial Arts University. The first martial arts holy land in the galaxy. Bai Mushi's gaze always fell gently on Lin Xie. Looking at him standing under the pioneer statue, my heart was filled with unprecedented pride and satisfaction. Soon, Lin Xie and his group arrived at the new student registration office on one side of the square. Behind the neat rows of tables sat several teachers in charge of reception and senior students. Lin Xie walked to one of the windows and handed over his ID and admission letter. The person in charge of reception was a young female teacher. She was wearing a well-tailored black combat uniform that outlined her proud figure, with a neat short hair and sharp eyes. She took Lin Xie's information, quickly operated a few times on the screen, and called up Lin Xie's detailed file. When she saw the contents of the file, her delicate brows couldn't help but frown slightly. She raised her head, her eyes like lightning, examining Lin Xie in front of her, her tone filled with confusion and surprise. Lin Xie, 288th in the provincial private entrance examination, 10.3% genetic potential, proficient in the 128th set of radio gymnastics and the 8 treasures exercise? She paused, as if to confirm she had read correctly, then continued, based on your grades and the system's physical assessment, your overall ranking at the start of the semester is 9,988th, and you will be assigned to Class 10, Grade 1. Your genetic potential is pretty average, but your foundation is woefully outdated. The female teacher's voice was emotionless, simply stating a fact. It's the lowest grade broadcast gymnastics and 8 treasures kung fu. This level of training wouldn't even be enough to give a 3-year-old a foundation. My personal suggestion is that you use the month before school starts to quickly transition to a more advanced technique. With your demonstrated comprehension, if you can catch up, you might have a chance to advance from Class 10 to Class 9 within a year. Chapter 062 Competition Everywhere. When the people from the Bai family who were standing behind Lin Xie heard what the female teacher said, their hearts were suddenly in turmoil. Is the 8 treasures exercise an outdated exercise? In their Haicheng, this is already a very good martial art that ordinary families can access. Bai Mujie also practiced the 8 treasures kung fu. I didn't expect that in the eyes of the teachers at Galaxy Martial Arts University, even laying the foundation for a 3-year-old child was considered rough. Lin Chiye seemed very calm, as he had expected this situation to happen. He humbly asked, "Teacher, do you have any exercises to recommend?" The female teacher frowned, her tone somewhat impatient. The choice of martial arts is related to the life path of a warrior. This is your family's own business, and it should be planned by your elders or family mentors. Why are you asking me? In her opinion, which student who could be admitted to Galaxy Martial Arts University did not have a powerful family supporting him? It is unheard of that such a basic and core question as the exercises needs to be asked to a teacher who is responsible for welcoming new students. Seeing this, Bai Jinfeng hurriedly stepped forward, lowering his posture extremely low, and explained apologetically, "Teacher, I'm really sorry, we don't know much about this. We're from a fourth-tier city in the grain-producing area, and we don't have many connections, let alone a martial arts teacher." Chiye was lucky enough to get in here entirely because of his own hard work. Upon hearing this, the female teacher once again swept her scrutinizing gaze over the Bai family, and the impatience in her eyes subsided a little. It turns out that he is a grassroots genius with no background. A genius from grassroots. This word reminded her of her childhood when her father said that their family was a branch of the family and was abandoned by the family. They had been born in grassroots families since their grandfather's generation. My grandfather made a name for himself in the world with his passion and extraordinary talent. This is how the family's foundation came to be. She even heard that one of the current vice presidents also came from a grassroots background, fought his way back, and finally reached the top. But that was all long ago. In the past 10 years, she has witnessed very few grassroots talents in this Galaxy Martial Arts University, which gathers the elites of the entire galaxy. She thought about it, and her attitude softened. She said, "Recommending a technique is a very rigorous matter. I can't give you any advice casually here. Let's put it this way." She opened her personal terminal and saw a QR code. "Add me on WeChat and schedule an offline tutoring session with me in the evening. In one class, I will help you do a comprehensive physical data analysis and exercise matching assessment. As for the tuition fee, since you haven't officially enrolled yet and can't use school credits to pay, it will cost 10,000 credits. You'll need to consider it yourself. 10,000 credit points." This number made everyone gasp. That's just the cost of one class. It's too expensive. Bai Jinfeng and Bai Jinyan looked at each other and saw pain in each other's eyes, but more importantly, determination. This money must be spent. And you have to spend it willingly. However, before the two of them could speak, Lin Chiye had already taken out his personal terminal, scanned the QR code, and paid 10,000 credit points neatly. The female teacher saw the notification that the transfer was successful, and a look of satisfaction appeared on her face. She nodded and said, "Very good, very courageous. My name is Lin Yuechan, a 10-star extraordinary warrior. I will have no problem guiding you." At 8 p.m., in the core area of the school, teaching Building 10, Room 2202. After that, she entered Lin Chiye's information into the system and handed him a temporary electronic student card. "Okay, the formalities are complete. You can take your family to the living area to check out the dormitory environment, and then you can move freely." Lin Chiye took the student card and thanked teacher Lin Yuechan. As the group left the registration area, Bai Mujie couldn't help but mutter, "Brother-in-law, this is too expensive. 10,000 yuan for an hour. It's a rip-off. What do you know?" Bai Jinyun immediately glared at him and scolded him in a low voice, "This is called investment. 10,000 credit points can be exchanged for personal guidance from a teacher from Galaxy Martial Arts University, who can plan the most suitable cultivation path for Qi. This is simply a huge profit." Bai Jinfeng nodded in agreement, "That's right. We don't understand these things, so it's the wisest choice to spend some money to hire professionals to do professional things. Otherwise, if we choose the wrong technique and delay Chiye's future, that would be a real loss." Lin Chiye listened to their discussion and felt a surge of emotion in his heart. Following the map instructions on the electronic student card, the group boarded the campus automatic suspended rail car to the freshman living area. The rail car shuttles silently through the towering ancient trees. Outside the window, unique and technologically advanced buildings pass by, some even floating in the air, making it a feast for the eyes. "This place is like an independent city," Bai Jinyun exclaimed sincerely. Soon, they arrived at the freshman dormitory area. What comes into view is a huge tower building that soars into the clouds, covering an area of tens of thousands of square meters. Bai Mujie craned his neck, his eyes nearly popping out of his head, and couldn't help but ask, "Oh my god, this building has to have 100 floors, right?" Bai Xinyan shook his head, his eyes filled with shock. He murmured, more than 100 layers. Bai's mother said, the internet says this dormitory building has 300 floors and is one of the tallest buildings in the entire Scholars Forest. Bai Mujie couldn't help but exclaimed, 300 floors? Many students passing by looked at Bai Mujie with strange eyes after seeing his reaction. When everyone walked into the lobby on the first floor, they found that there was also a reception desk for new students, with several lines already formed. It seems that no matter where you are today, queuing is inevitable. Soon it was Lin Xie's turn. The staff member in charge of reception this time was just an ordinary-looking middle-aged man, without any aura of a warrior. Lin Xie thought that in such a purely civilian position, perhaps there was really no need for warriors. The staff member took Lin Xie's electronic student card, scanned it on the screen, and without even looking up, said in a formal tone, Lin Xie, your dormitory will be arranged in room 166 on the 298th floor. He paused, as if the system had prompted a prompt, and then continued, as a reminder, the concentration of spiritual energy in the student dormitories is far more abundant than outside. Practicing any destructive techniques is strictly prohibited within the dormitories. If damage is caused to the dormitory facilities, not only will you be required to pay the full price, but you will also be permanently disqualified from living in the dormitories. Please perform any destructive techniques in the school's designated training halls. The dormitories are only suitable for practicing non-destructive, gentle internal cultivation techniques. Also, the student dormitories have a total of 300 floors. The concentration of spiritual energy decreases from the bottom to the top, and the 300th floor is the thinnest in the building. Because your overall admission ranking was relatively low, you were assigned to a higher floor. The lower you go, the more abundant the spiritual energy becomes. If you want to move to a better floor, you'll need to work hard for it. These words left everyone in the Bai family stunned. It turns out that dormitory allocation is directly linked to strength and ranking. Even the spiritual energy resources for cultivation were clearly divided from the very beginning. Bai Jinfeng couldn't help but sigh in a low voice, hey, this is the holy land of martial arts. Starting from where you live, there is competition everywhere. Lin Xie nodded calmly, not surprised by this. He looked at the staff and asked the question that concerned him most, hello, teacher, my wife came here with me. Can she live with me? Chapter 063 Lin Yuechan's shock. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Mushi beside him subconsciously grabbed Lin Xie's hand, her palms slightly sweating, and she seemed a little nervous. The staff member finally raised his head, glanced at Lin Xie and Bai Mushi, and asked, wife? Do you have a marriage certificate? Lin Xie immediately opened his personal terminal and displayed the page of the electronic marriage certificate. The staff member carefully checked and confirmed everything, then nodded and said, the school allows this situation, but since she's not a student, your wife will need to sign an agreement limiting her activities to the square and living area, and not entering core areas like the teaching area and library. She must also promise to abide by all school rules and regulations. If you agree, I'll process her temporary check-in procedures now. Okay. Lin Xie answered without hesitation. The staff made a few adjustments and quickly processed a temporary residence card for Bai Mushi. Okay, the elevator is over there. Only you two can enter from here. Have a pleasant stay. The staff member pointed to one side of the hall and ignored them, turning to greet the next new student. Bai's mother immediately said, okay, Xie, Mushi, you guys go upstairs, we'll take a walk around here. So Lin Xie took Bai Mushi in. There are 100 high-speed magnetic levitation elevators in the lobby, running silently. Lin Xie came to one of the elevators specifically for floors 291-300, swiped his student card, and one of the elevator doors slid open quietly. After entering the elevator, as the floor numbers soared rapidly on the light screen, you could clearly feel a slight sense of weightlessness. Bai Mushi whispered to Lin Xie, husband, the dormitory allocation shows how fierce the competition is in school. You, don't be too stressed. Lin Xie smiled and nodded, don't worry, I understand. This is actually motivation for me. Bite. The elevator stopped at the 298th floor and the door slowly opened. The scene before me was completely different from the grandeur of the lobby on the first floor. A long corridor with a cold metallic glow stretched to the end of the field of vision. There are identical alloy doors on both sides, and the light from the overhead lights is soft but also seems a bit monotonous. The whole space was so quiet that it was even a little depressing. They quickly found room 166. Lin Xie swiped his student card on the door lock and the door opened. The interior space of the dormitory is not very large, only about 30 square meters, but it has everything you need. There is a bedroom, a small living room with a sofa and a desk, and a separate bathroom. The overall decoration style is simple and technological. Although we are on the 298th floor, the concentration of spiritual energy in the air is still much richer than the hotel we are staying in. Lin Xie took a deep breath and immediately noticed the difference. I really wonder what the dormitories on the floors below are like. Bai Mushi looked at Lin Xie tenderly, her eyes full of joy. This place is nice and clean. I'll clean it up. From now on, this will be our home in the capital. With just one word from her, the slightly cold metal room was instantly filled with the warmth of home. Lin Xie felt warm in his heart. He held her hand and looked around. There was no frustration in his eyes, but a burning fighting spirit. Well, this is our new starting point. 298th floor. I think we will move down soon. Bai Mushi had already started taking out the few pieces of luggage they brought with them and arranging them in an orderly manner, trying to make this small space more cozy. Lin Xie walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window and looked out from the 298th floor, with a panoramic view of the magnificent scenery of most of the Forest of Scholars. In the distance, the steel forest of Terra City glowed golden in the setting sun. This is where he will live and fight for the next few years. Mushi, he called softly. Bai Mushi raised her head with a gentle smile on her face. Lin Xie turned around and looked at her, his eyes firm and affectionate. Our new life officially begins from now on. As night falls, the lights come on. The commercial street outside the east gate of Galaxy University has more youthful vitality and a sense of order than the city center. The suspended neon signs flickered in light and shadow, and there was a dazzling array of shops with unique styles. Most of the people coming and going were new students and their families who came to register. Lin Xie accompanied the Bai family and found a clean and elegant restaurant on the commercial street and had a simple dinner. The atmosphere at the dinner table was a little silent. Bai Jinfeng and Bai Jinyan looked at the confident and calm freshman outside the window. They felt proud of Lin Xie, but also a little worried. Every freshman here seems to come from a wealthy family, and the pressure of competition is everywhere. At the end of the meal, Bai Jinfeng put down his chopsticks and looked at Lin Xie seriously. He called up his personal terminal and operated it a few times. Soon, Lin Xie's terminal received a transfer notification. A huge sum of money of 100,000 credit points. Lin Xie was shocked and immediately refused. Father-in-law, this. Xi, listen to me. Bai Jinfeng raised his hand to stop him, his tone sincere and firm. It's not a lot of money, it's just a small token of our appreciation. You've just arrived in the capital, and you need to spend money everywhere. That teacher's tutoring class cost 10,000. In the future, buying the copyright of the exercises and the cultivation resources will all cost money. We can't let money become a stumbling block on your path forward. Bai Jinyan also nodded vigorously and said in a deep voice, that's right. Xie, don't be polite with us. You are our Bai family's greatest hope now. Investing in you is investing in the future of our entire family. Just let go and fight, your family will be your most solid backing. Looking at the determined and expectant eyes of the two elders, as well as the trusting looks of Bai's mother and Bai Mushi, Lin Xie could no longer say no. This money carries not only monetary value, but also the heavy hope and trust of a family. He took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. Father-in-law, uncle, I understand. I will definitely use this money wisely and will never let you down. Only when they saw him accept it did Bai Jinfeng and Bai Jinyun smile with relief. That's right. Bai Jinfeng looked at the time and said, it's almost time. Don't you have an appointment with teacher Lin Yuechan tonight? That's your business, so we won't go along and cause trouble, so as not to distract you. Bai's mother also gently advised, yes, you should ask the teacher for advice, and we can go back to the hotel by ourselves. Mushi will accompany you, and after you finish your class, you can go back to the dormitory together. No need, Mom. Bai Mushi shook her head, looked at Lin Xie, and said softly, this is my husband's professional course, it's not appropriate for me to go. Let him go alone. Honey, I'll wait for you in the dormitory. She knew that starting from tonight, Lin Xie would embark on a martial arts path that was entirely his own. All she could do was give him the greatest trust in space. 8 o'clock in the evening, room 2202, teaching building 10, in the core area of the school. Lin Xie took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and knocked on the door gently. Come in. A cold and crisp voice came from inside. He pushed the door open and walked in. The training room is very spacious, covering an area of 200 square meters, and is fully equipped with facilities. In the center of the room stood a figure. She was a woman who looked no more than 27 or 28 years old, with neat short hair, pretty face, but eyes as sharp as an eagle. She was wearing a tight-fitting black training suit that perfectly outlined her explosive yet flawless body lines. It was Lin Yuechan whom I met this morning. She looked Lin Xie up and down, her gaze seemed to be able to penetrate his skin and flesh and reach his bones. Lin Xie? Yes, Mr. Lin, hello. Lin Yuechan nodded and got straight to the point. You come from a wild background, so your foundation is not stable. If you want me to give you advice, I need to see your foundation first. Perform the radio gymnastics and the 8 treasures exercises for me. Lin Xie's heart moved, and after a little thought, he decided not to hide his strength anymore. Among the freshmen at Galaxy Martial Arts University, I am ranked 9,988th. Lin Yuechan in front of her described herself as being born in a grassroots family and having unconventional ways. There's nothing to hide. Yes, teacher. He walked to the center of the venue, took a deep breath, and began practicing radio gymnastics. As his movements unfolded, Lin Yuechan's originally calm eyes gradually became turbulent. Lin Xie's movements may seem simple, but each one flows smoothly and is full of an indescribable rhythm. Every stretch and every twist perfectly mobilizes the muscles and blood throughout the body. After finishing a set of exercises, he was breathing deeply. Instead of feeling tired, he felt more energetic. Perfect level of radio gymnastics. For the first time, Lin Yuechan's eyes showed surprise. Very few people can master this set of radio gymnastics. The perfection level means that one has mastered this most basic set of exercises to the extreme. She originally thought that it was amazing that this grassroots student in front of her had mastered the radio gymnastics, but she didn't expect it to be perfect. You know, perfection is 10 times more difficult than mastery. At this moment, Lin Yuechan's evaluation of Lin Xie completely changed. Chapter 064 Body Forging Flow. In the history of empires in the vast galaxy, there have been people with such extraordinary understanding. In the history of the empire, the youngest recorded age for someone to achieve perfection in radio gymnastics was 10 years old. Of course, even with such a genius, no other deeds have been recorded in history. Without waiting for her to ask, Lin Xie had already bent his waist and started practicing the 8 treasures kung fu. The 8 treasures of brocade were displayed one by one in his hands. Although it is not as good as radio gymnastics in achieving the perfection of returning to nature, each move is steady and solid, with the blood flowing, and it is obvious that a lot of hard work has been put in. When he finished his training and stood still, Lin Yuechan nodded, the surprise in her eyes turning into a kind of deep thought. Mastery level of the 8 treasures technique. She did not give a conclusion immediately, but walked back and forth in the spacious training room. Her sharp eyes never left Lin Xie, as if she was thinking of the best solution for him. Radio gymnastics is too universal. Although you've achieved an incredible level of perfection, this only proves that your understanding is extremely high, but it cannot determine the specific direction of your understanding. She spoke slowly, her voice much more serious than before. 8 treasures gong itself is a D-level technique that consumes very few resources, but it is also one of the prerequisites for the C-level technique, 8 treasures dragon and tiger power. If you also practice the other specific D-level technique, dragon and tiger gong, and combine the two, you will be able to naturally comprehend the 8 treasures dragon and tiger power. And the 8 treasures dragon and tiger power is the prerequisite for the B-level Vajra body. When all of these are cultivated to their pinnacle, you will achieve the A-level technique, Akola body. Then, Lin Yuechan shook her head and said, but the bodybuilding style is not suitable for you. It's too expensive. Is it too expensive? Lin Xie asked. Lin Yuechan did not hide it, but said it clearly, the 8 treasures kung fu is a typical bodybuilding style, one of the prerequisites for the Akola body kung fu. What it represents is actually an extremely expensive and extreme path in the imperial martial arts, the bodybuilding style. That is a truly glorious path to transform the body into a treasure. The ultimate goal of the body forging school is to transform a mortal body into a walking divine weapon in human form. At the initial stage, one can ignore the cutting of ordinary swords and guns. When one reaches a high level of cultivation, the body will be like the legendary diamond glass, impervious to water and fire, indestructible. Every move one makes is full of earth-shaking power. When Lin Xie heard Lin Yuechan's words, his heart suddenly surged. A human-shaped divine weapon. Is 8 treasures kung fu so awesome? That sounds wow. However, Lin Yuechan changed the subject. However, this road is paved with credit points. The bodybuilding style has never been a path that grassroots people can take, because it is one of the most expensive systems of all cultivation systems. Every breakthrough in the physical body and realm requires a huge amount of resources to fill. Otherwise, it will be impossible for you to break through and be promoted. Don't think that it's easy because you've mastered the 8 treasures skill. But when you master the 8 treasures skill and then master the dragon and tiger skill, you'll find it difficult to combine the two. In the old days, people used magical medicine to achieve fusion breakthroughs. Now that the ingredients of these magical medicines have been cracked, they can be replaced with high-energy nutritional creams. But the daily expenditure of hundreds of thousands of credit points is probably not something you can afford. Hundreds of thousands? Lin Chiye's eyes suddenly widened. Lin Yuechan was satisfied with Lin Chiye's shocked expression, nodded and said, "Well, usually between 49 days and 81 days, the promotion will be completed." Of course, at such a high price, the fusion of the 8 treasures dragon and tiger power has reached perfection. Lin Chiye swallowed and said, "Teacher Yuechan, you mean that this bodybuilding style fusion breakthrough is difficult and it won't work without high energy nutrient paste, right?" However, Lin Chiye's mind became active. Others rely on their understanding and resources to practice. But he relies on the system. As long as you practice enough times, everything can be upgraded. If both the 8 treasures Kung Fu and the dragon and tiger Kung Fu were practiced to the perfect state, there would be no flaws in them, and they would reach theoretical perfection. So after the integration, will there still be any so-called bottlenecks? Once this idea arose, it grew like weeds. Even if they really cannot be integrated in the end, practicing the 2D level skills to perfection will have real benefits in enhancing one's genetic potential, and it is by no means a waste. Thinking of this, Lin Chiye's eyes changed unconsciously. Lin Yuechan was very familiar with Lin Chiye's eyes. She had been teaching at Galaxy Martial Arts University for almost 20 years. She was also a graduate of Galaxy Martial Arts University and had seen countless amazing talents. She understood Lin Chiye's expression almost immediately. "I don't believe it, I want to try it." Instead of being angry, she raised the corners of her mouth in an almost imperceptible curve. Geniuses are all proud. When you hit the wall, you will naturally turn back. Lin Yuechan then said, "You have already mastered the 8 treasures Kung Fu, and your foundation is good. You can go to the Kung Fu library to exchange it for the dragon and tiger Kung Fu. Once you have mastered both to the mastery level, you can try to combine the two." She paused and added, "By then, you'll naturally understand what I mean by bottleneck. If you fail, it proves that this path is not feasible, so don't waste your energy on it." Then, Lin Yuechan continued, "The above is for you to decide whether to practice. Based on my professional judgment, I recommend 3 paths of practice that are more suitable for you." She called up her personal terminal and projected 3 sets of martial arts information with different colored halos in the air, like 3 floating ancient books. She pointed to the first document that was burning with crimson flames. "First, the red sun prison suppressing technique, and a level technique, is also my major in school. This technique simulates the core of a star, cultivating spiritual energy that is extremely strong in yang, with unparalleled power. At a high level of cultivation, your qi and blood are like a furnace, and every gesture has the power to burn mountains and boil seas. Its prerequisite technique is the sea-level scorching sun qigong. Once you master it, your spiritual energy will begin to transform towards the attribute of fire, allowing you to master the rudiments of energy release." As she spoke, Lin Yuechan put her fingers together like swords, and a ray of red gold flame ignited out of thin air on her white fingertips, jumping endlessly, illuminating the entire training room with a warm red. The flame seemed tiny, but it emitted a heart-pounding high temperature, causing the surrounding air to distort. At the warrior stage, spiritual energy is contained within the blood. But at my level as a 10-star transcendent warrior, I can release spiritual energy externally, transforming it into substance. Flame is the form of my spiritual energy." The flames at her fingertips quietly extinguished. "You have a very high level of understanding. Taking this path, you will achieve power the fastest and be the most direct in combat. If you choose this technique and purchase the copyright through me, I can give you the full set of online courses in 5 hours of one-on-one online QA. Chapter 065 Comprehension. Then, Lin Yuechan pointed to the second document shrouded in deep black mist, titled The Heart Sutra of the Formless Tribulation. Secondly, the Invisible Tribulation Heart Sutra is also an A-level technique. This path is completely different from all the previous bodybuilding and Qi training paths. It develops your mind and spirit. It uses mental power to interfere with reality, weaving heart tribulations that directly attack the enemy's will and soul. It is extremely difficult to master. With no prerequisites, it relies entirely on personal understanding. In the nearly 500-year history of the Galaxy Martial Arts University branch, fewer than 100 people have successfully mastered it. However, once mastered, the power will increase by 1,000 times, and its potential is even comparable to that of S-level techniques. It is rated a level purely because the entry threshold is ridiculously high. Her sharp gaze fell on Lin Xie. You have practiced the radio gymnastics to perfection, which means that you have reached an incredible level of perception and control over every inch of your muscles and every strand of your energy and blood. This kind of talent is often accompanied by a strong spiritual perception. I recommend this because warriors who have successfully practiced the Invisible Tribulation Heart Sutra have a huge advantage when applying to become the captain of the pioneering team and are almost unlikely to be rejected. For grassroots people like you, this is a shortcut that can truly reach the sky and change your destiny. When Lin Xie heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Lin Yuechan certainly knew how fatal the temptation of opening up new star fields and becoming a superior person was to a grassroots genius with nothing. Finally, she pointed to the third yellow document that was twinkling with stars. Third, Zhou Tian Xing Chen Body, an A-level bodybuilding technique. Its prerequisite is the B-level Starlight bodybuilding technique. This path, while also a bodybuilding technique, differs from the expensive Akala body. It doesn't rely on rare treasures or high-energy potions, but instead teaches you how to continuously absorb the ubiquitous star radiation energy in the universe, using this gentle yet vast energy to temper your body and genes. This path is stable, balanced, and peaceful. Its advantage lies in its universality, and its resource dependence is one of the lowest among all A-level techniques. However, its shortcomings are also obvious. In the early stages, it is not as powerful as the Red Sun Prison Suppressing Art, and its functionality is not as strange as the Formless Tribulation Heart Sutra. It is a panacea. Transforming the ethereal starlight into one's own power tests one's understanding the most. But for you, this biggest shortcoming is not a problem at all. Lin Xie listened to Lin Yuechan's analysis, but smiled bitterly in his heart. He knew that the other party had completely misunderstood. His so-called superb comprehension is not the kind of comprehension talent that allows one to understand things at a glance or at a glance. His understanding comes entirely from the more children, more blessings system. As long as he successfully becomes pregnant once, the system will automatically unlock one of the skills he has learned. His actual learning ability is actually quite ordinary. It took him a full 2 months to master the 8 treasures Kung Fu from scratch. He is self-aware of this. That Heart Sutra of the Formless Tribulation, in the past 500 years, less than 100 people have started to learn it? He went. Maybe you won't be able to learn it even after studying for 500 years. Lin Xie pondered for a moment, organized his words, and looked up at Lin Yuechan. Teacher, thank you very much for your recommendation. It's just. I have a question, or rather, a question about my personal habits. Explain. Are there any techniques that are easy to learn but difficult to master? That is, it's very easy to get started, ideally you can learn it in one go, but mastering it or reaching a higher level is extremely difficult. Lin Xie chose his words carefully and added an explanation. I'm not very patient. If I can't get started with a technique, I'll easily give up. I hope to learn it quickly and see results. Only then will I have the confidence and patience to continue practicing. When Lin Yuechan heard what Lin Xie said, she was stunned for a moment, and her beautiful brows frowned again. What? The most taboo on the path of martial arts is to be impatient and irritable. Lin Yuechan's sharp eyes locked onto Lin Xie, her tone carrying a hint of stern admonition. Student Lin Xie, you must understand that martial arts practice is not only about cultivating qi and blood and strength, but also about character and will. True geniuses are all those who are determined, able to endure loneliness and boredom. Your talent is 1 in a million, and it is your greatest asset. However, if your mindset cannot keep up, this talent will become the biggest obstacle on your future path. You're choosing the easiest introductory method now. It might seem like you're taking a shortcut, but in reality, you're laying the groundwork for your future. Once you develop a mindset of dreading difficulty and seeking the easy, how will you cope when you encounter a true bottleneck in the future? Her words were like a hammer, deafening. However, Lin Xie could only reveal an embarrassment. He gritted his teeth and explained, Teacher, I understand what you said. But I can't control my situation. If I couldn't get started for a long time, I would become extremely irritable and restless, and I would be unable to calm down and practice. That feeling is like there are countless ants crawling in my heart, making me want to just smash everything. Rather than wasting time and even affecting my cultivation progress, I'd rather choose a path that allows me to see results quickly, which at least allows me to maintain my enthusiasm for cultivation. When Lin Yuechan heard Lin Xie's almost perverse remarks, her brows furrowed even tighter. What is this? Gifted with talent, but with a heart as fragile as paper? But on second thought, she felt that perhaps it was understandable. She had seen too many children from noble families who were strong-willed because they had received the most systematic and rigorous elite education since childhood. The Lin Xie in front of him was just a grassroots person from a remote city with no background. There must have been a lack of proper guidance during his growth. In that kind of environment, being able to fight your way out with your own talent is a miracle in itself. It is also not impossible that there are some strange obsessions in your mind that are difficult for outsiders to understand. Geniuses always have all kinds of quirks. Perhaps this is his unique way of protecting and motivating himself. She sighed inwardly. That's all. I only gave him some guidance because he came from a grassroots background and was a paying customer. It was just a small favor. Since he has his own ideas, then respect his fate. Then, Lin Yuechan's expression returned to calm, and that overwhelming aura also subsided. I understand. Then I will screen it for you. You want easy to learn, difficult to master, and easy entry, right? Seeing her give in, Lin Xie felt as if he had been pardoned and nodded quickly. Yes, Teacher Yuechan. It would be best if the entry level is similar to the 8 Treasures Kung Fu. The entry level of a D-level technique is so difficult. Lin Yuechan's tone became a little strange. She lowered her head and quickly searched on her personal terminal screen, muttering to herself almost unconsciously, there are such techniques, but most of them have obvious flaws or are cut off from subsequent routes. I want to find a technique with a high enough upper limit, but also easy to get started. Such a contradictory thing. Lin Yuechan's fingertips darted across the light screen, and a vast amount of information about the cultivation techniques flowed before her eyes like a waterfall. Her brows furrowed as she continuously screened and rejected the information. Ice and fire? No, it's easy to get started, but the highest level you can reach is B. There's no way to go further. The upper limit is too low. 100 battles sword technique? This is a pure technique, not involving core spiritual cultivation, so it doesn't count. Giant spirit Dharma image? Entry requires a special bloodline, it's not universal. What a strange request. She raised her head and glanced at Lin Xie, her eyes full of strangeness. The path of martial arts is to cut through thorns and face difficulties head-on. I've never seen someone like you who only chooses to walk on flat ground. Lin Xie could only respond with an awkward yet polite smile. Just when Lin Yuechan was about to give up and was about to persuade Lin Xie to reconsider, her fingers suddenly stopped. On the screen, a document with a plain and even slightly yellowed cover appeared. Chapter 066 Hunyuan Qigong. Hunyuan Yi Qigong. Lin Yuechan's expression became subtle, with a hint of surprise, but also a hint of nostalgia and regret. I got it. She raised her head and looked at Lin Xie with a complicated expression. There is a technique that may completely meet your contradictory requirements. It's a B-level technique, Hunyuan Yi Qigong. Hunyuan Yi Qigong? Lin Xie looked at Lin Yuechan. Just now, Lin Yuechan said that the upper limit of B-level skills was too low, and now she is recommending a B-level skill to herself. Can't she find any other better skills? Lin Yuechan explained, yes, Hunyuan Yi Qigong, once an A-level technique, has now been downgraded to B-level. The core concept of this technique is arguably the simplest and most unadorned theory in the entire empire accumulation. It doesn't focus on the changes in spiritual energy's properties, nor does it pursue exquisitely refined techniques. Its sole purpose is to transform the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into your own Hunyuan Ichi in the most gentle and non-rejecting way possible, then continuously accumulate, compress, and purify it. Precisely because it embraces all psychic powers and has no attribute requirements, the barrier to entry is incredibly low. It's no exaggeration to say that any sane would-be warrior, given the techniques, will be able to master the art within 3 days. This perfectly meets your requirement for easy to learn. Lin Xie's eyes lit up instantly. You will definitely get started within 3 days. Isn't this tailor-made for him? Then, what about difficult to come, he asked. Lin Yuechan's lips curled up in a meaningful arc. Its difficulty also stems from its simplicity. Because it has no attributes, its Hunyuan Ichi is mediocre in power at the same level. Other spiritual energy is fire, ice, and wind blades, but yours is just a ball of pure energy. If you want it to have sufficient power, there are only two ways. First, victory through sheer volume. Use a spiritual energy volume several or even dozens of times greater than that of a warrior of the same level to crush the opponent. But how difficult is this path? This clumsy method is inefficient and time-consuming. It's only suitable for warriors with nowhere else to go. The second is enlightenment. After cultivating Hanyuan Chi to an extremely high level, you must comprehend the universe and endow this ball of pure energy with a unique attribute: fire, thunder, space, life. Theoretically, it can be any attribute. But this step is harder than ascending to heaven. Countless warriors who practice Hanyuan Qigong have been stuck at this step their entire lives, ultimately becoming nothing more than ordinary people. Therefore, it is difficult to master. She paused and added, in the early days of the empire's development, this practice was extremely popular and was the preferred method of countless predecessors. However, as the martial arts system continued to improve and various powerful and distinctive techniques were developed, Hanyuan Qigong gradually became obsolete. Today, it is just a living fossil lying in a database, used as historical research material. Almost no one chooses it as a primary practice anymore. After hearing this explanation, Lin Qiye no longer had any hesitation. What others consider to be poison is, to him, the best honey. No matter how mediocre the power is or how difficult it is to understand the follow-up, these are not problems at all in front of his progress bar system. As long as he practices Hanyuan Qigong to perfection, perhaps he will get a huge surprise. Teacher, I choose this one. Lin Qiye said firmly, his tone full of unquestionable determination. Are you sure? Lin Yuechan confirmed. Seeing the determination in Lin Qiye's eyes, the last thought of persuading him was dispelled. She sighed, feeling a little regretful, yet also a strange anticipation. Perhaps, this grassroots genius with an eccentric mind can really use this martial art that has been forgotten by the times to forge a different path? Okay. She said no more and started operating on her personal terminal. Hanyuan Qigong is a B-level technique, and the exchange credits are 100 points. You don't have any credits now, so you can't exchange it directly. You can apply for the Ancient Book Research Support Program at the school, select Hanyuan Qigong, and pay a 100,000 credit point deposit. 100 credits will be collected upon submitting your research results within 10 years, and the 100,000 credit point deposit will be returned at that time. You can fill in my name as your instructor. Thank you, teacher. Lin Qiye started to operate immediately without hesitation. With the successful transfer on the official website, a complete copy of Hanyuan Qigong, along with official practice experience and annotations, as well as copyright proof, were sent to Lin Qiye's personal terminal. Then, there was a message reminding Lin Qiye that if he really had any experience in Hanyuan Qigong, he could submit it. The imperial officials would give rewards such as credits and credit points based on the contribution of the experience. When Lin Qiye heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. He suddenly felt that this ancient book research support project, which contained countless ancient techniques, might be a good thing. Alright, I've received the technique. Lin Yuechan put away the terminal, her expression returning to its original calmness. Tonight's tutorial ends here. That's all I have to say. You can do whatever you want. Thank you again, Teacher Yuechan, for your guidance. Lin Qiye bowed solemnly. He knew that no matter what the other party's mentality was, he had done his best in giving guidance tonight. After leaving the training room and walking back to the dormitory, Lin Qiye felt more excited than ever before. 8 treasures exercises, dragon and tiger exercises, and Hanyuan Qigong. The 3 skills, like 3 keys, were already in his hands. He couldn't wait to return to the dormitory and start his cultivation. He even started looking forward to it. When he returned to his dormitory on the 298th floor, he was greeted by a room filled with warm lights and a gentle figure. Mushi was not asleep. She was sitting on the sofa in the small living room, reading an e-book, but she was obviously absent-minded. When she heard the door open, she immediately raised her head, her eyes full of concern. Honey, you're back. How's it going? Is that teacher easy to get along with? Well, I'm back. Lin Qiye walked over to sit beside her, naturally holding her slightly cold hand. The turbulent emotions in his heart settled in the warmth of home. Teacher Lin is a very good person and gave me a lot of advice. That's good. Mushi breathed a sigh of relief, leaned over, and asked softly, what about the cultivation technique? Do you have a direction? Got it. Lin Xie smiled, opened his personal terminal, and showed her the information about Hunyuan I Qigong. I chose this technique. Bai Mushi looked at the words B-level Kung Fu on the screen, and then looked at the official annotations such as easy to learn but difficult to master, mediocre power, and unknown potential. There was no doubt or confusion on her beautiful face, and she just looked into Lin Xie's eyes seriously. Hubby, you must have your reasons for choosing this, she said softly, her tone firm. I believe in your choice. This simple sentence can give Lin Xie more strength than any big words. His heart warmed, and he took her into his arms, resting his chin gently on her forehead. Yeah. The two of them were affectionate for a moment, and then Lin Xie urged, it's getting late, you should go and rest. Okay, then don't stay too late. Bai Mushi nodded obediently, got up, and walked into the bedroom. Only after the lights in the bedroom went out did Lin Xie focus his attention back on his personal terminal. He took a deep breath and clicked on the complete set of exercises for Hunyuan I Qigong. 3 hours later, Lin Xie showed an excited expression. Turn on the system. Host, Lin Xie. Genetic potential, 10.3%. Physical fitness, 103+. Spirit, 103+. Psychic power, 53+. Kung Fu, 128th set of radio gymnastics level 10 max, 8 treasures exercise level 53100, Hunyuan I Qigong introduction unlocked. Partner, Bai Mushi favorability 85. Offspring, 2 in development. Hunyuan I Qigong. Getting started. Lin Xie felt a little uncomfortable when he looked at the 3 words unlocked. Or, should we donate again tomorrow? Chapter 067 Meeting Yen Filong again. The morning sunlight filtered through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, transforming into golden beams of light that filled the entire room. Bai Mushi rubbed her sleepy eyes and was awakened by the magnificent view of the sea of clouds outside the window. She was slightly startled, and then she remembered that she was no longer in the hotel, but had moved into the student dormitory on the 298th floor of Galaxy Martial Arts University. A new day begins at a new starting point. She tiptoed out of the bedroom and saw Lin Xie sitting cross-legged on the carpet in the middle of the living room. His eyes were slightly closed, his expression focused, his hands formed a strange seal in front of him, and there seemed to be invisible spiritual energy slowly converging towards him. Is this the new technique he chose, Hunyuan I Qigong? Bai Mushi did not disturb him, but just stood quietly by the side, her gentle eyes falling on him. Soon, Lin Xie slowly finished his practice and completed 1 week of cultivation. He opened his eyes and let out a long breath. The breath left a faint white mist in the air and then dissipated. His eyes were clear and bright, and he looked full of energy. How is it? Bai Mushi immediately stepped forward and asked with concern. Lin Xie smiled brightly when he saw her and stood up. I've already gotten started. Teacher Lin Yuechan was right. This Hunyuan I Qigong is very easy to get started with. He stretched his muscles, felt the new and pure energy in his body, and shook his head. This B-level technique feels no different from radio gymnastics. Maybe this is what Lin Yuechan meant by mediocre. However, after practicing this technique, I feel very energetic. I didn't need to sleep for a whole night, and I felt like I had a very good sleep. Bai Mushi's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she said happily, really? Is it because there's so much spiritual energy here? Maybe. Lin Xie nodded, pulling her hand and sitting on the sofa, but the effect of the exercise itself definitely accounts for the majority. For now, this exercise is better than radio gymnastics in that it's less strenuous and can be practiced for 24 hours without sleep. I haven't found any other differences. Bai Mushi smiled and said, just the fact that he can practice continuously for 24 hours without taking a break is already quite impressive. Lin Xie smiled and said, well, wait until I have practiced the 8 treasures Kung Fu to perfection in a few days, and then I will tutor you. Hearing this, Bai Mushi immediately shook her head and said seriously, don't waste your time on me. You are in a critical period now, you should spend all your time on yourself. Anyway, I will practice slowly and soon I will be able to reach the level of a warrior. Seeing her thinking about him, Lin Xie felt warm in his heart and said with a smile, it's okay, it's only natural for a husband to teach his wife. Bai Mushi didn't expect that Lin Xie still cared about her so much at this time. An indescribable feeling of being touched and feeling warm instantly surged through her body, causing her eyes to turn slightly red. The next second, she suddenly threw herself into Lin Xie's arms, hugged him tightly, buried her face in his chest, and said in a choked nasal voice, husband. Lin Xie gently stroked her back and said softly, we are husband and wife. What's mine is yours. Your cultivation is of course my top priority. Bai Mushi raised her head from his arms, her tearful eyes filled with deep love and emotion. She stood on tiptoe, moved closer and kissed him on the lips. After a long time, their lips parted. Bai Mushi's cheeks had already turned as red as ripe apples, and even her ears were pink. She didn't dare look at Lin Qiye's smiling eyes again. She let out a shy cry, turned around and slipped into the bathroom. Lin Qiye waited for Bai Mushi to finish washing up. After they packed up briefly, they called Bai Jinfeng's terminal. "Father-in-law, we are downstairs, let's have breakfast together." Soon, the group met up on the commercial street downstairs from the dormitory building and randomly found a bright and clean fast food restaurant. As soon as he sat down, Bai Jinfeng couldn't wait to ask about last night's tutoring. "Shi, how was it? Did Teacher Lin plan a direction for you?" Everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye took a sip of soy milk and put the cup down. He had already prepared his story in his mind. He didn't hide it completely, but just changed it subtly. "Well, Teacher Lin is very professional and gave me a lot of advice," he said calmly. Regarding the 8 treasure skill, she said its advanced path is the bodybuilding flow, which is very powerful, but also very expensive, so she doesn't recommend it. "However, I think my comprehension may be able to make up for some of the resource gap, so I plan to give it a try on my own first." Bai Jinfeng and Bai Jinyun looked at each other and frowned slightly. They also knew about the bodybuilding style, and they also knew that it was very expensive and not something that people of their level could practice. However, since Lin Qiye said to give it a try, they of course chose to believe it. Lin Qiye continued, "Also, based on my personal needs, I hope to lay the most solid and broad foundation in the early stages, so the teacher helped me find a technique called Hunyuan Yi Qigong as my main practice. In addition, she also gave me 3 other A-level practice paths as alternatives." Hearing this, everyone in the Bai family breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the 10,000 credit points were well spent. Not only did I get the main cultivation method, but I also had a backup plan. Bai Mujia perked up when he heard this and asked curiously, "Brother-in-law, how about that Hunyuan Yi Qigong? It sounds very powerful from the name." Lin Qiye thought for a moment and said, "The biggest feature of this technique is, it's not difficult to get started." "What? No difficulty getting started?" Bai Mujia's eyes lit up instantly, and he slapped his thigh excitedly. "This is great. This suits me. When I get into university, I'll look in our school's martial arts library to see if there's any copyrighted copy. Then I'll practice this, too." As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Jinyun hit the back of his head with a neither light nor heavy blow. "Nonsense." Bai Jinyun glared at him and scolded him angrily. "That was recommended by Teacher Lin based on Qiye's special situation and talent. Can you apply for it? What's their ranking, and what's yours?" Bai Mujie covered his head and muttered with a look of grievance. Seeing this, Lin Qiye smiled and shook his head, helping to explain, "Uncle, actually, that's not a recommendation. This technique is very weak in functionality and mediocre in power. It was chosen mainly because it is easy to get started with, which meets my need to quickly build a foundation. If there is anything particularly desirable about it?" He paused, then said in a somewhat helpless tone, "Maybe it's because after practicing, you can stay awake for 24 hours, using practice to replace rest." "Ah." The excitement and yearning on Bai Mujia's face froze in an instant. He widened his eyes and looked at Lin Qiye in disbelief. "No sleep for 24 hours? Practicing all day? What fun is there in life then?" Seeing his terrified look, the whole family couldn't help laughing. Half an hour later, the group finished breakfast and walked out of the restaurant. The warm morning light shines on your body, making you feel warm. However, this comfort was soon broken. I saw a group of people walking towards me. They all had an extraordinary aura, and their every move and gesture showed the confidence and pride unique to the second generation of martial artists. Lin Qiye's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he recognized them. The young men and women in the lead were none other than the members of the gifted class that they met that day in the provincial private school entrance exam. At the center of the crowd, like the moon surrounded by stars, were the stern-looking Lei Qianjun and the cold-tempered Su Qingying. Beside them, Yan Feilong, who had been beaten into a pig's head by Lin Qiye, now had a gloomy expression on his face. "Qianjun, Qingying, you are fine now." Yes, one entered the Galaxy Martial Arts School, and the other entered the Dragon Soaring Martial Arts School. Both are the top schools in the empire. The rest of us can only go to Jinyo Martial Arts University. It's not bad, right, Yan Feilong? At this moment, Yan Feilong's sight fell on Lin Qiye, who had just walked out of the restaurant. At that moment, his expression became even gloomier. Chapter 068, Martial Arts in Competition. Who is this? His companions followed his gaze and saw Lin Xie and his group, and they all had a playful expression on their faces. However, Lin Xie did not look away, as if he did not see Yin Feilong's murderous gaze at all, and he and the Bai family members walked past them calmly. Behind him, Bai Jinfeng and Bai Jinyun could also feel that something was wrong in the atmosphere. Brother Feilong, what's wrong? Do you know each other? A young man next to him nudged Yin Feilong with his elbow, his tone full of a smile that showed he was enjoying watching the fun. Yin Feilong took a deep breath, forced himself to suppress the anger in his heart, snorted coldly, but did not answer. He knew very well that no matter what he said at this time, he would only bring shame upon himself. In front of these so-called classmates, any argument will only make oneself appear more incompetent and ridiculous. They were eager to see themselves and that guy clashing in the street so that they could laugh at themselves. Strength. In this world, only strength is the only right to speak. He clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. Just wait. 3 months later, it will be the joint entrance exam for the first college district. By then, I must stand out among the freshmen of Jinyo Martial Arts University and become a core student representing Jinyo. By then, you, Lin Xie, will probably only be able to sit in the audience and admire my demeanor. You won't even be eligible to play. Just as the two groups passed each other, Su Qingying, who had been silent and as cold as an iceberg, suddenly spoke in a voice as gentle as a spring and asked Lei Qianjun beside her, who is the candidate from the grain-producing area school. Lei Qianjun curled his lips in disdain. It's just that he relied on an unexpected and unconventional move to win by chance. His foundation is shallow, and he won't go far on the road of martial arts. His words were full of disdain and assertion, as if he had seen through Lin Xie's future. After hearing this, the elites from the genius class turned their amusement into contempt as a matter of course when they looked at Lin Xie's back. In their view, Lei Qianjuan's evaluation is the final verdict. Honey, are you okay? After walking a distance, Bai Mushi pulled the corner of Lin Xie's clothes with some concern and asked in a low voice. Lin Xie turned around and saw the concerned expressions on her and the others in the Bai family's face, and couldn't help but laugh. He squeezed Bai Mushi's hand and said lightly, "It's okay, I just met a defeated opponent." When Bai Jinfeng and Bai Jinyun heard Lin Xie's casual words and thought about the young man's gloomy and resentful eyes just now, they instantly understood what was going on. The student who was eliminated by Lin Xie in the exam seemed to be a second-generation student from a wealthy family. Bai Jinfeng wasn't worried at all. Instead, he smiled with relief. He patted Lin Xie on the shoulder and said in a deep voice, "The path of martial arts is all about competition. You've done very well. Don't take them to heart. In the future at Galaxy Martial Arts University, there will definitely be more things to compete for. This is a good thing, as it proves that you are on the path to success." Bai Mujie, who was standing by, immediately widened his eyes after digesting this information. He slapped his thigh and excitedly gave a thumbs up. "Brother-in-law, awesome," he said excitedly. "So it was you who eliminated Yin Feilong. Let me tell you, before the exam, everyone in the genius class was praising him to the skies. They said he was a guaranteed top 2 seed. And what happened? He was still knocked out by one punch from my brother-in-law." He snorted and looked at Lin Xie with admiration. "What kind of seed player is he? My brother-in-law is the real dragon." Afterwards, Bai Mushi accompanied her family to stroll through the bustling city center. Tomorrow they will take the interstellar train back to Haicheng, and today is their final farewell and tour. Lin Xie, on the other hand, had his own important business to attend to. That is donate again. He always felt uneasy unless he unlocked the Hunyuan Yi Qigong. He was alone, following the map navigation, and came to the Imperial Fertility Management Center, which was located on the edge of the Forest of Scholars and belonged to the First Academy District. However, as soon as Lin Xie arrived at the door of the solemn and technologically advanced white building, he was surrounded by a group of people. This was a group of middle-aged men and women who were well-dressed and had warm smiles. Each of them held a stack of QR code business cards, and they quickly stuffed them into Lin Xie's hands. "Handsome guy, can you tell me something? Take my business card. You won't get cheated." A middle-aged woman with curly hair squeezed to the front, her face full of wrinkles. "Whether you want to provide fertility information or need high-quality fertility information, we can help you match it here. The price is fair and the service is thoughtful." Another middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses followed closely behind, lowering his voice and saying mysteriously, "Handsome man, are you here to donate your fertility information?" Judging from your temperament, you're a student from a top university. Going through official channels is a hassle, with long lines and low subsidies. I have private channels here and can connect you with wealthy families who are sincerely seeking children. The price will definitely satisfy you. Yes, yes, yes. We can also help you with a beautification assessment of your genetic potential, making your profile look better in the database and increasing the chances of a successful match. Young man, this is a genuine first-hand resource. We connect directly with buyers, without any middlemen taking a cut. Lin Xie was stunned by this sudden scene, and several glowing electronic business cards were stuffed into his hands. Chapter 069: A Great Harvest of Conception. Lin Xie looked at this group of overly enthusiastic agents and felt a little amused and helpless for a moment. In Haichine, there has never been such a scene in front of the Fertility Management Center. Is this the planet's capital? Without hesitation, he threw those fancy electronic business cards into the energy recovery trash can on the side of the road. Lin Xie didn't know whether these intermediaries were trustworthy or not, as there might be unknown risks and traps hidden in them. For him, the profits from official channels are not important. What matters is that they are safe, reliable, and fast. He walked into the stately white building with familiarity, came to the counter, calmly presented his personal ID, and filled out the electronic application. The entire process went smoothly without any delay. Soon, he was led by an elegant nurse in a neat white coat and black stockings into an extremely private room. After a moment, Lin Xie walked out refreshed, feeling a lot more relaxed. He did not stay outside for too long and took the suspended railcar directly back to Galaxy Martial Arts University. As soon as he stepped into the door of the dormitory building, the long-awaited electronic prompt tones finally rang in his mind one after another. Ding! The host's genetic data has been successfully matched and conception has been completed. Get reward, randomly unlock the right to practice a technique. The permission to practice Hunyuan I Qigong is now open. In an instant, Lin Xie felt his mind become clear. It was as if a locked door suddenly opened, and all the practice methods, blood and qi transportation routes, and spiritual energy conversion tips of Hunyuan I Qigong were instantly integrated and became as clear as an innate instinct. He immediately had an idea and checked the system panel. Hunyuan I Qigong level 10100. Done. However, before he could fully digest this joy, the second prompt sound came. Ding! The host's genetic data has been successfully matched and conception has been completed. Get reward, randomly unlock the right to practice a technique. There is no unlocked skills, get 1 permission point. Then, the third sound. Ding! The host's genetic data has been successfully matched and conception has been completed. Get reward, randomly unlock the right to practice a technique. There is no unlocked skills, get 1 permission point. Lin Xie's face was instantly filled with irrepressible joy. Unexpectedly, this time I successfully conceived 3 times. Could it be that after becoming a warrior, that aspect of his abilities had also been greatly enhanced? Great harvest. Super big harvest. Not only did he successfully unlock Hunyuan I Qigong, he also unexpectedly obtained 2 precious authority points. System, how do I use this permission point? Lin Xie immediately asked in his heart. The system's cold and mechanical voice then explained. Authority points, providing the host with additional ways to unlock skills. 1 authority point can be used to unlock a technique that the host has cultivated to the entry stage, but has not yet been unlocked by the system. Lin Xie instantly understood the power of this authority point. Now, as long as he can practice any 2 skills to the entry level on his own, he can use these 2 authority points to immediately unlock them and start the progress bar mode. The D-level martial arts technique Dragon and Tiger Kung Fu immediately emerged in Lin Xie's mind. If one could also perfect the Dragon and Tiger Kung Fu and then integrate it with the perfect 8 Treasures Kung Fu, what would that be like? However, this thought only flashed through his mind, and he quickly shook his head, gathering his chaotic thoughts. You can't chew too much. The most urgent thing is to practice the Hunyuan I Qigong that has just been unlocked. After making up his mind, Lin Xie did not delay any longer and quickly returned to his dormitory on the 298th floor. Bai Mushi and his family were still shopping outside, and the dormitory was empty, which provided him with a perfect environment for practicing without being disturbed. He sat cross-legged in the middle of the living room, took a deep breath, and cleared his mind. Start practicing. As the practice began, Lin Xie could clearly feel that the ubiquitous spiritual energy in the surrounding air was being absorbed into his body in a gentle and long manner. After being transformed by the exercises, they became strands of the purest and most attributeless Hunyuan Qi, which slowly flowed into his Dantian Qi Sea. The whole process is like a trickle of water, moistening things silently, without any stagnation or force. Lin Shiye was pleasantly surprised to find that the efficiency of practicing Hunyuan Yi Qigong was beyond imagination. The exercise is performed easily and painlessly for one cycle, with almost no energy consumption, and the progress bar grows at an impressive rate. You can make a little progress almost every 10 minutes. Hunyuan Yi Qigong, level 1-100. Hunyuan Yi Qigong, level 1-100. Time passed quickly as Lin Shiye practiced with concentration. He was completely immersed in the pleasure of rapidly growing strength and lost all perception of the outside world. I don't know how long it took, but when the progress bar finally reached 100-100, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! Hunyuan Yi Qigong's level has been upgraded. Current level, level 20200. At that moment, Lin Shiye felt his whole body tremble, and the Hunyuan Qi in his body seemed to be purified, becoming more condensed, and the total amount also increased accordingly. His understanding of this technique instantly leaped from the previous superficial entry level to a new height, and many previously unclear details became clear. So that's how it is. Lin Shiye murmured to himself, his eyes full of surprise. Upgrading brings not only quantitative accumulation, but also a qualitative leap. Lin Shiye opened his eyes and found that it was dawn. The moon sets and the sun rises outside the window. Bai Mushi heard the noise outside, walked out of the room, and looked at him with concern. He didn't even notice when Bai Mushi came back. What time is it now? Lin Shiye asked in confusion. Bai Mushi saw that he had finally finished his training and a gentle smile appeared on her face. Hubby, I came back yesterday afternoon. Seeing that you were so focused on your training, I didn't dare to disturb you. Lin Shiye felt warm in his heart. He stood up, stretched his stiff body, and held her in his arms. He said apologetically, "Thank you for your hard work. Have you eaten yet?" Bai Mushi nuzzled into his arms, raised her head, and her eyes curved like a lovely crescent moon. She smiled and said, "The food is all hot, waiting for you." While eating, Lin Shiye saw an official notification message from Galaxy Martial Arts University on his terminal. Notify. To all freshmen. In order to fully understand the abilities of this year's freshmen before they enter the school, and to facilitate more targeted teaching arrangements, our school has decided to hold a school-wide preschool placement test on October 1st, the first day of school. The specific rules of this exam will be announced 3 days before the exam begins. Please note, the results of this baseline test are not directly linked to the monthly training resources, dormitory allocation, and other benefits. However, to encourage students to strive for excellence, the school has specially established the following rewards. 1. The top 1,000 students in the overall exam ranking will receive a one-time bonus of 100 credits. 2. In addition to the credits awarded, the top 100 students in this exam will also receive an additional opportunity to enter the A-level Gongfa library to select a Gongfa. The copyright fees for the Gongfa must be borne by the student. 3. In addition to the above rewards, the top 10 overall scorers in this exam will also receive a portion of body-tempering spiritual fluid provided by the school's Alchemy Institute. I hope that all students will take the exam seriously, prepare actively, and show their best as freshmen at Jingabudo University. Jingabudo University Academic Affairs Office. September 5, 40918 Imperial Calendar. Lin Shiye looked at the notice, a gleam in his eyes. A preliminary exam before the start of school? Although the results do not affect the existing treatment, the rewards are quite generous. 100 credits. Eligibility for selection into the A-level Kung Fu library. There is also body-tempering spiritual liquid. This is a huge temptation for any freshman. There are still more than 20 days until October 1st. For him, it is enough to take his strength to the next level. Chapter 070. Who says mastery is difficult? 5 days later. In the dormitory, Lin Shiye sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. After 5 days of sleepless work, the progress bar of his Hunyuan Yi Qigong advanced rapidly. At this moment, the system panel clearly displays Hunyuan Yi Qigong, level 40400. As the level of his skills improved, his control over the pure energy in his body also increased day by day. Just now, when his technique broke through to level 4, countless rays of light seemed to explode in his mind. A thought came to mind without any warning. He slowly extended his right index finger, and with a thought, he guided a tiny wisp of Hunyuan Qi in his body to his fingertips. The next second, a small, orange-red flame ignited out of thin air on his fingertips, jumping gently and emitting faint light and heat. Looking at this small flame, a bright smile finally appeared on Lin Qia's face. He remembered Lin Yuechan's warning 5 days ago. The second is enlightenment. After cultivating Hunyuan Yi Qi to an extremely high level, you must comprehend the universe and endow this ball of pure energy with a unique attribute: fire, thunder, space, life. Theoretically, it can be any attribute. But this step is harder than ascending to heaven. Countless warriors who practice Hunyuan Yi Qigong have been stuck at this step their entire lives, ultimately becoming nothing more than ordinary people. Therefore, it is difficult to master. Harder than climbing to the sky? Stuck at this step your entire life? Lin Xie looked down at the flames dancing happily at his fingertips with a strange expression. If teacher Lin Yuechan knew that I broke through the bottleneck of the so-called difficulty in achieving perfection in just 5 days, at the 4th level of the technique, I wonder what her expression would be? Lin Xie thought with a sense of mischief in his heart. With a thought, the flame on his fingertips went out quietly without leaving a trace. After the flame on his fingertips went out, Lin Xie couldn't wait to open the system panel to check his changes over the past 5 days. The moment he saw the data on the panel clearly, he was stunned, with an expression of incredible surprise on his face. Host, Lin Xie. Genetic potential, 12.1%. Physical fitness, 115 plus. Spirit, 115 plus. Psychic power, 101 plus. Gymnastics, set 128 of radio gymnastics level 10 max, 8 treasures exercise level 55100, Hunyuan Yi Qigong level 40400. Partner, by Mushi favorability 85. Offspring, 5 incubation. Permission points, 2. After Hunyuan Yi Qigong was upgraded to level 4, not only did the genetic potential suddenly increase by more than 1%. What shocked him even more was that the attribute of psychic power actually broke through the 100-point mark from the initial 50 points. Psychic power corresponds to the ability I used fire just now? Lin Xie's heart was in turmoil. As for the various theoretical knowledge about cultivation, he actually only had a vague understanding of it, not quite. But the shocking numerical growth on the system panel told him intuitively what an astonishing transformation had taken place in him. As Lin Yuechan said, Hunyuan Yi Qigong is easy to get started with, but extremely difficult to master. For countless warriors, this difficulty is an insurmountable chasm that they cannot overcome in their entire lives. However, for Lin Xie, who owns the system, this biggest shortcoming has become his most incomparable advantage. Just 5 days. The breakthrough of Hunyuan Yi Qigong to level 4 brought him such a huge surprise. He no longer dared to imagine what would happen if he continued to upgrade this technique. It seems that the 8 treasure skill and the dragon and tiger skill have to be put at the back of the list. Now the main focus of cultivation should be temporarily placed on the Hunyuan Yi Qigong. Lin Xie made up his mind secretly. At this time, he was eager to test his current specific data. So I opened the school's public facilities reservation system and prepared to go to the training hall to verify it. However, when he clicked on the reservation page of the public training hall, he found that the densely packed schedules on the screen were almost all dyed red, representing reserved. The nearest available time slots are already booked for 7 days later, and the few remaining spots are precarious. So popular? Lin Xie didn't dare to delay and quickly made an appointment for a free time in the afternoon of the 7th day. After making an appointment at the training hall, Lin Xie fell into new thoughts. Will there be a practical component in this preschool placement test? The answer is most likely yes. Although he now has a lot of skills, his spiritual energy is growing rapidly, and his fingers can even emit fire, but he does not have a decent offensive martial art. In a real battle, this is a huge disadvantage. Just like the last entrance exam, he was passively beaten almost the entire time, and although he had strength, he couldn't efficiently convert it into victory. Thinking of this, Lin Xie no longer hesitated, opened the terminal, and sent a message directly to Lin Yuechan. He asked sincerely if she could recommend some martial arts that were suitable for him. Even if it is paid consultation, the money has to be spent. An hour later, Lin Yuechan replied to the message. Lin Yuechan, I was just in class. For martial arts, you can choose to take it online or offline. Lin Yuechan, if you're online, you can pay directly through the link I gave you and purchase my online beginner martial arts video course. It will first cover the 12 most popular basic martial arts in the empire. After learning the basics, you can choose a school and continue learning its beginner martial arts set. This set of beginner martial arts should be enough for you to handle situations within the next 6 months. Lin Yuechan, then there will be one-on-one offline tutoring. I'll help you analyze your fighting style, tailor a martial arts combination that's most suitable for you, and provide a preliminary explanation. The price is still 10,000 credits per hour. The first time can probably be completed within an hour. It's up to you. When Lin Qiye saw these two messages, he had almost no hesitation. Lin Qiye replied decisively, "Teacher Lin, when are you free?" Although online courses are cheap, they are universal and cannot teach students according to their aptitude. What he lacks most now is a professional mentor to point him in the right direction. The most important thing is to choose the one that suits you best. What's more, that Hanyuan Qigong recommended to him by Lin Yuechan in her last offline get out of class has already brought him great benefits. He even wondered if he could ask Lin Yuechan to recommend another martial art similar to the style of Hanyuan Qigong, easy to get started, extremely difficult to master, and with a very high ceiling? Chapter 71, Meeting the Second Generation of Tiantai Again. Soon, Lin Yuechan's reply came, with a hint of helplessness. Lin Yuechan, I'm fully booked for my regular class schedule this month. If you don't mind, I can spare an hour for you the night after tomorrow, from 12 a.m. to 1 a.m. Lin Qiye was stunned and secretly astonished. Isn't this teacher Lin too popular? So he quickly replied, "No problem. I'll be there on time the day after tomorrow morning." After finalizing the important matters, Lin Qiye felt a sense of emptiness in his stomach and a strong sense of hunger came over him. He stood up, called Bai Mushi who was reading, and said with a smile, "Wife, let's go eat." Bai Mushi smiled sweetly and said, "The food has been prepared a long time ago. I'll serve it now." She pulled Lin Qiye to sit down at the dining table, then turned and walked into the kitchen. Soon, a rich aroma of meat wafted out from the kitchen, making Lin Qiye's stomach growl even louder. Bai Mushi walked out laboriously, carrying a huge alloy tray. On the tray was half a roasted cow that was sizzling, golden and crispy. The skin is crispy and the meat inside is tender and fresh. It is sprinkled with secret spices, which makes the aroma very appetizing. "Eat, it's enough for today." Bai Mushi put the huge tray on the table and said proudly. Lin Qiye's eyes widened as he watched. Ever since he started practicing Hanyuan Qigong, his body has become like a bottomless pit, with his demand for energy and food increasing day by day. He didn't hesitate, picked up the knife and fork, and started to eat. He devoured the food like a whirlwind. Bai Mushi sat opposite him, supporting her chin with one hand, watching him eat with tenderness in her eyes. From time to time, she served him food, handed him tissues and drinks, her eyes full of happiness and satisfaction. Soon, only a bare skeleton was left of the half-roasted cow. Bai Mushi was also stunned for a moment when she looked at the bone that was so clean that it looked like it had been licked. Then she asked with concern, "Husband, are you full?" Lin Qiye touched his stomach, scratched his head a little embarrassedly, and answered honestly, "It feels a little short." Puff. Bai Mushi looked at Lin Qiye, who looked like a child who had done something wrong, and couldn't help laughing out loud. Her eyebrows were curved like the crescent moon in the sky. "My husband is so awesome, there's more." Having said that, she turned and walked into the kitchen again, and brought out another identical huge tray, on which was another half of a roasted cow that was also roasted to golden brown and juicy. Lin Qiye widened his eyes and a warm feeling surged in his heart. It turned out that my wife had already guessed that I could eat it and made preparations in advance. This meal was a hearty one. When the last beef rib was eaten clean, Lin Qiye finally patted his slightly bulging belly in satisfaction and breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm full. Thank you, my wife." He looked at Bai Mushi, his eyes full of gratitude and love. Bai Mushi had a smile on her face, but she was secretly calculating in her heart. Fortunately, Lin Qiye said yesterday that he couldn't eat enough outside, so he went to the market today to buy a cow and came prepared. But I didn't expect that the amount that had been prepared for a whole day was all eaten by him in just one meal. It seems that I have to go to the vegetable market again later. Supporting a husband who was a big eater and a warrior who was in a period of rapid growth is really a sweet and arduous task. Lin Qiye and Bai Mushi held hands and came to the market in the school's commercial street. There was a rich variety of food here, and people were coming and going, full of the breath of life. Unexpectedly, as soon as I entered the market, I ran into a group of people. Lin Qiye recognized two of them at a glance: Qin Xiaoxiao and Lu Jinlong, who had performed brilliantly in the entrance examination. In the second stage, this woman and man, leading the students of Tiantai No. 1 Middle School, completely suppressed the gifted class of Haicheng No. 1 Middle School. They are true geniuses. Even Lei Qianjun and Su Qingying had to retreat. Next to them, there was another young man and woman who looked somewhat familiar. They must be in the same class as them. It seems that they all successfully entered Galaxy Martial Arts University and will be classmates from now on. Lin Xie just glanced at it casually and then looked away. He was not from Tiantai City, so he didn't know these so-called second-generation martial artists and had no interest in currying favor with them, so naturally he didn't bother to pay any attention to them. Qin Xiaoxiao, Lu Jinlong and others also felt Lin Xie's gaze almost at the same time. They looked at Lin Xie and Bai Mushi curiously, but there was no emotion in their eyes and they quickly looked away. That boy, I seem to have seen him somewhere before? The tall and thin boy next to Lu Jinlong pondered and said with a frown. The long-haired girl next to him thought for a moment and guessed, I think I've seen him somewhere during the entrance exam. He looks a little familiar, but I can't remember him at all. I don't have any impression of him. The tall, thin boy laughed heartily and said in a superior tone, Shiyu, you have no impression of him. That means this person's information isn't even worth collecting and analyzing. There's a 99% chance that he's just a low-level dark horse who emerged from a small 4th or 5th tier city by chance. Chen Shuyuan nodded in agreement. Well, then, forget about him. I don't understand why the school's admissions policy is like this. Every year, they let a few dark horses like this in, taking up precious admission spots. She curled her lips, her tone tinged with disdain and contempt. And what's the result? Within 2 years, their true colors are revealed. Some sell their bodies for resources, while others can't handle the pressure and have mental breakdowns. Some go crazy or jump off buildings. Every year, there are 1 or 2 like that. As they were talking, they happened to see Lin Xie and Bai Mushi picking out fresh mutant whole cattle in front of a stall, and the mockery on their faces became even more intense. Heh, he's still eating this kind of primitive food. He's really backward. The boy next to Chuyu laughed. Looking at his genetic potential, it's only a little over 10% at most. He's still at the stage where he can only rely on food to replenish his energy. Xin Xiaoxiao, who had been silent all the time, looked at Lin Xie's back again, but soon regained her composure. The tall, thin boy echoed, Xiyu is right. Once genetic potential exceeds 11%, the body's energy needs will increase exponentially. Relying solely on food for energy is too inefficient and can no longer keep up with consumption. We must switch to using high-concentration nutrient solution to maintain it. However, how long can someone from a lower-class background sustain the consumption of nutrient solution? In their view, Lin Xie's future is already clear. He is destined to be ruthlessly eliminated in this institution that gathers the elites from the entire galaxy. Chapter 72 An Unexpected Encounter in the Tutoring Class. Lin Xie had no idea what those talented students from Tiantai No. 1 Middle School thought of him. All his attention at this moment was focused on the fun of selecting ingredients with Bai Mushi. The 2 men finally chose a mutant whole cow that looked the most plump and tender, weighing several hundred pounds. They paid for it and prepared to drag it home directly. At this moment, the middle-aged boss who looked honest and simple and had been selling meat here all year round wiped the oil off his hands and took the initiative to talk. Young man, the boss looked at Lin Xie and said with the tone of an experienced person, judging from your appetite, I know that you have reached a critical stage in your cultivation. But I have to say one more thing, relying solely on food to obtain energy is still too inefficient, and it will soon not be able to keep up with your consumption. At that time, you must switch to using high-concentration nutrient solution to maintain your energy. As he spoke, he pulled out an electronic business card from under the counter and handed it over. I have a channel here. I can get high-concentration nutrient solution. It's absolutely cheap and large in quantity. I won't cheat you. Do you want to try it? My old customers who have tried it all say it's good. Lin Xie took the business card, smiled and shook his head, boss, not yet. I will contact you when I need it. Okay. The boss nodded and didn't force it. Instead, he seemed more enthusiastic. He turned around and took out a thumb-sized bottle filled with light blue liquid from the refrigerator next to him and stuffed it into Lin Xie's hand. Meeting is fate. I have a 10 milliliters sample bottle here. Take it home and try it, the boss explained with a smile. Don't underestimate its small size. This little bottle has an absorption rate equivalent to eating 10 pounds of beef. If it works for you, come back and see me. The boss has been selling meat here for 40 years. He has grown from a young man who once dreamed of becoming a martial artist and had a promising future to a middle-aged man who inherited the family business of slaughtering pigs and cattle. He has seen more students here than Lin Xie has eaten cows. As soon as I saw the temperament and attire of the young man and woman in front of me, I knew that they came from the lower class with no background. This kind of student probably hasn't used good nutrient solution much and can still survive by eating food. But as long as they want to continue on the path of martial arts, they will soon encounter a bottleneck in food energy replenishment. Let's make a good relationship now and send some samples out. Maybe we can turn it into a long-term business in the future. Lin Xie looked at the trial package in his hand, felt the boss's kindness, thanked him again, and then left with Baimushi, dragging the huge whole cow, feeling satisfied. 2 days later, at noon. The dormitory was silent, with only the sound of Lin Xie's steady and long breathing. Suddenly, his tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Ding! Hunyuan Yi Qigong level increased. Current level, level 50500. Genetic potential plus 1%. Call. Lin Xie took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled, as if to expel all the bad air in his body. He immediately checked the system panel. Host, Lin Xie. Genetic potential, 13.1%. Physical fitness, 122 plus. Spirit, 122 plus. Psychic power, 111 plus. Exercises, said 128 of radio gymnastics level 10 max, 8 treasures exercise level 55100, Hunyuan Yi Qigong level 50500. Partner, Baimushi favorability 85. Offspring, 5 incubation. Permission points, 2. Genetic potential has increased by a full 1%. It's now 13.1%. On the system panel, all data have been significantly improved. This is like riding a rocket. Lin Xie's mind moved, and a cluster of orange-red flames ignited again at his fingertips. On the surface, the size and color of the flames seemed to remain unchanged. But Lin Xie could clearly feel that the temperature it contained was 2 or 3 points higher than before. The flame was retracted, and the intense feeling of hunger came as expected. As soon as Lin Xie sat down at the dining table, Baimushi came out of the kitchen carrying a huge tray. Come on, come on. This time, on the tray was a whole lamb that was roasted to a crispy outside, tender inside, and fragrant. Starting from yesterday, in order to change her husband's taste, Baimushi's menu changed from whole beef to whole lamb. Soon, under Baimushi's doting and satisfied smile, Lin Xie devoured the whole roasted lamb like a whirlwind. He patted his belly contentedly, stood up, and took Baimushi's hand. Let's go, wife, buy some groceries. The two came to the market in the school's commercial street again. On the way, Baimushi asked softly, Husband, what do you want to eat tonight? Lin Xie thought for a moment and said, Let's buy a whole cow. I feel like beef has more energy. Baimushi nodded, and the two of them came to the familiar beef shop again. On the way, Baimushi looked at Lin Xie's energetic appearance and couldn't help but ask with some concern, Husband, can we really replenish our energy with food alone? Otherwise, should we buy some nutrient solution? I saw online that everyone said that after the genetic potential exceeds 10%, you must start using nutrient solution, otherwise it will affect your cultivation progress. Lin Xie shook his head, held her hand tightly, and comforted her, Don't use it for now, honey, I think it's absorbed quite well. He thought for a moment and added, I don't know what's going on with me, but it seems a little different from other people's. After eating a whole lamb or a whole cow, I feel warm all over, and my strength is restored. I don't feel any discomfort. After hearing what he said, Baimushi could only sigh softly and said, Okay, then you should take care of yourself. If you feel anything wrong, be sure to tell me. In fact, Lin Xie did not lie. He himself did not know what was going on. Was it the special effect of the new Qigong technique, Hunyuan Yi Qigong? Or was it the radio gymnastics he had cultivated to perfection that was subtly transforming his body? The most likely possibility is one of these two techniques. Or maybe, is it because my physique is just special? Lin Xie shook his head and stopped worrying about these things that he couldn't understand. If you don't understand something, don't think too much about it, so as not to worry yourself. This is the creed that Lin Xie has always adhered to. The two soon arrived at the familiar beef shop. Boss, you're here again. When the boss saw Lin Xie and Baimushi, he immediately greeted them warmly. When the boss saw Lin Xie chose a huge whole cow without hesitation, he couldn't contain his curiosity anymore. He asked while packing up, Handsome boy, let me ask you something. You've been eating whole cows and lambs for so many days in a row. Can your stomach really handle it? I've seen many new warriors who have to go to the hospital to see the gastroenterology department within 3 days of eating like you. Their bodies can't handle it at all. Lin Xie patted his stomach, showing his white teeth, and replied with a smile, "Yes, I feel pretty good, there is no problem with digestion." As he said this, he paid the bill, easily dragged the packaged cow weighing hundreds of pounds with one hand, turned around and walked away, his steps brisk and effortless, as if he was dragging only a bag of cotton. The boss looked at Lin Xie as departing back, subconsciously touched his bald head, and muttered to himself in confusion, "Strange. Really strange. Is he practicing some unconventional technique to strengthen his stomach? But to save a little money on nutrient solution and practice this kind of thing, isn't it more harm than good, putting the cart before the horse?" With his limited knowledge, he was completely unable to understand the strange phenomenon happening to Lin Xie. After returning home, Lin Xie continued to practice every minute. After the progress bar of Hunyuan Qigong advanced more than 100 times, he stopped with a feeling of being unsatisfied. I looked at the time and it was almost 11:30. The time agreed with Lin Yuechan is midnight. It's time to go. Lin Xie changed into the combat uniform he wore when he entered school, said hello to Bai Mushi, and went alone to teaching building number 10 in the core area of the school. The campus late at night is not as quiet as imagined. On the road, you can still see many students wearing various combat uniforms coming and going. They were in a hurry, their expressions focused, some had just come out of the training hall, still covered in sweat and fatigue, some were about to rush to a teaching building, their eyes flashing with a desire for power. Those who are active on campus at this time should all be freshmen like me. Lin Xie sighed inwardly, the cultivation atmosphere here is really strong. Coming to the familiar door of room 2202 again, Lin Xie knocked gently. "Come in." It was still that cold and crisp voice. He pushed the door open and found that there was another person in the training room besides Lin Yuechan. She was a tall girl with short and sleek hair. She was wearing a dark red tight combat uniform that perfectly outlined her youthful and energetic curves. She was facing away from the door, asking Lin Yuechan for advice. Hearing the door open, she and Lin Yuechan turned around together. Lin Xie's pupils shrank slightly. It turned out to be Qin Xiaoxiao, whom I met a few days ago. Chapter 73 Martial Arts Basics. When Qin Xiaoxiao saw Lin Xie, a hint of surprise also appeared on her pretty face. "Do you know each other?" Lin Yuechan looked at the two of them with interest and asked curiously. In her opinion, Qin Xiaoxiao is one of the most outstanding geniuses of this generation of the Qin family in Haicheng, with a prominent family background and extraordinary talents. Could it be that this Lin Xie has some special background that I don't know about? However, Qin Xiaoxiao only glanced at Lin Xie lightly, then retracted her gaze, shook her head at Lin Yuechan, and said calmly, "I don't know him." After she finished speaking, she bowed slightly to Lin Yuechan and said politely, "Thank you, Teacher Lin, for your guidance tonight. I'll take my leave now." Then, she turned and left the training room without saying a word. When Qin Xiaoxiao walked past Lin Xie, a faint fragrance wafted by. But her gaze did not linger at all, as if Lin Xie was just an insignificant passerby. Lin Xie shrugged and didn't care about it. Only when the door of the training room was closed again did Lin Yuechan's gaze return to Lin Xie. Her sharp eyes seemed to see through him from inside out. "Not bad, not bad." Lin Yuechan looked him up and down, nodding with satisfaction. "In just a few days, you've made great progress. It seems you've listened to my advice and started practicing slaying Sun Qigong?" Lin Xie felt a little embarrassed when he heard this. He didn't expect that Lin Yuechan had seen it wrong. However, seeing that Lin Xie didn't say anything, Lin Yuechan thought that he agreed, and the satisfaction on her face became even stronger. "Very good, your comprehension is even higher than I expected. It seems this technique is very suitable for you. Then after school starts, you can take my course." At Galaxy Martial Arts University, taking a teacher's main course is equivalent to becoming the teacher's disciple and being considered a registered disciple. Judging from your current situation, your genetic potential should be around 12% or 13%, right? As a 10-star extraordinary warrior, her spiritual perception is so sharp that she can even clearly feel the new, weak but extremely pure fire elemental power in Lin Xie's body. This made her more confident in her judgment. "Okay, let's get back to the point." Lin Yuechan got straight to the point. "There are several supporting martial arts for slaying Sun Qigong. First, you should practice the technique for me. That way, I can judge your current level of control over spiritual energy and choose the most suitable martial arts for you." Lin Xie felt his scalp tingling when he heard her words. This is a huge misunderstanding. He could only bite the bullet and explain, Teacher Yue-chan, I practice the Hunyuan I Qigong. Lin Yue-chan raised her eyebrows, the smile on her face froze instantly, and she looked at him in surprise. You said you were practicing the Hunyuan I Qigong? That's not right, then the fire elemental power in your body. Could it be that you have already enlightened? Lin Xie nodded reluctantly. At that moment, Lin Yue-chan looked at Lin Xie as if she was looking at a monster. What kind of understanding is this? In less than a week, you have practiced Hunyuan I Qigong to the level of enlightenment? Is it really such a coincidence that he is the one in a million who has a physique that is perfectly compatible with Hunyuan I Qigong? Anyway, at the moment, this seems to be the only possible explanation. You, rehearse it for me. Lin Yue-chan's tone trembled slightly, a tone she herself hadn't noticed. Lin Xie did as he was told and slowly performed the level 4 Hunyuan I Qigong in the center of the training ground. He deliberately restrained himself so as not to shock Lin Yue-chan too much. However, as he practiced, Lin Yue-chan's eyes widened and she exclaimed in amazement. This smooth and flowing movement, this perfected spiritual energy. When Lin Xie finished his training and stood still, Lin Yue-chan looked at him with an extremely complicated expression. Monster! What a monster! Lin Yue-chan looked at Lin Xie and muttered to herself. But soon, the shock in her eyes was replaced by a more complex and cautious look. It was true, Lin Xie was a martial arts genius. However, in the Galaxy Martial Arts University, which brings together the elites of the entire galaxy, martial arts geniuses are not uncommon. In the pioneering era 300 or 400 years ago, comprehension was the most important factor in determining a warrior's upper limit. But in today's 0755 galaxy, martial arts have long entered the industrial age. As the saying goes, if you don't have enough understanding, you can make up for it with resources. How far a person can go on the road of martial arts is certainly determined by comprehension, but resources, especially at the warrior stage, are even more important than comprehension. Not to mention, genius is often accompanied by various problems. The Lin Xie in front of him had an almost paranoid habit. He only chose simple and introductory skills. In her opinion, this is almost equivalent to a sign of weak martial arts will. Such people may be able to make rapid progress in the early stages with their talents, but once they encounter a bottleneck, they will need to rely on strong will to overcome it. For example, the crucial martial intentions stage in martial arts is likely to fall into great difficulties or even become devastated. Since Lin Xie chose the path of Hunyuan I Qigong and showed such amazing adaptability, she had no right to give him any more warnings. Young people nowadays are becoming more and more independent-minded, unlike me when I was young and only obeyed the arrangements of my family and teachers. Thinking of this, Lin Yue-chan suppressed her unnecessary emotions and stopped worrying about the technique. She calmed herself down and brought the topic back on track. Okay, let's talk about martial arts. Do you have any martial arts experience before? Lin Xie shook his head honestly. No, I have only practiced radio gymnastics and 8 treasures kung fu, and have not learned any offensive martial arts. After listening to this, Lin Yue-chan shook her head helplessly and sighed. Do high schools nowadays really not teach anything? They don't even teach the most basic martial arts skills. It's good that you're a blank slate, so I don't have to help you correct your bad habits. She calmed herself down, her expression turned serious, and she began to explain the basics of martial arts to Lin Xie. Martial arts are methods of utilizing one's own strength. There are countless martial arts techniques, and they are all based on the most basic force-generating techniques. While knives, guns, sticks, and clubs may seem ever-changing, they actually all have the same basic principles. So-called weapons are nothing more than the lengthening of your arms and the sharpening of your fists. Once you understand the principles of boxing, you will know how to chop, slash, thrust, and pierce, all of which are variations of punching. Once you master the footwork, you will be able to leap, move, dodge, and turn, and only then will you be able to drive the weapon and achieve its full potential. Therefore, the foundation of all martial arts must begin with fists and footwork. Fists are an extension of attack, and footwork is the foundation of strength. Without a solid foundation, everything else is just a castle in the air. Before she finished speaking, Lin Yue-chan moved. Chapter 74, Martial Arts Will. Lin Yue-chan stepped on the ground seemingly casually, and her whole body floated several meters away like a weightless fallen leaf. Her steps were light and graceful, yet full of mystery. Then, she lowered her waist and punched straight out. There was no earth-shaking noise, no dazzling light effects. It's just such a simple punch, each move, yet it's full of an indescribable sense of rhythm. It seems as if every movement has been honed through thousands of trials and tribulations, perfectly mobilizing the strength of the whole body. A set of boxing techniques combined with footwork is performed smoothly and in one go. When she retracted her fist and stood still, the invisible sharpness slowly dissipated. Did you see clearly? This is the basic boxing technique and the basic footwork. Lin Yuechan looked at Lin Xie and spoke slowly. These are the universal basic martial arts officially promulgated by the empire, and they are also the foundation of all martial arts. Don't underestimate them because they are low level and basic. In fact, they are far more important than the radio gymnastics you practice. Aside from a few large families with long-standing traditions who have been taught secret martial arts since childhood, 99% of the warriors in the empire practice these two basic martial arts to the level of mastery before choosing subsequent martial arts schools based on their own characteristics. She said slowly, I'll practice it again. Watch carefully. Then you can try it. With your comprehension, you might be able to get the hang of it quickly. Being there in person is certainly 10 times better than VR, and 1,000 times better than watching a digital video. Lin Xie thought to himself, Teacher Yuechan, you think too highly of me. An hour passed quickly. Lin Yuechan looked at Lin Xie's clumsy demonstration and frowned tightly. Unexpectedly, Lin Xie's performance was among the worst among all the students she had taught. This was totally different from what she expected. His movements were stiff, his footwork was disordered, his punches were soft and powerless, and he couldn't even find the most basic force. In 1 hour, even if you don't learn all the basic boxing and basic footwork, at least you should have learned the form. But Lin Xie's performance was unexpectedly poor. Lin Yuechan shook her head, a look of disappointment barely concealed on her face. She said, It seems your martial arts talent is very poor, very poor. You might want to consider carefully whether you should become a theoretical martial arts scholar. Perhaps this path is more suitable for you. Lin Yuechan did not hide anything, nor did she give him any face. In her opinion, it is better to speak more harshly now than to lead him astray in the future and waste his talent in martial arts. Lin Xie touched his head, a hint of embarrassment on his face, and asked, Is it so serious? Serious? Lin Yuechan's tone became even more stern. Let me tell you this. The girl you saw just now was learning the A-level martial art, red sword technique, from me. In the first hour, she was already able to perform the sword technique in a form. Although she's still immature, she's already established herself. Her sharp eyes fell on Lin Xie, and she continued to attack him without hesitation. And you only learned the most basic boxing and footwork. An hour has passed, and you can't even stand steadily or find the right strength. What do you think? Lin Xie shook his head helplessly and did not refute. In Lin Yuechan's view, his appearance was an admission of his own incompetence, and the disappointment in her heart increased a little. However, Lin Xie was secretly muttering in his heart. Okay, I admit that I was just a little slow in getting started. Poor talent? After I go back and activate these two basic skills in the system. It depends on how quickly I finish it. Seeing Lin Xie's calm and composed look, Lin Yuechan's anger of hating iron for not becoming steel dissipated a lot. She shook her head, knowing that talking any further would be useless. Never mind. The way of martial arts depends on fate. It cannot be forced. She calmed herself down and said businesslike, the boxing and footwork I'm practicing here today will be automatically captured and recorded by the training room's intelligence system. Within 24 hours, a dedicated VR instructional video will be generated. You can then pay to download it and learn from my movements. This immersive teaching method will definitely be much more effective than watching those old digital videos. She paused, a hint of pride in her tone, then quickly turned serious. Of course, when I was practicing just now, I also incorporated my own martial arts will. You can watch the VR video repeatedly, which will help you understand the fist will and step will. However, compared to the martial arts will of that martial god Ling Zhan, my martial arts will is only as different as a firefly and a bright moon. It's up to you to decide which method you choose to learn. God of War Ling Zhan? What does that mean? Lin Xie looked confused when he heard this. Lin Yuechan was stunned for a moment, looking at his confused and curious eyes, before she suddenly reacted. Once again, I subconsciously mistook him for one of those children from aristocratic families. She quickly explained, the official instructional videos for basic boxing and basic footwork come from the main star of Taurus. They were personally recorded and practiced by His Majesty, the martial god Ling Zhan, one of Taurus's first pioneers. This is common knowledge known to most martial arts families. The first pioneers of Taurus? The god of war Ling Zhan? Lin Xie's eyes widened instantly, and a huge wave of emotion rose in his heart. Taurus Trailblazer. That person is not even on the same level as the pioneer of the 0755 galaxy. If we say that the pioneers of the 0755 galaxy were the brave pioneers who drove advanced starships and used mature skills to conquer the surrounding star fields after the Galactic Empire had established a stable territory on the main star of Taurus, then, the first pioneers of Taurus were the founders who, relying on their most primitive flesh and blood bodies and simple spacecraft, carved out a bloody path for the Empire in Taurus and laid the foundation for the main star when the Empire was facing the completely unknown Taurus starfield and even the main star had not yet been determined. They are true myths, names engraved at the top of the Taurus History Monument. And the god of war is a myth among myths. It can be said that it was because of these first pioneers that there were later pioneers of various star systems such as the 0755 galaxy. Lin Yuechan looked at the uncontrollable shock and yearning in Lin Xie's eyes and continued, "That was just a digital video recorded using the oldest technology. The picture quality is crude and far less immersive than the popular VR holographic tutorials nowadays. For ordinary people, VR may be better, but for a genius like you with a high level of understanding of martial arts, watching the official original version may give you a chance to feel the boundless will of the martial god." Her voice unconsciously laced with reverence. When martial god Ling Zhan demonstrates his punches and kicks in the video, it contains his martial god level martial arts will. Even in the most ancient recordings, that will has not completely dissipated. If you can comprehend even a tiny bit from it, it will have immeasurable benefits for your future martial arts path. Now, the top student in our Galaxy Martial Arts University's warrior grade is someone who has comprehended a trace of the martial god's martial spirit and integrated it into his own martial spirit, becoming invincible in his own class. After saying this, Lin Yuechan looked at Lin Xie's confused look and couldn't help but laugh at herself in her heart. What am I doing? Looking at his clumsy and uncoordinated hands and feet just now, he couldn't even master the most basic form, let alone comprehend the illusory martial arts will that is harder than climbing to the sky. Giving him hope may only make him aim too high and fall even harder. Chapter 075 Basic Boxing, Add Points. Of course, Lin Yuechan changed the subject and returned her gaze to Lin Xie. "The set of punches I just performed also carried my martial spirit. Compared to the martial god Ling Zhan, it's the difference between a firefly and the bright moon, not worth mentioning. But precisely because of this, my martial spirit is easier for beginners like you to perceive and comprehend. As for those so-called learn basic boxing techniques in 1 day and learn explosive punch in 3 days courses on the market, they're all just hype and attention-grabbing garbage. They're completely useless and are nothing more than a scam to trick people into clicking on them and signing up for courses." Lin Yuechan looked at his pensive expression and couldn't bear it after all. She kindly reminded him, "I personally suggest that you start with my VR teaching video. It's more suitable for your current stage." "Okay, thank you, teacher." Lin Xie nodded solemnly. Walking out of the training room, the cool breeze of the late night blew on his face, making his confused mind clearer. He stood in the corridor, thinking back to what he had experienced in the past hour, and suddenly felt a little amused and helpless. "I spent 10,000 credit points, and it seems like I learned nothing?" If he had known that he would only be taught basic boxing and basic footwork, he wouldn't have had to spend this money in vain. However, when Lin Xie changed his mind, the depression in his heart disappeared. "If it weren't for Lin Yuechan's words, I really wouldn't have known so much information. Information is the most valuable." From this perspective, the 10,000 credit points were well spent. Back in the dormitory on the 298th floor, the warm lights dispelled the chill of the night. Bai Mushi hadn't slept yet and was sitting on the sofa waiting for him. Seeing Lin Xie coming back, she hurried over to greet him and asked with concern, "Husband, how is it? Have you chosen your martial arts?" Lin Xie changed his shoes, walked over to sit next to her, and told her everything about tonight's class. When Bai Mushi heard that Lin Yuechan was teaching basic boxing and basic footwork, a look of surprise appeared on her beautiful face. "So Galaxy Martial Arts University is also like this," she said with some surprise. "I originally thought that only third-rate martial arts universities like the one I got into would require students to first master the basic boxing and basic footwork techniques, and then choose advanced martial arts styles based on their individual abilities. I didn't expect that even a martial arts holy place like Galaxy Martial Arts University would follow the same approach." Lin Xie nodded, and then told Bai Mushi about the god of war Ling Zhan and the will of martial arts. However, after listening to this, Bai Mushi just shook her head slightly, with a hint of understanding in her eyes. "Our teacher never mentioned this to us," she said softly. "We were using the VR teaching videos the teacher recorded himself. It's probably because, with our level of understanding, the teacher felt that even if he mentioned it, it would be the same as not saying it at all. Or maybe our teacher hasn't grasped that martial spirit either. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. In the living room of the dormitory, Lin Chiye replayed Lin Yuechan's VR teaching video over and over again. He disassembled, analyzed, and imitated every movement and every detail of the force. During these 5 days, he hardly slept and put all his energy into these two most basic martial arts. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and moved his body. No longer as stiff and clumsy as at the beginning, his footsteps, though still unfamiliar, had a certain method to them. His punches, though still soft, had a sense of exerting force. After he stumbled through the entire set of basic boxing and basic footwork, he immediately calmed down and looked at his system panel. Kung Fu, basic boxing unlocked, basic footwork unlocked. Getting started. An expression of irrepressible joy appeared on his face. Finally. Lin Chiye let out a long sigh and relaxed completely. However, this mental relaxation caused the fatigue accumulated over the past 5 days to surge in like a tide. He just felt his head was swollen, as if it was stuffed with a tangled mess, heavy and dizzy. He subconsciously practiced the Hunyuan Yi Qigong, and a stream of pure energy flowed through his body, slightly dispelling the fatigue in his body. However, the drowsiness that came from deep within his mind did not subside at all. No way. He felt his eyelids were as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and he staggered towards the bedroom, almost falling onto the bed. As soon as his head touched the pillow, he fell into a deep sleep, even snoring softly. Bai Mushi walked out quietly and looked at his sleeping face, her eyes full of heartache. She gently covered Lin Chiye with a thin quilt, then sat on the edge of the bed, gently stretched out her hand, and gently stroked her still flat belly without any bulge. Dad works so hard, so he's setting a good example for our baby, right? I don't know how long I slept, but when Lin Chiye slowly woke up, the sky outside the window was already bright again. He suddenly jumped up from the bed without any hesitation. His first reaction was to calm his mind and open the system panel. Kung Fu, basic boxing unlocked, basic footwork unlocked. A gleam flashed in his eyes. System, use permission points to unlock basic boxing and basic footwork. Ding. Consuming 1 permission point, basic boxing has been unlocked. Ding. Consume 1 permission point, basic footwork has been unlocked. As the system prompt sounded, Lin Chiye felt a loud bang in his mind, as if 2 locked doors were pushed open in an instant. All the force-generating techniques, footwork changes, and essential techniques of basic boxing and basic footwork were integrated in an instant, and were deeply imprinted in his mind like an innate instinct. Basic boxing, level 1010. Basic steps, level 1010. Looking at the clear progress bar on the system panel, Lin Chiye felt a surge of ecstasy in his heart. Really? Just like the original radio gymnastics. As the most basic skill, it only takes 10 points to upgrade from level 1 to level 2. Level 10 is the maximum level. It means perfection. Chapter 76 made? I've just gotten started. If I try to comprehend the martial spirit now, I'm guessing it will be the same as before, and I'll gain nothing. It's better to level up your basic martial arts skills first. 5 days ago, when Lin Chiye started practicing basic boxing, he first watched the ancient martial god video. However, after 2 days, he felt dizzy and had no understanding at all. He felt that if he kept staring at the blurry digital video, he wouldn't know when he got started. Maybe a month? 2 months? He can't afford to waste this time. Under such circumstances, he decisively changed direction and turned to watch the VR teaching video recorded by Lin Yuechan. When watching Lin Yuechan's VR, he also did not feel the martial spirit she mentioned. But we have to admit that Lin Yuechan's VR video is much more detailed than the old digital video, and every detail of the movement is clearly visible. The difficulty of learning is 100 times easier. It was under such circumstances that Lin Chiye successfully mastered the basic boxing and basic footwork to the entry level in the next 3 days and 3 nights. Thinking of this, Lin Chiye couldn't wait to jump off the bed. Come to the center of the living room and get ready. Start. He began to practice basic boxing. From now on, he doesn't have to think about whether the movements are right or wrong, nor does he have to worry about the details of the force. He only needs to perform the entire set of boxing techniques to complete 1 training session. The movement was so fast that it almost left an afterimage, and the wind from the fist was whistling. Set. Another set. Basic boxing, level 1110. Basic boxing, level 1210. Just 1 hour later, when he finished the 10th punch, the familiar system prompt sound came as expected. Ding! Basic boxing level up. Current level, level 2020. At that moment, Lin Chia felt a sudden shock in his mind. It was as if there was a little person exactly like him, practicing the basic boxing technique over and over again in his spiritual world. Every movement of the little man is extremely standard, and every exertion of force is just right. His understanding of basic boxing instantly became more than 10 times deeper than before. So this is how you exert force. This move can be connected like this. Countless obstacles that were previously unclear suddenly became clear. Lin Chia showed a bright smile on his face. He increased the speed of his boxing again, and he seemed to have turned into a tireless whirlwind, practicing continuously in the living room. Complete one set, and it counts as one time. It's that simple, rough, and efficient. Bai Mushi just sat quietly beside him, looking at him gently. She has never been able to understand how her husband has become what he is today. He was not even a quasi-warrior, but in just 1 month, he became a warrior. Just a few days ago, his movements were so clumsy that he couldn't even stand steadily. But now, although his boxing style was very chaotic, it felt completely different from yesterday, as if he had become a different person. Although the speed was a bit absurd and it looked like he was hitting randomly, Bai Mushi could vaguely feel it. My husband's boxing skills seem to have improved more significantly now than they did an hour ago. That invisible sense of rhythm and coordination of power, although still weak, are becoming smooth and natural at a speed visible to the naked eye. Could it be? Is this a genius? Even fighting can improve? After staying with Lin Xie for a long time, Bai Mushi felt that her entire worldview was about to be distorted. She recalled the time when she was in school and had practiced hard for several days to master a force-generating technique but still couldn't get it right. Look at this man in front of me who seems to be cheating. Bai Mushi couldn't help but sigh softly in her heart. Sometimes, you really can't compare yourself with a genius, otherwise it will really make you angry to death. 5 hours later. Ding! Basic boxing level up. Current level, level 4040. With each level increase, Lin Xie could clearly feel the subtle and profound changes taking place in his body. His muscles became tougher, his bones became denser, and with every punch he threw, the transmission of force was smoother and more efficient than before. He immediately checked the system panel, and sure enough, his physical and mental values had improved significantly. Host, Lin Xie. Genetic potential, 13.4%. Physical fitness, 127 plus. Spirit, 127 plus. Psychic power, 114 plus. Kung Fu, 128th set of radio gymnastics level 10 max, 8 treasures exercise level 55100, Hunyuan Yi Qigong level 50500, basic boxing level 4040, basic footwork 010. Partner, Bai Mushi favorability 85. Offspring, 5 incubation. The genetic potential has also been improved. In his previous understanding, exercises were used to enhance genetic potential, while martial arts were simply methods of using strength. But now it seems that things are not that simple. Martial arts will, in turn, deeply transform and optimize the warrior's body. Adjust every muscle and every tendon to the most suitable state for exerting force. Thus, the potential hidden deep inside is stimulated. At the same time, the little man in my mind's mind was punching in a completely different way than at the beginning. Each move was steady and powerful, with a hint of sharpness in the air, no longer the soft and limp form it had been at the beginning. Call. He finished his training and stood still. A strong feeling of weakness and hunger instantly swept over his body, more intense than ever before. I'm so hungry. He rushed to the dining table and saw Bai Mushi had already prepared a delicious roasted whole lamb. Lin Xie picked up the knife and fork and started to eat it all up. However, after eating the whole roasted lamb, he found that his hunger was only slightly relieved and his stomach was still empty. He remembered the bottle of nutrient solution that the butcher had given him, took it out, and drank it without hesitation. A stream of pure energy dissolved in his abdomen, but to his body, which was like a black hole at the moment, it was like drizzle falling into a dry lake, causing only a few ripples before disappearing without a trace. Hubby, this. Bai Mushi looked at his still unsatisfied expression and said worriedly, how about, we buy some nutrient solution? Your body won't be able to handle this. Lin Xie shook his head, held her hand, and comforted her, it's okay, honey. I feel I can still digest it. It's not time to use nutrient solution yet. He felt the state of his body and pondered, if one sheep isn't enough, then let's add a cow. The main thing is that the energy consumption of boxing is much greater than practicing internal cultivation techniques, and it requires more energy to replenish. Lin Xie and Bai Mushi had just walked out of the apartment and were about to go to the market to buy things. Coincidentally, the door of the room next to theirs, which was only separated by a door, also slid open with a swish at almost the same time. A round figure walked out from inside. He was a young man who looked about the same age, with a plump figure, a kind smile on his face, and a pair of small eyes that showed a bit of shrewdness. He glanced at Lin Xie, then turned his gaze to the gentle and lovely Bai Mushi beside him. Undisguised envy suddenly appeared in his eyes, and he gave Lin Xie a thumbs up. "Dude, sure, you have some strong connections, you can even bring a maid to live here." Chapter 77 Qian Kuan's Doubts. Lin Xie and Bai Mushi were instantly petrified on the spot. Maid? Lin Xie looked down at Bai Mushi, who was gentle and considerate, taking care of everything for him, and then thought of the whole cow and sheep she prepared for him every day. For a moment, he actually felt that what the other party said seemed to make a little sense. Of course, this thought only flashed through my mind. He looked at the outgoing fat man with a mixture of laughter and tears, not knowing how to explain. Bai Mushi's cheeks suddenly turned red, spreading from her cheeks to her small ears. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. She subconsciously hid behind Lin Xie and gently pulled the corner of his clothes. "Well, she is my wife." Lin Xie cleared his throat and corrected. "Ha!" The smile on the fat man's face froze instantly, his eyes widened, and his mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg. He looked up and down at Lin Xie and Bai Mushi again carefully, and the expression on his face quickly changed from the initial envy to a complex look mixed with shock, horror, and awe. "Wife?" On the 298th floor, there are basically only freshmen left, and it is unlikely that there are any old students. Even if the old students are not good enough, they are basically around the 200th floor. As for getting married at this age, he really couldn't think of any other possibility except for political marriages between big families. It turns out, it's not about strong connections. It was so hard that I couldn't even imagine it. This guy, could he be the heir to some hidden wealthy family, here to experience school life? Thinking of this, the expression on the fat man's face suddenly changed 180 degrees, and his previous familiarity turned into humility. He said with an apologetic look on his face, "So it's my sister-in-law." My apologies. I was blind to the truth. Sister-in-law, please be magnanimous and don't hold it against me. Then, he turned to Lin Xie with a big smile on his face and extended his hand enthusiastically. "Hello, sir. My name is Qian Kuan, please take care of me in the future. If there is anything I need you to run errands for, just let me know." Looking at Qian Kuan, whose attitude changed so quickly, he had no idea what he was up to. Lin Xie shook hands with him. "Hello, my name is Lin Xie." Qian Kuan quickly opened his personal terminal and enthusiastically handed over his electronic business card. "Brother Lin, add me as a friend, and keep in touch." Lin Xie added him as a friend, and the three of them walked towards the elevator together. As he walked, Qian Kuan introduced himself non-stop with Brother Lin. "My family makes Jian Bailey nutrient solution, and we're the general agent for Tianmen province. If you and your sister-in-law need nutrient solution in the future, just come to me. I'll definitely give you the cost price. I'm not looking for money, I just want to make friends with you, Brother Lin. I'll have to rely on your care in school in the future." Just then, a figure walked out of the elevator. She was a girl wearing a black tight combat uniform. She was tall, had neat short hair, a stern face, and exuded a cold aura that kept strangers away. When she saw Lin Xie, Bai Mushi and Qian Kuan walking towards the elevator, her pretty eyebrows slightly frowned, and a hint of disgust flashed in her eyes without any concealment. She didn't say anything, but just walked past them without looking at them. Qian Kuan glanced back at the girl's back and curled his lips in disdain. "This is the girl next door to us, the local Tyla. You know this too?" Lin Xie was suddenly curious. They had just moved in not long ago, but this fat man actually knew all the details about their neighbors. Qian Kuan snorted, his tone filled with disdain. "These local Tyla guys are so arrogant, they look down on us from other provinces. Look at the look she gave us just now, it was like she was looking at garbage. She wished we would stay away from her and not dirty her place." Upon hearing this, Lin Xie just smiled and didn't say much. He was no stranger to this kind of regional discrimination, which seemed unavoidable no matter in which world or era. Seeing that Lin Xie didn't care, Qian Kuan couldn't stop talking. He snorted and said, "So what if he's from Terra? He still has to live next door to us. Then, Qian Kuan quickly added, "But Brother Lin, you must be different. With your status and living on the 298th floor, you must be here to visit incognito and experience life." Lin Xie was at a loss for words and was too lazy to explain. The three of them walked out of the elevator, and Qian Kuan said goodbye warmly. "Brother Lin, sister-in-law, I'm going to the training hall first. See you later." Looking at Qian Kuan's departing back, Bai Mushi whispered to Lin Xie, "Hubby, this Qian Kuan seems too enthusiastic." Lin Xie nodded and said softly, "This Qian Kuan, perhaps he really does come from a wealthy family. He's very clever and definitely not as simple as he appears. Perhaps he's just habitually looking around and making connections." He paused, then added, "No matter what, as long as they don't have any bad intentions towards us." On the other side, Shen Kuan, who was walking alone on the road, had his mind racing. This Lin Xie is very strange. Lin Xie, last name Lin, it's a common surname. Which city is the Lin family from? Getting married at such a young age, according to common sense, this kind of political marriage to consolidate interests would only happen between those top aristocratic families. For people from other classes, getting married during this golden age of cultivation is simply not worth the loss, and it is simply impossible for them to do such a thing. However, he couldn't see any of the background that children from aristocratic families should have in Lin Xie and Bai Mushi. Instead, they looked more like ordinary people? Maybe the other person is too low-key and deliberately hides his identity, or maybe your class is too low to be seen? Qian Kuan shook his head and didn't pursue the matter any further. He was born in a wealthy family and had been influenced by his father since childhood. His father's teachings had long been engraved in his bones: never easily offend anyone who you can't see through. His family motto is to make many friends and few enemies. It never hurts to get to know the people first. Soon, Lin Xie and Bai Mushi dragged the three processed mutant cattle and sheep back to the student dormitory building. As I walked into the lobby, an elevator door slowly slid open and was about to close. "Quick!" Lin Xie quickly quickened his pace and rushed over, dragging the heavy ingredients. After all, if you miss the elevator here, you will have to wait for a while, so it would be best to catch one immediately. Moreover, he saw that there was only one girl standing in front of the elevator door. The elevator stopped on the first floor, the door opened, and the girl walked into the elevator first. She turned around, and her cold gaze met Lin Xie's. It's Su Qingying. Chapter 78: Su Qingying's Contempt. When Su Qingying saw Lin Xie and Bai Mushi walk in, her pretty face was slightly stunned. After the two came in, the elevator door slowly closed and began to rise silently. Lin Xie pressed the button for the 298th floor. Su Qingying just glanced at the lit number, then looked away and returned to her icy and silent appearance, as if she was the only one in the entire elevator. But in her heart, she couldn't help but think to herself, 298th floor, so weak. You are so weak, and you are in a husband and wife relationship. Why don't you practice well? What a waste. The elevator rose rapidly in silence, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. Soon, the elevator stopped at the 275th floor. Su Qingying walked out without saying a word and never looked at them again. Bai Mushi finally breathed a sigh of relief when the elevator door closed again. She whispered to Lin Xie, "Honey, that girl just now was Su Qingying from the gifted class at Haicheng No. 1 Middle School, right?" Lin Xie glanced at her in surprise. "You know that too?" Bai Mushi nodded and explained in a low voice, "Mu Jie told me that she is the iceberg goddess of their school." Upon hearing this, Lin Xie just smiled. An ice goddess? What does it have to do with him? He could clearly feel that Bai Mushi beside him seemed to have a hint of uneasiness and jealousy. Lin Xie couldn't understand what was going on in a woman's mind, but he knew what to do. He stretched out his arms, embraced Bai Mushi in his arms, lowered his head and whispered in her ear, "What iceberg goddess? In my eyes, they are just rosy skeletons that will be trampled under my feet in the future. I only have one goddess from the beginning to the end." Bai Mushi's cheeks flushed red, her heart pounding, but she still muttered knowingly, Who? Lin Xie didn't answer, but hugged her tighter, lowered his head and kissed her soft lips. The elevator rose steadily, and in the enclosed space, the ambiguous atmosphere quickly heated up. Bite. The elevator stopped at the 298th floor and the door slowly opened. Even after walking out of the elevator, Bai Mushi's legs were still a little weak and her cheeks were so red that they looked like blood was about to drip out. She glared at Lin Xie in embarrassment and angrily said in an almost inaudible voice, "There are surveillance cameras in the elevator." After returning to the room, Lin Xie was not idle while waiting for Bai Mushi to cook. He decided to stop his high-intensity boxing training until his body's energy was replenished. At this time, he recalled what Lin Yuechan said about martial arts will. Now, he has upgraded basic boxing to level 4, and his understanding of this martial art has changed a lot. He had an idea and opened the ancient martial god video again. I want to see if I can gain any new insights by observing it again at my current level. On the light screen, the figure of the god of war Ling Zhan appeared again. It's still the same blurry picture quality, and it's still the same plain and simple boxing style. Lin Qiye stared intently, completely immersing himself in it. However, an hour later, the aroma of sizzling roasted beef wafted from the kitchen, and Bai Mushi's voice rang out, "Honey, dinner is ready." Lin Qiye shook his dizzy head inside. "It's blank, nothing." Lin Qiye muttered to himself, could it be that the level 4 basic boxing technique is still too low? How about, wait until I reach level 10 and see? Or maybe it's because the level of the basic footwork isn't up to par, so the boxing and footwork aren't in harmony, so I can't comprehend it? He was secretly calculating in his mind. Anyway, at the current speed of cultivation, it won't take long to master these two basic martial arts to the maximum level 10. Let us level up first. Thinking of this, Lin Qiye stopped hesitating, turned off the martial god video, and walked towards the dining table. Fill your stomach first, then continue to work hard. After eating this roasted whole cow, Lin Qiye finally felt that the hunger in his stomach was filled and his body's energy became full again. Without any delay, he immediately plunged into a new round of training. This time, he alternated between basic boxing and basic footwork. In the living room, his figure sometimes looked like a tiger descending from the mountain, with whistling fists, sometimes like a civet cat catching a mouse, with light steps. Although he was still frantically refreshing the progress bar, as his level increased, his movements were no longer as clumsy as they were at the beginning, and there was gradually a sense of coordination and coherence between his moves. Time flies quickly during focused practice. Seeing how hard Lin Qiye worked, Bai Mushi also started to practice the 8 treasures skill. She wondered when she would be able to break through 10% of her genetic potential. 5 days later. Ding! Basic boxing level up. Current level, level 10 max. Ding! Basic footwork level increased. Current level, level 10 max. When the last system prompt sounded in his mind, Lin Qiye suddenly retracted his fist and stood still. His bones all over his body made a series of crackling sounds, and an unprecedented sense of powerful strength emerged from his limbs. He could clearly feel that his body had undergone earth-shaking changes in just a few days. Host, Lin Qiye. Genetic potential, 14.9%. Physical fitness, 140+. Spirit, 140+. Psychic power, 120+. Gymnastics, 128th set of radio gymnastics level 10 max, 8 treasures exercise level 55100, Hunyuan Qigong level 50500, basic boxing level 10 max, basic footwork level 10 max. Genetic potential soared directly to 14.9%. Both physical and mental strength have exceeded 140 points. The speed of this improvement is simply terrifying. He slowly closed his eyes, and in his mind, the little man who looked exactly like him began to practice boxing and footwork again. This time, the villain's movements have reached perfection. Every punch contains the most refined force-generating technique, every step follows the most mysterious rhythm. Fists and steps are perfectly integrated and can no longer be distinguished from each other. Is this the state of perfection? Lin Qiye murmured to himself. He took a deep breath, and when he opened his eyes again, his entire demeanor changed. If he was a rough jade before, now this rough jade has been polished to its brilliance. He did not test his own strength immediately, but instead immediately opened the teaching video of the god of war Ling Zhan again. This time, when the figure of the god of war Ling Zhan appeared on the light curtain, the world in Lin Qiye's eyes is a little different. Chapter 79, Martial Arts Will? When the figure of the god of war Ling Zhan appeared on the light screen again, the world in Lin Qiye's eyes was completely different. It was no longer a simple, blurry image, no longer a simple, repetitive set of actions. With the help of 2 basic martial arts that had reached perfection, he was finally able to barely understand the essence of the form practiced by the god of war. More importantly, he could vaguely sense that behind every seemingly ordinary action, there was an unfathomable meaning as vast as the sea of stars. That feeling is so mysterious. It was like a son of the plains who had never seen a mountain, standing on the plateau for the first time. Through the thick clouds, thousands of miles away, he saw the outline of a huge mountain shrouded in mist. He knew that it was a mountain, real, majestic, and magnificent. He could feel the invisible oppression brought by the giant mountain and imagine its majestic posture reaching into the sky and overlooking the earth. But he was too far away from the mountain. Not to mention the delusion of climbing to the top of the mountain and looking down on all the other mountains. Even actually walking to the foot of that giant mountain is still a very far and hopeless distance away. The road leading to the foot of the mountain was shrouded in thick fog. He couldn't find the direction at all, and didn't even know where to take the first step. He stared at the video intently, immersing his spirit, thoughts, and perceptions in it without reservation. He was like a greedy sponge, trying to catch even the slightest ripple from the vast ocean of meaning. He tried to imitate, not only the form of the action, but also the invisible meaning. He imagined himself to be the god of war in the video, and imagined that every punch and kick of his contained the power to suppress the galaxy and create the world. However, this attempt brings about huge mental exhaustion and burden. That martial arts will was too majestic, too pure, and too advanced. His current mental strength was like a small teacup, trying to hold the entire ocean. Every attempt made him feel that his spiritual world was shaking violently, as if it would burst and crushed by that vast will at any time. Time passes by without us noticing. 10 minutes later, Lin Chia suddenly trembled all over, as if struck by lightning. His face turned pale in an instant, and his forehead was covered with fine cold sweat. He frowned and forced himself out of the nearly collapsed state of observation. He felt as if his head was about to split open. There was a buzzing sound, and even double vision appeared in front of his eyes. This is a sign of severe mental exhaustion. He immediately sat cross-legged and began to practice Hunyuan I Qigong. The pure spiritual energy slowly flowed, nourishing his exhausted spirit, and the tearing pain gradually eased. No, absolutely not. Lin Chia shook his head with a wry smile. He immediately calmed down and checked the system, only to see that there was indeed a new row of entries at the bottom of the list of skills. Martial arts will? Uninitiated. Looking at this line of text, Lin Chia was not discouraged at all. Instead, a strange light flashed in his eyes. Even the name is a series of question marks, but the system has already given an entry. This proves that this road really exists and is feasible. However, at his current level, it is indeed a pipe dream and a fantasy to want to directly comprehend the martial arts will of the martial god level. The martial god's mountain is too high, so high that I can't even see the foot of the mountain. I can't climb it for the time being. Lin Chia muttered to himself, a flash of enlightenment in his eyes. In that case, then, let's find a small hill to test the water first? The image of a cool figure wearing a black combat uniform, with an upright posture and sharp eyes immediately emerged in his mind. Lin Yuechan. Although Lin Yuechan herself said that her martial spirit compared to the martial god was as different as a firefly and the bright moon, the difference was as great as heaven and earth. But precisely because of this, it is easier to be perceived, understood, and touched. The martial arts will of an extraordinary warrior, no matter how weak it is still the true martial arts will. It has transcended the constraints of form and stepped into the threshold of meaning. To him, the giant mountain of the god of war was too far away and too unreal. Although Lin Yuechan's small hill was not high, it was visible and tangible to him, and it was the first step he could hope to climb. Thinking of this, Lin Chia no longer had any hesitation. He opened Lin Yuechan's VR video without hesitation. His vision went dark, and when it came back on, the surrounding environment had changed from the cozy dormitory to room 2202 of teaching building number 10, which was familiar to him. In the three-dimensional and clear image, Lin Yuechan stood quietly in the center of the training ground. As the video played, she moved. This time, in Lin Chia's eyes, her every move became clearer than ever before. With two perfect level basic martial arts, he could easily see through the forced trajectory of her every movement and understand the core secrets of her every step. More importantly, he could clearly feel that every punch Lin Yuechan threw was accompanied by a scorching and swift aura, as if it was going to ignite and detonate the surrounding air in an instant. It was a will full of aggression, explosiveness, and destructiveness. Although this will is far less vast than the martial god's majestic momentum that encompasses everything and suppresses everything, it is more condensed, more direct, and more within reach. If the will of the god of war is a bottomless universe, then Lin Yuechan's will is a volcano about to erupt. The universe makes people feel awe and confusion, but volcanoes allow people to intuitively feel its heat and violence. Lin Chia's mental power probed forward cautiously. This time, there was no longer that feeling of being crushed or bursting. His mental power, like a probe, touched that burning will. Boom! A fiery stream of information filled with rapid and explosive power instantly flooded into his mind. He seemed to see a ball of blazing fire that suddenly exploded in the endless darkness, destroying all obstacles in front of it at an unmatched speed. Fast. Accurate. Ruthless. Explosion. Swiftness. This is the core of Lin Yuechan's martial arts will. Lin Xie greedily absorbed this information, and his spiritual world seemed to be ignited by this will, becoming hot and passionate. The movements of the little man practicing boxing in his mind changed unconsciously. It was no longer the perfect posture of moderation and peace as before, but now had a touch of aggressive arrogance and a speed as fast as a wildfire. Chapter 80 by Mushi's Contradiction. An hour later. Lin Xie's face flushed and he exited the VR mode sweating profusely, but his eyes were flashing with irrepressible excitement. This time, although he also consumed a lot of mental energy, the feeling was completely different. It's not the kind of fatigue that is passively endured, but the kind of exhilaration that comes from taking the initiative. He immediately checked the system again. Martial arts will, fiery swiftness uninitiated. Done. Looking at this line of extremely clear text, Lin Xie was not discouraged at all. Instead, he showed an extremely bright smile. Compared to the previous, martial arts will? Uninitiated, the information in martial arts will raging fire uninitiated is much clearer. One is the unknown where you don't even know what the goal is, while the other is the known where you have already determined the direction and seen the road clearly. This also proves from the side that the path he chose is correct. Starting from Lin Yuechan, the chances are greater. Getting started. Lin Xie's eyes were burning with fighting spirit. Moreover, a bolder and more heart-pounding idea popped up uncontrollably in Lin Xie's mind. Is there a possibility? Lin Yuechan's martial will, swift fire, had a relatively low initial level, resulting in its performance being far inferior to that of the martial gods. But as long as you can successfully get started, as long as the familiar progress bar appears on the system panel, then you can cultivate the level of this martial arts will just like you cultivate other martial arts. If I could master martial will blazing swiftness to the maximum level of 10, to the state of perfection. So, after the perfection of the martial arts will it still be the original firefly? Could it be the martial god level that shines as brightly as the bright moon? Once this thought arose, it was like an ignited star, instantly illuminating his entire spiritual world and making the blood in his body boil. If this conjecture is true, it means that he has found an incredible shortcut to the pinnacle of martial arts. He could bypass the unreachable mountain of the god of war and start climbing from the small hill in front of him that was within reach. In the end, one can still reach the highest peak above the clouds. Liver. Lin Xie clenched his fists, with an unprecedented fire burning in his eyes. He no longer had any hesitation or confusion. In any case, the previous two authority points have been used to unlock basic boxing and basic footwork. Now, his authority points have been used up. This means that even if he can cultivate martial arts will, swift fire, to the entry level on his own, he cannot immediately unlock it and start the progress bar mode. Therefore, the most urgent thing is to go to the Fertility Management Center again. When Lin Xie said that they wanted to go to the Fertility Management Center, Bai Mushi's beautiful face turned red instantly. She shyly took Lin Xie's hand and whispered, "Hubby, let's not earn this little money, right? I heard that a warrior's genetic information is very important and even needs to be kept secret. I'm afraid that if it gets out, it will be used by someone with ulterior motives." Lin Xie groaned for a moment and said soothingly, "This kind of problem shouldn't happen in an official organization, right? Moreover, there are risks in doing anything. At least for now, it seems that the benefits of this matter far outweigh the risks." He knew very well that if the Fertility Management Center had not efficiently completed so many pairings for him, allowing him to unlock the skills and open the progress bar, he would never have been able to achieve his current strength in such a short period of time. However, Bai Mushi was unaware of what he was thinking. She just thought that Lin Xie was still after the meager maternity allowance, or perhaps, he simply couldn't help it. Thinking of this, her cheeks turned even redder, and her voice was as thin as a mosquito. "Hubby. I'm almost 5 months pregnant, and the doctor said I can have sex again, it's okay." As she said that, she was about to pull Lin Xie into the bedroom. "Oh, no." Lin Xie quickly held her back, feeling both amused and helpless. He could only come up with the most convincing excuse: the child is important. "I'm really afraid of hurting the child." Looking at Bai Mupan's slightly furrowed brows and the flash of disappointment in his eyes, Lin Xie's heart suddenly softened and he felt a little reluctant. He knew that his behavior of constantly going to the fertility management center for the more children, more blessings system would definitely not be hidden from Baimushi in the future. In fact, as my strength grows stronger, I will inevitably attract more attention in the future. Sooner or later, this matter will become an unavoidable topic. Instead of hiding it, why not express it in a different way? Lin Chia sat down next to Baimushi, gently held her in his arms, looked into her eyes, and said in a half-joking, half-serious tone, "Wife, actually I just want to have children, the more the better. It would be best if my bloodline could spread throughout the entire galaxy." When Baimushi heard Lin Chia's big words, she was stunned for a moment. She raised her head and looked carefully at Lin Chia's serious face. In her mind, she couldn't help but recall the scene when they first met. It seems, he said something similar at that time. At that time, she just thought it was an unrealistic fantasy of a young boy and forgot about it after hearing it. But now, when the same words came out of the mouth of this man whose strength was rapidly expanding, the feeling was completely different. Could it be that he wants to turn his original fantasy into reality? Baimushi's cheeks turned red again uncontrollably. "Okay, go ahead." Baimushi finally let go of her hand and said in a low voice. Lin Chia kissed her on the forehead, said softly, "Wait for me to come back," and turned and left. Hearing the door close with a click, Baimushi slowly walked to the sofa and sat down, raising her hand to touch her still hot cheek. Just now, she was extremely conflicted. There was even an absurd and terrifying thought that flashed through her mind. "Do you want to take the initiative to ask Lin Chia to find another woman?" Such words almost slipped out of my mouth. Chapter 081 Fertility Charity Gala? The Empire's marriage law restricts ordinary men and women who are unable to practice cultivation, in order to ensure the stability of the Empire's population base. But for warriors, especially talented warriors with a promising future like Lin Chia, the binding force of the law is minimal. Warriors enjoy privileges, can have multiple partners, and even establish vast family bloodline networks, all in the name of the Empire's prosperity and the inheritance of martial arts. Lin Chia is now a warrior, and even a promising genius in the future. His path is destined to become wider and freer. The strong have everything, this is an eternal truth. At the beginning, the reason why Baimushi agreed to marry Lin Chia was not only because of practical considerations, but also because she had similar thoughts in her mind. She thought that as long as she could successfully be promoted to a warrior while completing her reproductive tasks, she would be able to break free from the constraints of the marriage law and have a broader world. But fate is a cruel thing. As a result, the one who can easily break free from the shackles of marriage now is not her, Baimushi, but Lin Chia. Thinking of this, Baimushi cursed herself in her heart. Baimushi, you are so stupid, you actually want to take the initiative to let him find another woman? No woman in primitive society is as generous as you. However, her reason told her that as the gap in strength between her and Lin Chia grew wider and wider, she might have to face this kind of thing sooner or later. Wouldn't it be much better to be more proactive, behave more virtuously, and let him see how respectable I am, rather than having Lin Chia make me respectable one day in the future? After spending some time together, Baimushi felt that Lin Chia was not that kind of cold-blooded man. If I could take the initiative to think about him, maybe he would like me more in his heart, right? Thinking of this, Baimushi sighed softly again, leaning back on the sofa, his eyes a little confused. Baimushi, when did you become a woman who needs to rely on men and try to figure out their thoughts? She once thought that she would become a respected female warrior through her own efforts, just like the heroines in those novels, and hold her destiny firmly in her own hands. But the reality is that she became the woman standing behind the genius, silently looking up at his back. The brighter his light is, the more it highlights his ordinariness. This feeling made her feel both proud and a little indescribable loss. She shook her head, putting aside these chaotic thoughts. What is the point of thinking about these things? Now, all she could do was to take good care of him, take good care of the baby in her belly, practice hard, and try not to be left too far behind by him. As for the future, let's leave it to the future. Baimushi stood up, took a deep breath, and walked back into the kitchen. No matter what, when he comes back, he must have a hot meal. On the other side, Lin Chia came to the Fertility Management Center again with ease. It's still the same group of overly enthusiastic agents, and it's still the familiar official process. A moment later, Lin Chia walked out refreshed and was about to leave. At this moment, a tall staff member wearing a gray professional suit and elegant black stockings walked over quickly with a professional and respectful smile on her face. "Hello, Mr. Lin." "Hello." Lin Chia nodded. "It's like this, Mr. Lin," the staff member said with a smile. "Given your enthusiastic support for the Empire's fertility cause, We sincerely invite you to attend the fertility charity gala to be held at the Galaxy Building in Terra City the day after tomorrow evening. I wonder if you are interested. Fertility charity gala? Lin Xie showed a hint of doubt on his face when he heard this. The staff member nodded and explained, yes. In the most recent quarter, warriors with 2 or more donation records will receive an invitation from us. This is both a way of thanking you for your contribution and a high-level communication platform. After listening to this, Lin Xie immediately lost interest. What kind of charity gala is this? It sounds very grand, but what does it have to do with him? If you have this much time, it would be better to go back to the dormitory and practice the skills a few more times. The staff member noticed that Lin Xie was not in a good mood, but she did not give up. Instead, she continued to introduce him in a business-like manner. After all, this was her job. The theme of this gala is Imperial Bloodline Revitalization Charity, and the format is quite unique. Families or individuals in urgent need of bloodline optimization will be seeking high-quality warrior fertility data through an open bidding process. Of course, in addition to the direct demand for genetic data, the gala will also feature rare dual cultivation techniques, rare treasures that can help enhance the potential of future generations, and more. When Lin Xie heard this, his originally lazy eyes instantly became sharp. A family or individual who is in urgent need of optimizing their bloodline. Doesn't this mean that the party seeking genetic information must be of good quality as well? If 2 powerful forces come together, wouldn't the children born from them have a higher starting point? This is completely beneficial to his more children, more blessings system. And dual cultivation techniques. This is also something that Lin Xie has always been interested in, but has had no way to get in touch with. These 2 aspects precisely hit the points that he cares about most. Can anyone attend this party? Lin Xie asked immediately. Seeing that he was finally interested, the staff member smiled and quickly replied, due to the special nature of the evening, in order to ensure privacy and security, only qualified donors and specific family representatives are invited. Okay, I'll participate. Lin Xie agreed without hesitation. Okay, Mr. Lin. The staff member immediately operated a few times on his terminal, and an extremely exquisitely designed electronic invitation with a faint golden glow was sent to Lin Xie's personal terminal. Here is your invitation. The party will be held at 7 p.m. the day after tomorrow in the banquet hall on the top floor of the Galaxy Building. I look forward to your presence. Lin Xie put away the electronic invitation letter and turned to leave the Fertility Management Center. His mood was completely different from when he came. It was originally just a routine task to obtain authority points, but unexpectedly there were unexpected gains. For him, this fertility charity gala was like someone giving him a pillow when he was sleepy. On the way back to the dormitory, the system prompt sound that he had been waiting for in his mind for a long time came as expected. Ding! The host's genetic data has been successfully matched and conception has been completed. Get reward, randomly unlock the right to practice a technique. There is no unlocked skills, get 1 permission point. Ding! The host's genetic data has been successfully matched and conception has been completed. Get reward, randomly unlock the right to practice a technique. There is no unlocked skills, get 1 permission point. 2 more successes. 2 authority points obtained. Lin Xie was filled with joy and couldn't wait to start his martial arts training. He couldn't even wait to get back to the dorm. While still on the suspended railcar returning to school, he directly turned on VR and immersed himself completely in Lin Yuechan's teaching video. The light and shadow in front of my eyes changed, and the noisy carriage disappeared in an instant, replaced by the familiar 2202 training room. Lin Yuechan's figure appeared again. Lin Xie held his breath and concentrated his mental strength, trying to feel and imitate the fierce and swift martial arts over and over again. He could feel that a small flame seemed to have ignited in his spiritual world. Although it is weak and swaying, it really exists and is trying hard to imitate the violent will of the volcano, trying to make itself burn more vigorously and fiercely. Outside the car window, the city scene passed by quickly. Inside the carriage, Lin Xie seemed to be in another time and space, completely immersed in his own world and losing perception of everything in the outside world. Chapter 082 The Fire is Raging. The sound of the suspended railcar arriving at the station woke Lin Xie from his immersive state. He rubbed his swollen temples, but his eyes were shining with excitement. Just now, he felt that he was 1 step closer to the door called entrance. He even had a feeling that if he was given a little more time, he would be able to actually push open the door. When they returned to the dormitory, Bai Mushi had already prepared a sumptuous meal. After Lin Qiye wolfed down his energy, he immediately devoted himself to cultivation again. This time, he didn't watch the VR video again. He just sat cross-legged quietly in the middle of the living room, closed his eyes, and kept replaying and practicing the rapid and fierce will in his mind. His spiritual world is his training ground. Driven by his will, the small flame tried again and again to burst out with the most powerful force. Fail, try again. Fail again and try again. He was completely immersed in this spiritual training and forgot the passage of time. I don't know how long it took. When that spiritual flame, after countless attempts and failures, finally succeeded in simulating a hint of the explosive charm of Lin Yuechan's martial arts will. Boom! Lin Qiye only felt a loud noise in his mind, as if something was completely broken. In Lin Qiye's mind, the little man who was originally just mechanically practicing perfect boxing and footwork, his entire temperament changed. It was still using the same set of basic boxing techniques, but between each move, there was an added sense of burning, swift, and indomitable domineering momentum. Every punch thrown seems to carry a blazing fire, full of explosive beauty. He immediately calmed down and opened the system panel. I saw that the line of text at the bottom of the list of skills had changed. Martial arts will, blazing swiftness beginner unlocked. System, use permission points, unlock. Lin Qiye gave the order without hesitation. Ding! Consuming one permission point, martial arts will, swift fire has been unlocked. In an instant, a more majestic and pure sense of rapid fire gushed out from the depths of his soul, like an epiphany, and instantly merged perfectly with his spirit, blood, and even every cell. He didn't even need to deliberately urge it with every move he made, he naturally exuded that burning and domineering aura. Martial will, blazing swiftness, level 101000. Looking at the familiar progress bar, Lin Qiye smiled. Level 1 requires 1000 points of progress. This number also indirectly confirms the strength and extraordinary nature of this martial arts will. You know, for the B-level Hanyuan Yi Qigong, the progress bar for level 1 is only 100. This martial art originated from the martial arts will of extraordinary warriors. Its potential and difficulty far exceed Hanyuan Yi Qigong. Lin Qiye's mind moved, and he focused his attention on his system panel. Host, Lin Qiye. Genetic potential, 15.9%. Physical fitness, 140 plus. Spirit, 140 plus. Psychic power, 120 plus. Exercise method. Number 128 Radio Gymnastics Level 10 Max. Hanyuan Yi Qigong Level 50500. 8 Treasures Skill Level 55100. Basic Boxing Level 10 Max. Basic Footwork Level 10 Max. Martial Arts will, Blazing Swiftness Level 101000. Partner, Bai Mushi Favorability 85. Offspring, 7 currently conceiving. Permission points, 1. Lin Qiye's eyes suddenly widened. Genetic potential plus 1%. Genetic potential, 15.9%. When did this happen? He thought carefully and realized that he had not done anything since he unlocked martial arts will, swift fire. Although I don't know which link triggers it, whether it is the moment of entry or the moment of unlocking. But no matter what, the improvement in genetic potential is real. No wonder he felt that his senses were much more sensitive than before, and even his mental state had undergone a miraculous change. This discovery made Lin Qiye even happier. Bai Mushi saw the irrepressible smile on Lin Qiye's face and immediately walked over and asked with concern, "Husband, what's wrong?" Lin Qiye opened his eyes, and 2 flames seemed to flash in his eyes. He smiled and nodded, "I got it." Really? Bai Mushi suddenly revealed an expression of great surprise. She exclaimed sincerely, "Hubby, you really are a genius." She thought to herself that although Lin Qiye used the word learned instead of understood, the meaning was almost the same. Being able to grasp the illusory will of martial arts is an incredible thing in itself. Lin Qiye felt warm in his heart when he saw her genuinely happy expression. He happily stretched out his hand and hugged Bai Mushi in his arms. When their eyes met, their love was deep. He bent down and kissed her. In the past few days, the slight uneasiness and fear in Bai Mushi's heart caused by the gap in strength were soon soothed in this loving hug and kiss. After a long time, their lips parted. Bai Mushi leaned in Lin Qiye's arms, her legs weak, her face flushed, and her voice was filled with a hint of pouting. "I'll go cook." Lin Qiye smiled and stroked her hair gently. "We just finished eating not long ago, don't worry, take a rest first." No! Baimushi broke free from his embrace, her eyes rekindled with fighting spirit. She said with great energy, I want to practice too. I can't let you fall behind me. Besides, proper practice is good for the baby in my belly. Looking at her cute and unyielding look, Lin Xie smiled and nodded. He did not practice anymore, but began to study carefully. How should I practice the newly unlocked martial arts will swift fire? Do I have to practice it over and over in my mind like I did in basic boxing? He tried to sit cross-legged and visualize the rapid fire, but the progress bar did not move at all. He stood up again and performed a set of basic boxing techniques. Martial will, blazing swiftness, level 1000. The progress bar is moving. Lin Xie's heart moved, and he immediately started to practice Hunyuan I Qigong. Martial will, blazing swiftness, level 1000. Hunyuan I Qigong proficiency +1. The progress bar is moving again. After an afternoon of repeated attempts and research, Lin Xie finally came to a conclusion that made him ecstatic. Whether you are practicing martial arts or practicing techniques, as long as you consciously or unconsciously integrate and utilize this martial arts will in the process of practice, you can increase the progress bar of martial arts will at the same time. Martial arts will is like a passive skill. Chapter 83 Tutoring by Mushi. The martial arts will, like a passive skill, is integrated into all his training behaviors. There is no need to spend extra time to grind this martial arts will. He practices basic boxing techniques, which not only improves the level of boxing techniques itself, but also improves his martial arts will. He practiced Hunyuan I Qigong, which not only increased his spiritual energy and improved the level of his skills, but also honed his will. This is simply buy one get one free, double the happiness. Lin Xie was ecstatic. In this way, his practice efficiency was invisibly raised to a higher level. He can focus all his energy on improving the level of his skills and martial arts. The level of martial arts willpower will naturally increase with the improvement of other skills. Now, the two basic martial arts, basic boxing and basic footwork, have been practiced to perfection. It would undoubtedly be a huge waste to continue to practice these two martial arts that have no room for improvement just for that insignificant progress in martial arts will. There are only two paths before him. Or, learn more advanced martial arts and open a new progress bar. Otherwise, you can practice the remaining Hunyuan I Qigong and Babaogon to the fullest. Lin Xie thought about it and quickly made a decision. Let us practice 8 treasures kung fu first. Lin Xie plans to practice the 8 treasures skill to perfection. Then, after school starts, I will buy the copyright of Dragon Tiger Kung Fu and practice it to perfection. It would be a good opportunity to verify whether these 2D level skills, after reaching the perfect state, can really ignore the bottleneck and integrate perfectly as he wished. And, more importantly, 8 treasures kung fu is also the martial arts technique that Baimushi is currently practicing. He felt bad seeing his wife practicing so hard every day, but being stuck at the bottleneck from mastery to entry due to limited talent. Although his 8 treasures skill is only at the mastery level now, and his comprehension of some details is even worse than Baimushi's. But he was confident that he would be able to master this skill to perfection soon. By then, I can go and counsel my wife. After making up his mind, Lin Xie immediately began to practice the 8 treasures kung fu. Baimushi frowned when she saw Lin Xie started practicing the 8 treasures skill again, and walked over to persuade him. Hubby, haven't you already mastered the basic martial arts? You can go see teacher Lin Yuechan and learn a more advanced martial art. There's no need to go back and practice the 8 treasures kung fu. Lin Xie did not tell Baimushi that he had already mastered the basic martial arts to perfection. He just smiled and said that he had mastered the basic martial arts. From Baimushi's understanding and perspective, what Lin Xie meant by arriving home was at most the realm of entering the hall, which was the limit of what she could imagine. She knew that Lin Xie was a genius, but no matter how talented he was, it was already astonishing enough that he could master 2 basic martial arts in just over 10 days. At most, you can just enter the room. As for perfection? She didn't even dare to think about it. I plan to practice the 8 treasures skill to a high level first. Then, I will come to tutor you. Lin Xie looked at her and said confidently. When Baimushi heard this, she gave him a cold look, feeling both amused and helpless. I have been stuck at the bottleneck of entering the door for 2 years. Lin Xie's current understanding of the 8 treasures skill is obviously not as good as mine, so how could he possibly tutor me? However, looking at Lin Xie's confident look, she couldn't bear to discourage him, so she could only smile and say, okay, I'll wait for you to tutor me. But you should still find time to see that teacher Lin Yuechan, so as not to delay the important matter. Lin Xie smiled and said, "Don't worry, let's talk about it in a few days." Bai Mushi asked doubtfully, "Is there anything else going on these past 2 days?" Lin Xie thought about it and felt that there was no need to hide this from her, so he said, "The day after tomorrow night, I will attend an official fertility charity gala." Fertility charity gala? Official? What is this? Bai Mushi became even more confused. Lin Xie nodded, opened his personal terminal, and showed her the exquisite electronic invitation. Bai Mushi leaned over to take a closer look and saw that the invitation letter was indeed printed with the official emblem of the Imperial Fertility Management Center, and the notes clearly stated only invitees are allowed to attend. After reading it, she raised her head and looked at Lin Xie with an extremely strange look in her eyes. Lin Xie felt a little uneasy when she looked at him, and couldn't help asking, "What are you looking at?" Bai Mushi suppressed a laugh and said in an indescribable tone, "What's going on? Are the authorities planning to promote you as a model stud?" Puff. When Lin Xie heard this, he almost vomited blood and suddenly felt a chill. "No way," he said uncertainly. "The authorities can't be that outrageous, right? They only invited me, they shouldn't do anything weird in public." Bai Mushi looked at his embarrassed expression and finally couldn't help but burst out laughing. She waved her hands and laughed so hard that her body shook. "Ha, just don't ask me to go. I don't want to go. It's so embarrassing." "You're still laughing." Lin Xie looked at her laughing so hard that she fell backwards, and felt a surge of blood rushing up his spine. He growled, stretched out his long arms, and picked up Bai Mushi, who was laughing so hard that she was almost out of breath, by the waist. "Goblin, eat my stick." Bai Mushi was startled by his sudden action, let out a short cry, and subconsciously hugged his neck. When she saw Lin Xie's eyes with a hint of vicious smile, she immediately understood what he wanted to do. "No. It's daytime now." Her face flushed and she struggled symbolically in his arms twice, but her voice was as soft as marshmallow. Lin Xie refused to listen and walked into the bedroom with her in his arms. The door was slammed shut, locking the beautiful spring scene inside. Chapter 84. I Feel Dirty. After some lovemaking, Bai Mushi lay lazily in Lin Xie's arms. The blush on her face had not completely faded, and there was a satisfied charm in the corners of her eyes and eyebrows. Lin Xie gently stroked her smooth back, feeling peaceful and satisfied in his heart. He suddenly discovered that proper relaxation seemed to help him achieve a wonderful balance in his mental state, rather than blindly practicing hard. The two of them were affectionate for a while before Lin Xie devoted himself again to the great task of practicing the 8 treasures skill. And Bai Mushi, after resting for a while and recovering some strength, followed him and practiced silently beside him. She just couldn't believe it. How could her husband get into the house faster than her? 2 days later, night fell. The central urban area of Terra City is ablaze with lights and a constant flow of suspended traffic, creating a picture of a prosperous future city. The Galaxy Building, one of the landmark buildings in Terra City, towers into the clouds like a sword piercing the sky. Tonight, the top-floor banquet hall of the building is brightly lit and the atmosphere is lively. Lin Xie followed the instructions in the invitation letter and took the special elevator to come here. When you step out of the elevator, the first thing that catches your eye is a spacious and luxurious lounge area. Melodious classical music flowed in the air, and well-dressed waiters carrying trays moved among the crowd. The people in the rest area are either rich or noble. They gathered in groups of 3 or 5, talking in low voices, and their every move and gesture showed the calmness and confidence of those who had been in a superior position for a long time. Lin Xie swept his eyes over them and could clearly feel that many of these people were warriors with calm auras, and there were even a few whose depths even he could not see through. His arrival did not attract much attention. After all, those present tonight are either the leaders of powerful families or gifted martial arts elites. Lin Xie was wearing the ordinary combat uniform provided by Galaxy Martial Arts University, and he seemed a little out of place among this group of rich and noble people. He didn't care and found a seat in a corner, sitting down and eating the buffet in silence. The party officially starts at 7:30. An elegant and dignified female host, wearing a white fishtail evening gown, walked onto the stage. With a sweet and infectious voice, she announced the start of the evening party and introduced the grand purpose of Imperial Bloodline Revival Public Welfare in a vivid and moving manner. For the future of the Empire and the prosperity of the galaxy, let a more outstanding bloodline be inherited and carried forward. After an impassioned opening speech, the evening quickly entered the public bidding for genetic data. The first person to come on stage was a thin middle-aged man. As soon as he stood still, his personal information and family demands were immediately displayed on the huge holographic screen behind him. The Zhou family is a well-known business family in Terra City. They mainly engage in traditional mining business and own mining rights on several resource planets. The family's assets are assessed to be over 100 million credit points, which makes them a wealthy family in the eyes of ordinary people. However, the next line of information reveals the dilemma beneath this family's glamorous appearance. The martial arts inheritance has been severely interrupted. In the past 3 generations, there has not been a formal warrior, and the strongest person in the family is only a quasi-warrior. The host introduced, due to tradition, the Zhou family is reluctant to accept a son-in-law. Therefore, today, we are willing to offer a starting reward of 500,000 credit points in exchange for the genetic information of a warrior with a genetic potential of no less than 12%. This is solely to continue the family bloodline and give birth to a descendant with martial arts talent. After the Zhou family representative finished speaking, he walked off the stage and returned to his seat. However, Lin Chia felt that the response was not enthusiastic. The warriors around him who were similar to him all had very calm expressions. I don't know if it's because of less money or what. 500,000 credits, maybe just a sprinkle of water in the center of the planet, Terra City? But for Lin Chia, it can be considered as a solution to the urgent problem. You know, the gold coins that Bai Mushi took away from her husband Deng only added up to less than 500,000. Now, all you have to pay is some fertility information. Originally, Lin Chia wanted many children in good fortune, and now he can have money to raise them. Why not? Well, anyway, let us sign up first. The situations of the next few families that came to power were similar. Most of them are business families or martial arts branches that were once glorious but are now gradually declining. The common feature is that the family property is quite rich, but no outstanding warriors have been born in the next few generations, and even the male heirs are in danger. Lin Chia probably also figured out what was going on with these small families that were considered declining. In an empire where warriors are the dominant force at the top of society, wealth without the protection of force is nothing but a castle in the air that can be blown away by wind and rain at any time. What is even more fatal is that the women of childbearing age in the tribe are already in their 30s or 40s and have missed the best childbearing age. Moreover, although he has ordinary conditions, he is arrogant and looks down on ordinary warriors. However, those talented warriors with outstanding talents look down on them and the declining families behind them. Unable to reach a high position, nor willing to settle for a low position, this eventually led to a serious crisis in the continuation of the family bloodline. In desperation, these families had no choice but to humble themselves, spend a lot of money and appear here. I hope to use money to continue the family bloodline. After all, hundreds of thousands of dollars are just a small amount of money compared to the family's future. Even so, it can only attract grassroots warriors like Lin Chia, right? When Lin Chia saw these projects, his eyes lit up. For Lin Chia, these hundreds of thousands are a lot. Moreover, the mission of having many children in good fortune was completed along the way. Sign up everyone. At this moment, a young woman in dark blue combat uniform walked onto the stage with confidence after being introduced by the host. She is tall, with neat short hair that makes her look more heroic, and her beautiful face has a hint of innate arrogance. I'm Yi Qinghan, a representative of Xinka Biological Group. Her voice was cold, but her words were clear and articulate, with an unquestionable penetrating power. Lin Chia raised his head, his eyes fell on the familiar figure on the stage, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Isn't this, the local Terra girl who lives next door to me? I didn't expect that she was the representative of Xinka Bio Group. Almost at the same time, Yi Qinghan on the stage, while scanning the entire audience with her sharp eyes, also noticed Lin Chia in the corner. Her brows furrowed instantly. His gaze stayed on Lin Chia for 0.01 seconds, then immediately shifted away. Is this guy here to sell his reproductive information? What a backward and inferior race. Why was I admitted to Inda? Why live next door to me? At this moment, Yi Qinghan felt dirty. Chapter 085 Charity Auction. Yi Qinghan sighed. It seemed like she couldn't live in the school dormitory anymore. The air in the dormitory is dirty. My parents always told me to learn to adapt, but I really can't adapt to these inferior races. A trace of intense contempt flashed through Yi Qinghan's heart. But her good upbringing and professional conduct allowed her to quickly suppress all outward emotions, as if she was just seeing an insignificant background. She cleared her throat and continued with her prepared speech. We at Shinka Biological Group have long been dedicated to cutting-edge research in genetic optimization, pharmaceuticals, and martial arts compatibility. Yi Qinghan's voice echoed throughout the banquet hall, brimming with undeniable confidence. Thus, we've come here today for a single purpose: to seek the fertility data of high-quality warriors with a genetic potential of no less than 14%. 14%. As soon as this number came out, there was an uncontrollable roar and discussion from the audience. You know, a genetic potential of 14% has already firmly stepped into the threshold of genius. Among the freshmen of major martial arts universities, he is always at the top of the list. The small families before only dared to ask for 12% at most, and their bids were all around 500,000. Shinka Bio Group started with a 14% threshold, so its offer must be extraordinary. However, she swept her sharp gaze across the room and spoke word by word. We guarantee that all samples will only be used for legal and compliant research projects within the group, such as genetic drug development and cultivation method data modeling, in order to avoid any potential ethical and legal disputes. She paused, and then announced the final verdict in a decisive tone. We at Shinka Biology will absolutely not use any of our samples for reproduction. For every warrior who meets our requirements and is willing to cooperate with our Shinka Biological Group, we will pay a one-time payment of 300,000 credit points as a reward. What? Just scientific research? Not used for reproduction? Damn it! It was all for nothing. Lin Xie instantly lost interest in the woman on the stage and the Shinka Bio Group she represented. However, after a brief silence in the banquet hall, the atmosphere became lively. Lin Xie immediately understood what was going on. The reward of 300,000 credit points is much lower than the 500,000 offered by those declining families before. However, most of the arrogant young warriors present probably do not want their excellent bloodlines to be lost in this kind of trading method. He has formed an inseparable connection with a family that he has no feelings for and even looks down upon. That means unknown cause and effect, potential trouble, and one or more offspring that you may never acknowledge. In comparison, Shinka Group's proposal perfectly hit their pain points. There is no risk of bloodline leakage, no future disputes over illegitimate children, and no need to bear any moral and ethical burden. Simply providing a sample for scientific research can earn you a huge sum of 300,000 credit points. This is what the vast majority of young warriors present really need. For a moment, many warriors who were still watching showed eager expressions. However, the enthusiasm in the venue did not affect Lin Xie in the corner at all. For the vast majority of warriors present, this was a perfect deal. However, for Lin Xie, it was completely the opposite. Unable to reproduce? What's the use of that? After all this time, it turns out that he was just collecting raw materials, not looking for someone to carry on the family line. The situations of the following companies were similar to that of Shinka Bio. Some are large pharmaceutical groups that need high-quality genetic samples to test the universality and side effects of new drugs. Others are top martial arts equipment manufacturers that need large amounts of genetic data to optimize the ergonomic design and neural connection efficiency of combat uniforms. The conditions they offered, without exception, were for research only, no breeding allowed, and the remuneration was around 200,000 to 300,000 credit points. For a moment, the atmosphere in the venue became increasingly heated. For the vast majority of young warriors present, this was simply a godsend. You can easily earn a considerable income without having to worry about the outflow of blood and any subsequent troubles. Only Lin Xie was sitting in the corner bored, stuffing exquisite snacks into his mouth while pouting secretly. The bustling atmosphere had nothing to do with him. An hour later, this gene bidding session finally came to an end in a harmonious and friendly atmosphere. The elegant female host walked onto the stage again with an even brighter smile on her face. Thank you very much to all the guests for your strong support for the revival of the imperial bloodline. Next, we will enter the most exciting part of the night, the charity auction. All of the exhibits in this auction are provided free of charge by the guests, families, and businesses present here. All proceeds from this auction will be donated to our Imperial Fertility Management Center to support families with excellent genetic potential but from poor backgrounds, so that the future of the empire will have more brilliant stars. When Lin Xie heard this, he couldn't help but think to himself, that sounds nice, but isn't this just a disguised admission fee? Every force present has to bleed a little, and it is called charity, but in fact it is just a way to show off their muscles and background in this high-end circle. Soon, the first item was respectfully brought up on a tray by a beautiful maid in Cheongsam. It was a silver memory chip that looked ordinary, even a little old. The host introduced, "Dear guests, our first lot is provided by the Zhou family of Terra City. This memory chip contains an invaluable video recording of the Zhou family's first patriarch, one of the first pioneers of our 0755 galaxy, the late extraordinary warrior, Senior Zhou Tianheng, personally recording a training video of the Yitsung Haihan Lu sword technique for the younger generation 150 years ago. As everyone knows, Senior Zhou Tianheng's Sung Haihan Lu sword technique is incredibly powerful, having made remarkable contributions to the development of the 0755 galaxy. This video is a treasure he left behind to help future generations better learn sword techniques and comprehend the martial spirit. Starting price, 10,000 credit points. Lin Shiye listened to this introduction and thought to himself, isn't this similar to the VR teaching video he recorded when he paid teacher Lin Yuechan for tutoring? However, 150 years ago, technology in the 0755 galaxy was not so advanced that it was impossible to produce immersive VR videos, so it could only be recorded using this ancient digital video. This kind of thing, I'm afraid its commemorative significance is far greater than its actual cultivation value, right? However, just as Lin Shiye's thoughts came to an end, the reality was completely the opposite. Chapter 086 Xuansu Heart Sutra. 15,000. Before the host finished speaking, at a table not far from Lin Shiye, a young warrior who looked about the same age as him and was also wearing ordinary combat uniform, raised his hand without hesitation and shouted a price. This seemed to have lit the fuse. 20,000. 25,000. In the venue, bidding sounds rang out one after another, and the originally quiet atmosphere instantly became a little lively. Several warriors at the table next to Lin Shiye also lowered their voices and discussed enthusiastically. I didn't expect the Zhou family to actually bring this out. The expert-level cultivation experience of Sung Haihan Lu sword technique starts at least 100,000 on the market. Although this video is digital, it was recorded by the pioneer himself for the younger generation. The martial spirit contained in it is much more obvious. Zhou Tianheng most likely didn't hide anything. He didn't expect his juniors to decline to this point. Yes, those VR tutorials recorded by instructors nowadays always have hidden secrets. These discussions reached Lin Shiye's ears without missing a word. Why does it feel like the cost of these warriors' training is not on the same level as my own? Lin Shiye recalled that he had only visited Lin Yuechan twice and spent 20,000 credit points. The various training tutorials and videos mentioned by these warriors often cost hundreds of thousands of yuan. Could it be that because of her identity, Lin Yuechan gave her a great discount? Lin Shiye didn't know whether his guess was correct or not. Anyway, I am not very interested in this Sung Haihan Lu sword technique training video. 90,000, a voice rang out. 100,000, another voice followed closely. In the end, this memory chip, full of historical weight, was bought for 110,000 credit points. Lin Shiye looked in the direction of the voice and found that the person who made the bid was the person sitting in the Zhou family seat. It seems that the Zhou family probably didn't want this video to be leaked. This money is more like transferring from left hand to right hand, and by the way, it completes the process of charitable donation. At this moment, the host's voice became louder again, attracting the attention of the entire audience. Ladies and gentlemen, what follows will be the grand finale of this evening. This is very special because it is not a single lot. The lights in the venue dimmed slightly, leaving only a spotlight shining on the center of the stage. On the huge holographic screen behind the host, all images faded, leaving only 4 simple and profound ancient seal characters. Xuansu Heart Sutra. The host, with a confident and charming smile on his face, announced loudly, tonight's grand finale isn't an auction, but a limited time sale for all VIPs present. Every VIP here can place an order through the terminal within the next 72 hours. She paused, as if to give everyone enough time to digest the information. Let me introduce to you this B-level dual cultivation technique officially certified and provided by the Empire, the Xuansu Heart Sutra. This technique, practiced primarily by men, is profound in nature, its energy pure. The practice is gentle and nourishing, achieving a perfect complement of yin and yang. According to over 10 billion data points from the Imperial Fertility Management Center, practicing this technique together as a couple not only significantly increases the chances of having high potential offspring, but more importantly, it benefits both partners, enhancing their spiritual cultivation. Finally, it's priced at 1 million credit points. No other conditions are required. In addition, the Empire officially offers an interest-free installment plan for 3 to 10 years. Lin Shiye's eyes lit up instantly when he heard the words dual cultivation technique. His heart began to beat wildly and his breathing became stagnant. Dual cultivation technique. It can also improve the potential of future generations. It can also enhance the spiritual power of both parties. Every characteristic hit his heart precisely. It's just 1 million credits. He remembered that when he exchanged for the B-level Hunyuan Qigong, he only paid a deposit of 100,000 credit points. And the Xuanzu Heart Sutra in front of him, which is also a B grade, is priced 10 times as much. However, when he looked around, he found that most of the guests in the banquet hall had calm expressions, some even taking it for granted. No shock, no uproar. Lin Xie understood instantly. It seems that this so-called finale is no longer a secret to the vast majority of people present. Although Lin Xie was very tempted, the price of 1 million credit points was still a huge sum of money for him. He glanced at his balance of less than 100,000 yuan, and the impulse in his heart was instantly extinguished by reason. Fortunately, there are still 72 hours to consider, so there is no need to rush. Let us go back and discuss this matter. As the party gradually came to an end, the guests began to communicate freely and the entire banquet hall became relaxed. Just as he was about to stand up and blend into the crowd to leave, a staff member in a gray business suit walked quickly up to him with a professional smile that was slightly surprised on his face. "Mr. Lin, please stay." Lin Xie stopped and looked at her with some confusion. "Hello, what's going on?" The staff member's gaze was inquiring, but his tone remained respectful. "Well, we've received your application. Regarding the 12 projects seeking warrior genetic data to continue your family's bloodline, you submitted applications for all of them, correct?" "Yes, is there any problem?" Lin Xie nodded frankly. The staff member quickly explained, "There is no problem, it's just, the situation is rather special. Because after seeing your information, all 12 families you applied to, without exception, agreed to cooperate with you." "The 12 families, all agreed?" Lin Xie himself was stunned. "Yes, all of them," the staff member said affirmatively. "All 12 projects have been approved, which means we need to arrange 12 sessions for you. This has never happened before in previous evening parties. So, I need to confirm with you again whether you are clear about the content of the projects you signed up for and are sure you want to complete all 12. In addition, we also need to arrange the order of priority." Lin Xie understood instantly. For him, this was not a troublesome matter that needed to be confirmed, it was clearly a great thing. 12 projects. This means that he will soon have 12 opportunities to gain authority points. This is much more efficient than going to the fertility management center sporadically. His face showed an undisguised joy, and he answered crisply, "I'm sure. I'll take all 12 projects. As for the order, I have no opinion." Seeing his decisiveness, the staff member's eyes flashed with admiration. She quickly wrote it down on her terminal and said with a smile, "Okay, Mr. Lin. We have noted your decision. Our specialist will contact you through your personal terminal with the specific schedule for the follow-up. Thank you very much for your cooperation." At this moment, a calm and somewhat enthusiastic male voice sounded behind Lin Xie. "Hello, is this Mr. Lin?" Lin Xie looked back and saw a middle-aged man in a well-dressed suit with an elegant face looking at him with a smile. It was the head of the Zhou family who had been introduced on stage earlier, the descendant of Zhou Tianheng. Next to the head of the Zhou family stood two young women who still had charm. They were wearing exquisite evening gowns, and their eyebrows and eyes were about 50% similar. They looked to be around 35 years old. The Zhou family had extended his hand and said enthusiastically, "I'm Zhou Wenyan. It's an honor to meet you, Mr. Lin. These two are my beloved daughters, Zhou Linya and Zhou Linjing." Lin Xie nodded politely and shook hands with him. Zhou Wenyan looked at Lin Xie carefully, his eyes full of undisguised admiration. He got straight to the point and said, "Mr. Lin, we've read your profile. I wonder, are you interested in becoming our Zhou family's son-in-law and joining our Zhou family?" Chapter 87 Marriage Can Be Divorced. Son-in-law? Lin Xie was completely stunned. Are people in the planet's capital so direct? They just met. Zhou Wenyan saw Lin Xie's surprised expression and smiled and waved his hand. "I know it's a bit presumptuous to say that. However, opportunities like tonight are rare, so we also want to be frank. We in the Zhou family admire young talents like you very much and sincerely hope to have a deeper development with you." As soon as he finished speaking, the two Zhou sisters, Zhou Linya and Zhou Linjing, who had been silent, had a touching blush on their cheeks. They looked at Lin Xie shyly, their eyes full of curiosity and expectation. Although the man in front of them was a little too young, his strong facial lines, tall and straight figure, and the youthful and energetic aura he exuded made their hearts beat faster. What's more, he is a student of Galaxy Martial Arts University. Although he was born in a remote fourth-tier city and came from a poor family, this only highlighted his amazing personal talent and huge potential. The future is definitely promising. This completely meets their ideal criteria for choosing a partner. However, before Lin Qiye could recover from this sudden recruitment of a son-in-law, another group of people also came over quickly. Leading the group was a middle-aged man who looked more shrewd and capable. Beside him was an elderly butler who was dressed in a neat tuxedo and had a calm demeanor. Behind them stood a young woman with a beautiful appearance. Lin Qiye recognized that this was the Yu family, another family that had been introduced on the stage before and was seeking fertility information. Mr. Lin. Yu Zhenhai, the patriarch of the Yu family, arrived before he even showed up. With a smile even more eager than Zhou Wenyan's, he squeezed over and said, "I've heard so much about you, so much about you." He ignored Zhou Wenyan, who had a rather grim expression on his face, and spoke directly to Lin Qiye. "Mr. Lin, I'm sure you understand the situation of our Yu family. I won't beat around the bush with you. As long as you are willing, the door of our Yu family is always open to you. My daughter, Yu Siyu, is 32 years old this year and still unmarried. She hopes to find an ideal partner like you, Mr. Lin." As he spoke, he pushed his daughter forward a step. The young woman named Yu Siyu, with blushing cheeks, looked at Lin Qiye with a voice so soft that it could squeeze out water. "Hello, Mr. Lin." For a moment, Lin Qiye was caught between the two families, feeling torn, and the situation became somewhat awkward. The other guests around also noticed the commotion here and cast curious and intriguing glances. Zhou Wenyan's face darkened upon seeing this, and he snorted coldly, "Master Yu, there has to be a first-come first-served rule for everything, right?" Yu Zhenhai, however, refused to budge. With a forced smile, he replied, "Master Zhou is mistaken. A leader like Mr. Lin naturally has the right to choose a family that suits him best. While our Yu family may not be as wealthy as the Zhou family, we have a smaller family and will never let Mr. Lin suffer any injustice." Lin Qiye didn't expect that he would become so popular. The two sides were about to argue, and it seemed that representatives from two other families were ready to make a move. He raised his hand to interrupt them, feeling both amused and helpless. "Everyone, thank you very much for your kindness. It's just, I'm already married." "Get married?" These three words, like a basin of cold water, instantly extinguished all the hot atmosphere at the scene. The entire banquet hall fell silent. The smiles on Zhou Wenyan and Yu Zhenhai's faces froze. The sparkle in the eyes of the daughters behind them quickly dimmed, replaced by disappointment and astonishment that was difficult to conceal. The whole audience was silent for a few seconds. The first person to react was Yu Zhenhai. He laughed heartily, breaking the awkward atmosphere. "So that's how it is. It was you who was abrupt. It's okay, it's okay. Even if we can't reach an agreement on this, we're still friends. Mr. Lin, add a terminal and keep in touch." As he spoke, he took out his personal terminal and enthusiastically wanted to exchange contact information with Lin Qiye. Zhou Wenyan, who was standing by, still had a rather grim expression on his face, but he snorted coldly, also took out his terminal, and said, "Mr. Lin, our Zhou family also hopes to make friends with you." With these two families taking the lead, several other family heads who were originally on the sidelines also stepped forward and politely exchanged contact information with Lin Qiye. A grand drama of snatching a son-in-law came to a dramatic end. Soon, the party ended. Lin Qiye declined the enthusiastic invitations from the family heads, left the Galaxy building alone and returned to school. Inside a luxurious hover car, the atmosphere in the Zhou family was a bit depressing. Zhou Wenyan leaned back in the soft leather seat and sighed deeply, his tone full of regret. "How quick they acted. I didn't expect someone so young to be already married." His second daughter, Zhou Linjing, who was sitting next to him, snorted with disdain and sourness in her tone. "After getting married, he's still selling his fertility information. I think he's just too poor to be true. He's willing to do anything for that little bit of money. What do you know?" Zhou Wenyan immediately glared at her and scolded her in a low voice. "It is precisely because of this that we have more chances. Even if we get married, we can still get divorced. Dad." Before he could finish, his youngest daughter, Zhou Linya, who had been silent the entire time, interrupted him with a sharp voice, her face filled with resistance. "I don't want a divorced man. A bumpkin from a small, fourth-tier city, even if he's a student at Galaxy Martial Arts University, so what? If this gets out, will our Zhou family's reputation be ruined?" Zhou Wenyan was so angry when he saw his little daughter's arrogant look that he almost suffocated. He pointed at her and was speechless for a long time. He felt a wave of sadness in his heart. Why has my family's bloodline declined to this extent? Not without reason. On the other side, the atmosphere in the Yu family's hovercraft was equally subtle. Yu Xinhai looked at his daughter, who was looking unhappy, and said in a gentle voice, "See you, don't be discouraged. Since he's already married, let's take it slow. You two should make friends first and hang out more. No one will gossip about it. Who knows, maybe things will change in the future." Upon hearing this, Yu curled her lips in annoyance and glanced at her father. "Dad, what are you thinking? Do I need any men chasing me? Why do I have to rush to throw myself at a married man?" When Yu Xinhai heard his daughter's words, his expression instantly turned cold. He snorted coldly and said, "Okay, you're capable. Starting next month, don't ask me for a penny of your pocket money." "Dad." Yu suddenly became anxious and said angrily, "Why are your ideas so old-fashioned? Is it necessary to do this to continue the family line? Are marriage and having children really that important?" When Yu Xinhai saw his daughter like this, he felt exhausted. The atmosphere in Yi Qinghan's hovercar was as cold as ice. The luxurious carriage is completely isolated from the hustle and bustle of the outside world, running smoothly and silently on its exclusive track in the night. Bossy, the female assistant sitting in the passenger seat, spoke cautiously, trying to break the dull atmosphere with a flattering smile on her face. "Just now, when the party was about to end, I heard something interesting happened." Seeing that Yi Qinghan didn't stop her immediately, the female assistant continued, "I heard that the Zhou and Yu families almost got into a fight over a son-in-law. That man seems to be a freshman at our Galaxy Martial Arts University." Before she finished speaking, she felt the temperature in the car seem to drop a few degrees. Yi Qinghan's icy gaze shot through the rearview mirror like a sharp sword. The female assistant froze all over, the smile on her face instantly frozen, and the rest of her words were stuck in her throat, unable to utter a single word. A fine layer of cold sweat instantly broke out on her forehead. She knew she had said the wrong thing. Yi Qinghan looked at the terrified female assistant, and the disgust in her eyes grew even stronger. The figure of Lin Xie appeared in his mind. So disgusting. How could such a person be qualified to enter Galaxy Martial Arts University? Chapter 88, Lin Yuechan's question. At this moment, Lin Xie, the protagonist who caused all this trouble, had already forgotten the episode at the party. He was sitting on the suspended railcar returning to school, happily sending messages to Bai Mushi. "Lin Xie, honey, I'm almost home." "Bai Mushi, okay, the food is warming up for you, come back soon." Looking at the gentle words on the screen, Lin Xie's mouth corners unconsciously curled up into a warm smile. "When I returned to the dormitory, the familiar aroma of food hit me. Bai Mushi, wearing a cute apron, was like a hard-working little bee, bringing plates of steaming hot dishes to the table. "Honey, how was it? Did the party go well?" she asked curiously as she served Lin Xie some food. "Did you eat anything good?" Lin Xie smiled and shook his head, picked up a piece of fragrant barbecue and stuffed it into his mouth, and said vaguely, "The food is secondary, it's just a bit boring. However, the harvest is still not bad." Bai Mushi's eyes lit up and she asked, "Oh? What did you gain?" Lin Xie swallowed the food in his mouth, drank a sip of water, and said in a calm tone, "Well, I took on 12 projects." 12? Bai Mushi was slightly startled, a little surprised. "So many? What projects are they?" In her opinion, the projects at this kind of high-end party were mostly academic research collaborations, or providing some martial arts consulting services to large companies. Lin Xie looked at her curious expression and decided not to keep her in suspense any longer, and directly dropped a bombshell. "The pay is about the same. Each project is around 500,000 credits. Pa!" The chopsticks in Bai Mushi's hand slipped without warning and fell on the dining table with a crisp sound. She froze completely, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes widened instantly, her mouth opened slightly, and her face was full of disbelief. She subconsciously did a quick calculation in her mind. One project costs 500,000. 12. That's 6 million? 6 million credits? Bai Mushi only felt a buzzing sound in his head, as if he was struck by a thunderbolt, and everything went blank in an instant. She remembered how she had scraped together less than 500,000 credit points. And now, Lin Xie just went out to attend a party and easily brought back 500,000. This number was completely beyond her comprehension, making her feel as if she was dreaming. "Husband." Her voice was trembling as she stammered, You are not kidding me, are you?" Lin Xie looked at her cute, frightened look and couldn't help laughing. He reached out and pinched her cheeks that were puffed up with shock, and said jokingly, "Why would I lie to you? It's absolutely true." After receiving a positive answer, Bai Mushi took a deep breath and it took her a long time to recover from the extreme shock. The next second, she suddenly jumped up from the chair, threw herself into Lin Xie's arms, and hugged him tightly. Lin Xie stumbled at her sudden enthusiasm. He smiled and hugged her, gently patting her back and soothing her softly, all right, don't get excited. It's only 6 million, right? There will be more in the future." By the way, the party also announced an official B-level dual cultivation technique called the Xuansu Heart Sutra. It's said to be very effective in improving the potential of offspring and the spiritual cultivation of both partners. He said, observing Bai Mushi's reaction. "It's just a bit expensive, it costs 1 million credit points." 1 million? Bai Mushi, who had just calmed down, was shocked again by this number. But this time, she was just surprised by the high cost of the technique, rather than feeling that it was out of reach. After all, they are now preparing to become wealthy people with a huge sum of 6 million. She just subconsciously felt that spending so much money to buy a B-level martial arts technique was a bit too extravagant. However, when the 4 words dual cultivation method went around in her mind, her pretty cheeks turned red uncontrollably, like a ripe apple. She lowered her head, her voice as thin as a mosquito, poked the rice in the bowl with her chopsticks, and muttered, just buy it." Lin Xie looked at her shy and cute appearance and couldn't help but chuckle. He leaned close to her ear, lowered his voice, and teased in a magnetic tone, "Why? Do you want to experience it too?" "I don't." Bai Mushi glared at Lin Xie in embarrassment and anger, her cheeks red as if bleeding. She argued somewhat incoherently, I'm doing this for the baby's genetic potential. And also for your cultivation. You, don't let your imagination run wild." Looking at her cute look that was trying to hide but making it more obvious, Lin Xie smiled even more happily. As soon as Lin Xie finished his meal, he sent a message to Lin Yuechan. It was already late at night, but extraordinary warriors hardly needed sleep, as practice could completely replace it, so he didn't care too much about this time. Lin Xie, hello, Teacher Lin. I'd like to schedule the next martial arts tutorial. When are you available? After sending the message, he waited quietly. After about 10 minutes, the terminal made a soft beep, indicating a reply. Lin Xie clicked on it and saw Lin Yuechan's words with a hint of scrutiny and confusion displayed on the screen. Lin Yuechan, it's only been a dozen days, and classes are already starting again? Before Lin Xie could reply, the second message popped up. Lin Yuechan, let me make it clear to you first. Martial arts training is most critical to avoiding impatience. It's not something that can be achieved overnight. If you don't have a solid foundation and only attend classes to catch up, it's a sheer waste of your time and my energy, and it won't produce any results. Lin Xie could feel Lin Yuechan's seriousness and even a hint of dissatisfaction between the lines. He smiled, not surprised by this, and replied calmly. Lin Xie, teacher, I understand what you mean. However, I feel like my practice has been pretty good these past few days, so I'd like to ask for your further guidance. Lin Yuechan, is it okay? These 4 words seemed to make Lin Yuechan's disbelief felt even through the screen. A moment later, her next message came. Lin Yuechan, okay, since you are so confident, then come on. Lin Yuechan, tomorrow at 12 a.m., still in room 2202. At the same time, in the 2202 training room of the number 10 teaching building. Lin Yuechan had just finished guiding Qin Xiaoxiao. She looked at Qin Xiaoxiao's departing back and nodded with satisfaction. This is what a genius should be like, humble, hardworking, and taking every step very solidly. At this time, she saw the chat history with Lin Xie on the terminal, and her beautiful brows frowned slightly again. She shook her head, a sharp glint in her eyes. If Lin Xie's performance this time shows no improvement and disappoints her, then she will never take Lin Xie's class again. A blindly arrogant person is not worth her unnecessary energy. Chapter 089, Civil Strife and Waha. After finalizing the class time with Lin Yuechan, Lin Xie just put down the terminal and prepared to continue practicing the 8 treasures kung fu. Ding dee. The terminal rang again, and this time the message came from the official account of the Empire Fertility Management Center. Dear Mr. Lin Xie, hello. We have completed the preliminary coordination and arrangements for the 12 projects you requested for the charity gala. We will need your cooperation 12 times in total. How would you like to arrange your time going forward? Lin Xie replied. Lin Xie, I hope the sooner the better. Soon, the Fertility Management Center gave a response. Okay, Mr. Lin. We've arranged the fastest schedule for you. The first appointment is tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. The location is still at the Fertility Management Center in the First College area. Please arrive on time. The next morning, Lin Xie arrived at the familiar white building on time. This time he was received by a new staff member. She is also tall and beautiful, wearing a straight professional suit and elegant black stockings, with an impeccable professional smile on her face. When Lin Xie explained his purpose, the staff member immediately and respectfully led him to the other side of the building. After passing through a corridor that required authorization verification, they came to an area that was completely different from the previous one. The decoration here is more luxurious and private, and the air is even filled with a faint fragrance that can calm people's minds. The staff member led him to the door of a separate room and said with a smile, "Mr. Lin, this is the exclusive area we have prepared for VIP customers. It will be more private and comfortable. Please come in." Lin Xie nodded and pushed the door open. The facilities in the room are indeed much more advanced than those in the ordinary area. It seems that the sponsorship fees paid by those families can indeed bring different treatments. An hour later, Lin Xie walked out refreshed. When he just returned to the school's commercial street, the system prompt sound that he had been waiting for in his mind for a long time came as expected. Ding! The host's genetic data has been successfully matched and conception has been completed. Get reward, randomly unlock the right to practice a technique. There is no unlocked skills, get 1 permission point. Ding! The host's genetic data has been successfully matched and conception has been completed. Get reward, randomly unlock the right to practice a technique. There is no unlocked skills, get 1 permission point. Ding! The host's genetic data has been successfully matched and conception has been completed. Get reward, randomly unlock the right to practice a technique. There is no unlocked skills, get 1 permission point. 3 pregnancies? Lin Xie showed a look of surprise. 3 babies were pregnant at once. It can only be attributed to the advancement of technology. At this time, a message from Zhou Wenyan, the head of the Zhou family, also came. Zhou Wenyan, Mr. Lin, thank you so much. I just received a notification from the hospital that your genetic profile is excellent, the combination went very smoothly, and you've successfully conceived. You are a great benefactor to our Zhou family. Looking at this message, Lin Xie couldn't help but think of the charming Zhou sisters he met last night. Is it those sisters, plus their other sister? All 3 sisters were pregnant with his seed. Lin Xie only felt an inexplicable heat rising from his lower abdomen. He even began to imagine. In the future, can I find many women and let them get pregnant with my children one by one? One after another, these beautiful young women in black silk dresses, with big bellies, gave birth to children for themselves and spread their bloodlines across the entire galaxy. He shook his head violently, forcing these dangerous yet tempting thoughts out of his mind. With a sharp weapon in mind, the desire to kill arises naturally. Lin Xie muttered to himself with a wry smile, the ancients were not deceiving me. He took a deep breath, calmed his agitated mood, and stopped thinking about these trivial things. Before he could completely calm down, the terminal made another soft beep. A bank account arrival message popped up. Your account ending in XXXX received a transfer of 500,000.00 credit points. The money has arrived. Looking at the string of numbers that made his heart beat faster, Lin Xie felt relieved. The Zhou family is really efficient. With this first influx of funds, he could finally put his biggest worry aside. In recent days, as his practice intensity continued to increase, his genetic potential soared to 15.9%. He could clearly feel that the energy obtained solely from food was beginning to be unable to keep up with the body's consumption. If this continues, it will probably affect the efficiency and foundation of cultivation. It's time to use the nutrient solution. He immediately thought of his overly enthusiastic fat neighbor, Qian Cohen, who claimed to be the general agent of Jian Bailey nutrient solution. However, Lin Xie would not trust someone so easily. Before contacting Qian Cohen, he decided to go to another place to explore the situation first. When he came to the familiar butcher shop again, the middle-aged owner saw Lin Xie and immediately greeted him warmly. Handsome guy, are you here to buy meat again? Lin Xie smiled and nodded. After buying it, he asked again, Boss, that nutrient solution you mentioned last time. Upon hearing this, the boss's eyes lit up and his smile grew even brighter. He wiped his hands, walked out from behind the counter, and said in a low voice, "I knew you'd need it sooner or later. Come on, let me introduce it to you." He led Lin Xie to the rest area on the side of the store and sat him down. Then he took out several bottles of nutrient solution from a locked refrigerator and placed them on the table. This is the most popular Jian Bailey C3 on the market. Look at the color and texture, it's exactly the same as the one sold in the direct sale stores, and the taste is exactly the same. The goods here are just flowing through some special channels, so you can rest assured about the quality, there is absolutely no problem. If you don't believe me, you can buy one from me and then go to the direct sale store to buy one and try it out. The boss continued, one bottle of Jian Bailey C3 contains the same energy as 100 kilograms of premium mutant beef. Furthermore, it is completely absorbed by the stomach and intestines, without any side effects or residual impurities. And this, Lisan 3X, Xingning AAA, these are some of the most mainstream brands on the market, all similar products. The boss introduced them like a treasure trove. The official price of these things is 10,000 credit points each. Here, they're only 3,000 credit points each. How about it? Pretty good, right? Oh, by the way, this one is from the local Jinyo brand, Hua, a 1:1 replica of Jian Bailey. This channel is much more legitimate than the previous one, 5,000 credit points per bottle. Lin Xie asked curiously, "Boss, what channel is this?" The boss lowered his voice and whispered, "Aren't you aware of the recent turmoil at the Waha Group?" Seeing Lin Xie's puzzled expression, he continued to explain, "There's a civil war between Wahaha's legitimate son and illegitimate son. You don't know this either. The civil war caused the foundry to be unable to supervise properly, and the leaked information." Chapter 90, 3 No Products. When Lin Xie heard this, he was suddenly shocked. He originally thought that the goods he was selling were from regular channels, but he didn't expect that they were 3 No products without even a label. The quality was really unreliable. The boss looked at the hesitant look on Lin Xie's face, smiled, and said, "Little brother, I won't lie to you. Many students from Galaxy Martial Arts University, Longting Martial Arts University, and even the entire first school district buy goods from me. I can steadily sell dozens of boxes every week." He counted on his fingers and did some calculations for Lin Xie. "I see you're a freshman, your genetic potential must be quite high. Even if we calculated at 15%, your daily consumption would require at least 5 bottles of Jian Bailey C3, right? If we go by the official price, that's 50,000 credit points a day. With me, it's only 15,000. You can calculate how much you can save in a month." The boss said 5 cigarettes a day, that's the real style of the rich second generation. With Lin Xie's current consumption, after eating enough meat, his daily energy gap would probably only require a bottle of nutrient solution of this level to be sufficient. Of course, those rich kids who are not short of money may be too lazy to spend time eating, so it is completely fine for them to drink 4 or 5 bottles a day. However, even so, Lin Xie was still worried. For this kind of product without any quality assurance, who knows if there are any problems with it? Lin Xie thought for a moment and said, "Boss, I'll go back and think about it." "No problem." The boss smiled and said confidently, "My prices are definitely the most affordable in the first school district." After coming out of the butcher shop, Lin Xie immediately contacted Qian Kuan. "Lin Xie, in the dormitory?" Soon, Qian Kuan's reply came. "Qian Kuan, brother Lin. What's going on? I'm at Jinyo Martial Arts University." Then, Qian Kuan explained again. "Qian Kuan, my family found me a teacher from Jinyo Martial Arts University to come over and give me extra lessons." Lin Xie secretly sighed in his heart that these students with backgrounds really all had their own ways and had already started a crazy involution before school started. In the afternoon, Qian Kuan and Lin Xie met in the leisure area of the lobby on the first floor of the student dormitory. "Brother Lin." As soon as Qian Kuan saw Lin Xie, he quickly walked up and asked enthusiastically, "Brother Lin, what brand of nutrient solution do you want? C3, right?" Qian Kuan immediately operated a few times on the terminal and called up a cargo list. The first item on the list was Jian Bailey C3, and the price behind it was clearly marked purchase price, 6,500 credit points. Qian Kuan pointed at the price, lowered his voice, and said sincerely, "Brother Lin, our purchase price is 6,500. How much do you want?" 6,500? Lin Xie immediately made a judgment in his mind. Although it is more than twice as expensive as the butcher's price, Qian Kuan's price is obviously much more credible. "Let's have a box first," Lin Xie said. "Okay." Xian Kuan agreed readily. Brother Lin, I have some leftovers in the dormitory. I'll bring them up to you later. Lin Xie quickly said, don't worry. How can I transfer this money to you? Upon hearing this, Xian Kuan immediately waved his hand with a smile on his face. Brother Lin, it's too strange for you to talk to me about money. It's just a box of nutrient solution, consider it my gift to Brother Lin. Lin Xie smiled and shook his head, that won't do. Brothers should settle accounts clearly. If you act like this, I won't dare to take your things. Seeing Lin Xie's firm attitude, Chen Kuan no longer insisted. He scratched his head and said a little embarrassedly, then give it to me according to the purchase price. Brother Lin, please don't be polite with me. Lin Xie nodded and felt relieved. Then, he casually asked about bulk cargo. Chen Kuan, do you know why there are some unlabeled nutrient solutions being sold on the market? Bulk goods? Xian Kuan's face immediately changed when he heard this. He quickly lowered his voice and said nervously, Brother Lin, please don't buy those things. They are all recycled waste liquids, and there may be contamination in them. Recycle waste liquid? Lin Xie's eyes suddenly widened. Xian Kuan nodded emphatically and explained, yes, many nutrient solutions can't be 100% absorbed during use, so there's always some residue left in the bottle. Those unscrupulous individuals specialize in recycling this residual waste liquid, filtering and blending it simply, and then selling it as new, so of course the price is cheaper. After hearing this, Lin Xie was speechless. Sure enough, I was still too naive. All kinds of excuses like civil unrest are probably fake. Xian Kuan looked at Lin Xie's frightened expression and muttered to himself in his heart. Why would Lin Xie ask about waste liquid? Logically speaking, how could a child from a top-tier aristocratic family like him, who was able to make a political marriage and had lived a life of luxury since childhood, be exposed to such things? Could it be that I guessed wrong before? But judging by the way he insisted on paying just now, he doesn't seem like the kind of person who comes from a lower-class background and is greedy for small profits. Oh, it's becoming increasingly difficult to understand. Xian Kuan shook his head and stopped thinking about it. No matter what, it's always a good idea to make more friends. Early morning, 12 o'clock midnight. Lin Xie once again came to teaching building number 10 in the core area of the school. The campus is still brightly lit late at night, with people coming and going on the streets, filled with a strong atmosphere of cultivation. He walked to the door of room 2202 with ease and was about to knock. Swish! The door to the training room slid open from the inside, and a familiar tall figure walked out. He was still wearing the dashing dark red tight combat uniform, still had neat short hair, and still had that beautiful and cold face. It was Qin Xiaoxiao. The two looked at each other and were both slightly stunned. There was a thin layer of sweat on Qin Xiaoxiao's forehead. It was obvious that she had just finished a high-intensity training, and her breathing was still a little rapid. When she saw Lin Xie, she just nodded coldly as a greeting, and then walked past him without saying a word, without any unnecessary communication. Lin Xie watched her leaving, shook his head slightly, pushed the door and walked into the training room. Chapter 091, Punch, Fight Well. Teacher. Lin Xie walked into the training room and called out respectfully. Lin Yuechan was standing in the center of the venue. She didn't turn around, but said in a cold voice, "Are you here? Then let's get started. Practice the basic boxing techniques and basic footwork for me. Let me see how good you are at these past 10 days." Her tone was calm, and no emotion could be heard from her, but Lin Xie could sense that beneath that calmness, there was a hint of scrutiny and testing. Yes. Lin Xie didn't say much, took a deep breath, and walked to the center of the venue. He did not start immediately, but closed his eyes first and calmed his mind completely. The next second, when he opened his eyes again, his whole temperament changed. If he was a sharp blade hidden in a sheath before, then at this moment, this blade has been unsheathed, revealing its sharpness. He just lowered his waist and stood up, then punched out straight ahead. Call! Before the fist arrived, a hot and domineering fist wind was already blowing in his face. This punch was no longer as soft as last time, but full of explosive power. Lin Yuechan was just standing there casually, but when she felt the sudden burst of aggressive aura from Lin Xie, a hint of genuine surprise appeared in her cold eyes for the first time. This punch is not only well thrown. And this breath. Is it the will of martial arts? And why is this feeling of will so similar to my own? How is this possible? A huge wave of emotion surged in Lin Yuechan's heart. A few days ago, he was just a martial arts idiot who couldn't even stand steadily or throw a straight punch. Was it a few days ago? At this moment, Lin Yuechan began to doubt her own sense of time. How long has it been? He actually comprehended the will of martial arts? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Before Lin Yuechan recovered from her shock, Lin Qiye had already moved. Every movement he made seemed to contain a volcano about to erupt, full of the domineering charm of rapid and fierce fire. The same was true of his footwork. Every step he took was like igniting a cluster of flames on the ground. His entire body was like a swift flash of fire, moving flexibly across the field, dodging, turning, and moving. Fists and steps are perfectly integrated together. It takes the will of rapid fire as the core, the perfect basic boxing as the skeleton, and the perfect basic footwork as the foundation. After practicing a set of boxing techniques, it was smooth and seamless. The air in the entire training room seemed to be ignited, and the temperature rose a few degrees. When he finished the last movement and stood still, the scorching and overbearing aura slowly absorbed into his body. There was a slight sweat on Lin Qiye's forehead, his breathing was steady, his eyes were bright, and he looked at Lin Yuechan quietly, waiting for her evaluation. At this moment, Lin Yuechan was already in great shock and could not speak for a long time. The training room was dead silent, with only the soft hum of the air conditioning system. After a long time, Lin Yuechan swallowed her saliva and spoke with a dry throat. There was a slight tremor in her voice that she didn't even notice. Let's try again. Good. Lin Qiye responded without any hesitation and started fighting again. The whistling fist wind, swift footwork, and domineering momentum once again filled the entire training room. This time, Lin Yuechan had already calmed down from her initial shock. Her sharp eyes, like the most sophisticated instrument, locked onto Lin Qiye's every movement and every detail without blinking. Although it is still very weak and immature, there is no doubt that the feeling of concentration, purity, and explosiveness is unmistakable. It's Wu-Yi. Moreover, what Lin Qiye comprehended was the same martial spirit as himself. She looked at Lin Qiye in front of her with extremely complicated eyes. Shocking, unbelievable, incredible. All kinds of emotions intertwined together, causing her strong heart, which had long been calm, to beat violently. She recalled how, in order to comprehend her own martial arts will, she had practiced hard in seclusion for 3 whole years under the arrangement of her family. During this period, I sought guidance from many famous teachers before I finally succeeded. Of course, this is the method used when absolute safety is guaranteed. In a life or death battle, it is indeed possible to gain an instant enlightenment and comprehend the essence of martial arts under the immense pressure and excitement of life and death. But that method is too risky. It is tantamount to gambling with one's own life. If one is not careful, the outcome will be disastrous. No one will try it easily. As for a safer and more efficient method, there is also a cutting-edge device, a virtual machine, that is only available on the main star of Taurus. Even the senior students of Galaxy Martial Arts University only have a chance to experience it when they go to the main planet for study tours and participate in competitions. And how did this grassroots boy in front of me do it? Evildoer. This is no longer something that can be described as a genius, this is simply an absolute monster. Lin Yuechan recalled her previous contempt for him and suddenly felt her cheeks burning. I even warned him not to be too ambitious and not to be impatient. Now it seems that I am the self-righteous fool. When Lin Qiye finished his training and stood still again, Lin Yuechan took a deep breath, forced herself to suppress the turbulent emotions in her heart, and tried to make her voice sound calmer. Not bad, you did very well. Chapter 92 Lin Yuechan's Misunderstanding. Very good. This simple compliment, coming from Lin Yuechan's mouth, sounded a little dry. She looked at Lin Qiye's clear and calm eyes, and the feeling of hating iron for not being able to make steel in her heart had long disappeared. Instead, there was an unprecedented solemnity and a hint of expectation. She took 2 steps back and forth, as if trying to organize her words, but finally couldn't help asking. How did you do that? Lin Qiye scratched his head, a simple smile on his face, and he had already prepared his words. I don't know either. I just watch your VR teaching videos every day, and as I watch them, it seems. I suddenly have a feeling. Just look at it, and you feel something? When Lin Yuechan heard this explanation, she was speechless. She felt that her worldview had been impacted like never before, and she even began to doubt whether all her 3 years of hard training had been in vain. She took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. All right. Perhaps only a genius like this can stand out from a school whose name he has never heard of? I should have been mentally prepared for this. However, she has taught so many students at Galaxy Martial Arts University and has seen so-called top talents before. However, I have never seen someone like Lin Chia in front of me. Is it really because I am ignorant? Okay, let us not worry about this anymore. Lin Yuechan forced herself to suppress the distracting thoughts in her mind and put her attention back on teaching. She looked at Lin Xie, her expression becoming more serious than ever. Now that you have comprehended the martial spirit, you must be extremely careful in choosing your next martial arts technique. She spoke slowly, her voice solemn. The style of your martial arts must match your martial will. If the two complement each other, their power will be multiplied, achieving twice the result with half the effort. If they conflict with each other, they will hinder each other, achieving half the result with twice the effort, and even affect the growth of your martial will. Take me for example. As she spoke, she suddenly pulled out a short metal stick no more than half a meter long from the shelf next to her. You step back 10 meters. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie immediately retreated as instructed and kept a sufficient distance. Lin Yuechan just shook her wrist, and the short metal rod made a clicking sound, stretching out section by section, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a 2-meter-long silver alloy spear. The spear body was shining brightly, and the tip of the spear was emitting cold light. It was taller than Lin Yuechan and was full of fierce murderous aura. She held the gun in one hand and casually made a gunflower, and her whole demeanor changed again. If she was a volcano about to erupt before, then at this moment, she was a red lightning that streaked across the sky, full of unparalleled sharpness and swiftness. Watch carefully. Before she finished speaking, she moved. Without any warning, she rushed forward like a ghost, and the spear in her hand seemed to turn into a fire dragon coming out of a cave, piercing straight out with a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Buzz! The tip of the gun vibrated at high speed in the air, actually producing sparks. She thrust out a spear, turned her wrist, and the spear came out like a dragon and retracted like lightning. Stab, pick, chop, smash, sweep. Each move was simple and direct, yet extremely fast and fierce. Gun shadows filled the sky, like a huge net woven of fire and death, covering the entire training room. Lin Xie stood in the distance and felt a gust of hot wind blowing towards him, making it difficult for him to breathe. He even had an illusion, as if he was not facing a person, but a raging wildfire, an erupting torrent, full of unstoppable destructive power. When the last shot was fired, Lin Yuechan suddenly put away the gun and stood still. The gun shadows and scorching breath in the sky disappeared in an instant, as if they had never appeared. She stood there quietly, her breathing steady, her expression unchanged. Only in her sharp eyes did a trace of fighting spirit still remain. My martial intent is blazing swiftness, so my main martial art is the A-rank swept flame spear. This spear technique pursues extreme speed and explosive power, which perfectly matches my martial intent. She paused, then added, it's just right. This spear technique is paired with the fire-attributed technique I practice, the red sun prison suppressing technique. When it strikes the enemy, it will cause a burning or even explosive effect within their body. The Hanyuan Yi Qigong you practice is moderate and peaceful, but since you've already realized the fire attribute, it's also suitable. Of course, the choice of martial arts ultimately depends on your personal preference. From your study of basic boxing techniques, do you prefer to develop swordsmanship, spearmanship, swordsmanship, or staff techniques? The shooting skills are quite good. Lin Xie murmured. He had a simple idea in his mind, an inch longer, an inch stronger. How wonderful it is that the enemy was shot dead before he even got close to me. Safety. However, with the vision gained from the two perfect level basic martial arts, he also saw some of the tricks of the gun technique just now. Lin Yuechan's marksmanship was indeed fierce, but it gave Lin Xie a feeling of moving forward fearlessly, and it was a fight to the death. Every move is an extreme attack, almost giving up all defense. Teacher Yuechan, Lin Xie hesitated for a moment, then asked his doubts, isn't your spear technique too offensive? I feel as if there aren't many defensive moves. Lin Yuechan nodded approvingly, a glint of admiration flashing in her eyes. Good vision. That's right, the swept flame spear is about attacking, not defending. As the saying goes, the best defense is offense. Attacking the enemy so that they have no chance to resist, and then killing them first, that's the essence of this spear technique. She looked at Lin Xie and asked, I see that you can comprehend the martial spirit of swift fire. Isn't it the same style? That's why I recommended it to you. Do you prefer the more steady and cautious style? Lin Xie was a little confused for a moment and asked himself in his heart. Am I such a reckless person? I clearly wanted to choose a spear, stay away from the enemy, and stab him to death safely. What happened that caused Lin Yuechan to misunderstand? Chapter 93 Genius Logic. Lin Yuechan put away her spear and looked at Lin Xiye with burning eyes. The will of martial arts will never lie. It originates from the deepest instincts of your soul. I've taught some students before. Like you, they also had similar doubts about themselves when they first comprehended the will of martial arts. But they all later proved that the direction guided by the will of martial arts was the path that best suited them. She paused and continued, "It's okay if you don't feel like this style. The prerequisite martial art for Swept Flame Spear is the C-rank martial art Wild Wind Spear technique. This spear technique also emphasizes speed and continuous attacks, and is the perfect foundation for Swept Flame Spear. But if you feel that the extreme offensive style of the Swept Flame Spear isn't suitable for you, then after you've mastered the Wild Wind Spear technique to the master level, you can switch to the other two completely different A-level spear techniques." As she spoke, she lightly drew a line in the air in front of her, and two glowing martial arts documents were projected out. The first is the A-rank martial art, Heavenly Dragnet Spear. This spear technique is the complete opposite of the overbearing Swept Flame Spear. It emphasizes the continuous flow of the spear like silk threads. When the spear's momentum is unfurled, it resembles a giant spider web, dense and tenacious. It excels at using softness to overcome hardness, dissipating force to counteract force, trapping the enemy firmly within your attack range until they succumb to exhaustion. The second one is also an A-rank martial art, called the Rock Mountain Suppressing Spear. This spear technique is extremely balanced in attack and defense. The spear strikes like a mountain, and is as steady as a mountain. It has no obvious weaknesses, and of course, no particularly outstanding advantages either. It is a jack of all trades, and is most suitable for surviving and fighting in various complex battlefield environments. These three A-rank spear techniques are all based on the Wild Wind Spear, but ultimately take on three completely different directions. One focuses on attack, one on control, and one on defense. The choice you make depends entirely on your heart. After listening to Lin Yuechan's introduction, Lin Xiye nodded and said in a deep voice, "I understand, teacher. Then I will start practicing with the Wild Wind Spear technique. No matter which direction you will eventually go, it is always a good idea to lay a solid foundation." Lin Yuechan nodded approvingly. Wild Wind Spear technique is a C-level martial art. It can be purchased in the school's martial arts mall. It should cost 10 credits, or 100,000 credit points. She suddenly remembered something and asked, "Do you have money?" "You don't have any credits now, but when you have them in the future, you should save them. You see, in the mall, 1 credit is equivalent to 10,000 credit points. In reality, 1 credit is far more valuable than 10,000 credit points. So if you can use credit points, try to use them instead of credits. There will be plenty of places to use credits in the future." Lin Xiye nodded and said, "I see, teacher, I have money. Fill in my referral code. I also get a commission. I won't charge you for this class. It's a gift to congratulate you on your understanding of martial arts." "Teacher, this." Lin Xiye was about to refuse. "No need to say more." Lin Yuechan waved her hand, interrupting him, her tone unquestionable. "I only taught you the most basic things, and you were able to comprehend it to this point on your own. I'm embarrassed to charge you more money." Seeing her firm attitude, Lin Xiye stopped being pretentious and bowed to her solemnly. "Thank you, teacher." Lin Xiye immediately started operating on the terminal and entered Lin Yuechan's referral code. Soon, the complete copyright of Kwangfeng Gun technique and the official teaching VR video were all downloaded to his personal terminal. Alright, Lin Yuechan watched him finish the operation, her expression returning to her usual calm and composed state. "The copyright and tutorial for the technique have been sent to your terminal. I won't be practicing this spear technique myself. After all, I haven't practiced such a low-level martial art in a long time. If I practice it now, it will inevitably bring up the shadow of the Swept Flame Spear, which will affect your pure understanding of the word wild wind and be detrimental to your cultivation." She paused, then offered a crucial point. "The essence of the Wild Wind Spear technique lies in speed, and the foundation of speed lies in raising the spear. What you need to practice is how to raise the spear tip and point it at your enemy with the greatest speed and minimal effort. Practice this most fundamental movement to perfection, making it instinctual. Then you'll have truly mastered this spear technique, and the subsequent moves will naturally follow." Lin Xiye nodded, but was secretly calculating in his heart. "You think too highly of me, what else do you want? I'll just go straight to the max level. I just don't know if I can master the C-level quick wind gun technique to the maximum level before the school entrance exam." Also, 8 treasures Kung Fu and Han Yuan I Qigong are only at level 5. Lin Xie suddenly felt that time was not enough. Etc. Lin Xie's heart suddenly tightened, and he suddenly remembered a crucial issue that he had overlooked: getting started. The difficulty of getting started with C-level martial arts is much higher than that of D-level martial arts. Back then, it took him 5 whole days of sleepless work to barely get started with the simplest, basic boxing technique. God knows how long it will take to learn this C-level wild wind gun technique? 10 days? Half a month? He can't afford to waste this time. Thinking of this, Lin Xie immediately spoke up, somewhat embarrassedly asking, Teacher, are there any D-level spearmanship techniques that are relatively easy to get started with? Preferably a set of martial arts with fewer moves, preferably the kind that only requires practicing one move? Lin Xie thought to himself. The fewer tricks you have, the shorter the time it takes to swipe. If there really is only one trick, then he can do it hundreds or thousands of times in an hour, and maybe he can reach the maximum level within a day. When Lin Yuechan heard Lin Xie's words, she was stunned. She raised her head and looked at Lin Xie strangely, feeling speechless. Here we go again. Another weird request. It's bad enough that you only choose the easy ones to get started with, but now you also want fewer moves, preferably only one? What kind of cultivation logic is this? Could it be that he is a true monstrous genius, whose way of thinking is completely different from that of ordinary people? They don't need to learn step by step, but prefer to start from the simplest and purest underlying logic. As long as you understand one point thoroughly, you can apply it to other similar situations and understand everything? Chapter 94 Little Boy. The more Lin Yuechan thought about it, the more she felt that this was the only explanation that made sense. She shook her head and said without further question, that's very simple. Just practice the simplified gun technique of the Quangfing gun technique. What's it called? As he spoke, he started operating on the terminal. Soon, Lin Yuechan found the corresponding information on the screen. I got it, she looked up at Lin Xie. It's called Swift Wind Spear Technique, a D-rank martial art. It's a simplified version of Wild Wind Spear Technique. The entire spear technique consists of only one move from beginning to end: the swift wind thrust. It's specifically used to practice the continuity of the 2 basic movements of spear raising and thrusting. When Lin Xie heard this, his eyes lit up instantly. Just one move. This is tailor-made for him. He immediately started searching on the terminal and soon found the information about the swift wind gun technique. Price, 20,000 credits. Lin Xie clicked buy without hesitation. Byte. As the prompt sound of successful payment rang out, the complete copyright and teaching video of swift wind gun technique were instantly downloaded to his personal terminal. That's great. After solving the biggest problem of getting started, Lin Xie finally felt relieved and felt a lot more relaxed. Lin Yuechan looked at Lin Xie's satisfied expression and was speechless. I felt like I didn't teach Lin Xie anything serious when I was teaching him. Instead, I became a little martial arts master who was responsible for finding all kinds of weird martial arts for him. Seeing Lin Xie put away the terminal and ready to leave, Lin Yuechan asked curiously, "Don't you want to practice here?" "I'd better go back to the dormitory and practice," Lin Xie answered subconsciously. Lin Yuechan rolled her eyes at him speechlessly. It's strictly forbidden to practice martial arts in the student dormitories. It's such a small place. If you accidentally break through the wall and damage the facilities, a fine is a minor matter. In serious cases, you will be directly disqualified from staying. You don't even know such an important rule? Lin Xie finally reacted and scratched his head awkwardly. I forgot. Lin Xie had practiced basic boxing and basic footwork in the student dormitory before, and he didn't react. However, basic boxing and basic footwork will not break down walls, unlike gun skills. Lin Yuechan shook her head and said, I have classes after 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. From now on, you can use this training room for free from midnight to 9 o'clock the next morning. When Lin Xie heard this, a look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face, and he quickly said, Thank you, Teacher Yuechan. Lin Yuechan glanced at Lin Xie and said, Do you have anything else to ask? If not, this class ends here. Lin Xie thought about it, and finally mustered up the courage to ask, Teacher Yuechan, do you know the Xuansu Heart Sutra? Lin Xie has the idea of buying the dual cultivation technique Xuansu Heart Sutra. But 1 million credit points is not a small number, and he doesn't know how good this technique is and whether it is worth it. Perhaps Lin Yuechan is knowledgeable and can give him some professional advice. However, when Lin Yuechan heard his words, a strange expression of half-smile suddenly appeared on her cold face. Little friend, what do you mean by this? Her eyes swept over Lin Xie, as if examining something. Lin Xie was a little uneasy when she looked at him, and he quickly waved his hands to explain. Teacher Yuechan, please don't misunderstand me. I just want to buy it, but I'm afraid there are some pitfalls in it, so I want to ask for your opinion. After Lin Yuechan heard his explanation, the strange smile on her face did not fade. She looked at Lin Xie and shook her head, with a hint of inexplicable meaning in her tone. At such a young age, you should focus on your own cultivation and not get involved in other things. In her opinion, Lin Xie's actions either had other intentions or he was unstable and was attracted by these unconventional things. No matter which one it is not what a talented warrior should be like. Lin Yuechan didn't know whether Lin Xie did it intentionally or unintentionally. But a young boy asked her opinion on the dual cultivation method in front of her? Little boys like to do these little tricks to attract the attention of female tutors. Lin Xie thought Lin Yuechan was going to be angry and was about to say something to explain. But then Lin Yuechan changed the subject, with a hint of teasing in her tone. If you can get into the top 100 in this opening exam, I can teach you the Xuansu Heart Sutra. Come on. After saying that, she winked at Lin Xie. Lin Yuechan was not really angry. Sometimes teasing these talented and clever young boys would make her feel younger too. Moreover, the little boy in front of her did give her a long-lost sense of anticipation. Okay, Lin Yuechan glanced at Lin Xie, waved her hand and said, I'm leaving. You practice slowly. After saying that, she turned and left the training room. Lin Xie looked at Lin Yuechan's departing back, stood there, scratched his head, and was a little confused. He admitted that he was indeed a little arrogant just now, and actually asked Lin Yuechan about the dual cultivation method. Fortunately, Lin Yuechan didn't seem really angry. But, what did her last sentence mean? Just talk to yourself about the top 100? And keep going? Lin Xie's mind couldn't help but become active, and Lin Yuechan's cold yet playful eyes emerged in his mind, and for a moment he had some wild thoughts. He shook his head violently, throwing these unrealistic thoughts out of his mind. What are you thinking about? Let us focus on the entrance exams first. Top 100? He glanced at his terminal, which still clearly recorded his comprehensive admission ranking 9,988th. Lin Xie turned around, picked up a short metal stick from the weapon rack next to him, and shook his wrist like Lin Yuechan had done before. Ka. A crisp mechanical sound was heard, and the metal short rod stretched out section by section, instantly turning into a 2-meter-long alloy spear. Hey, that's pretty fun. He held the cold gun body, feeling its heavy weight, and a new feeling surged in his heart. He did not rush to start practicing, but first opened the VR teaching video of swift wind gun technique. The light and shadows in front of my eyes changed, and a teacher in a white martial arts uniform appeared in the virtual training ground and began to demonstrate the only move over and over again, the swift wind thrust. Lin Xie watched intently. The instructor's movements were clean and efficient. He first turned his wrist, moved the gun body, and quickly raised the tip of the gun, pointing it forward. Then, he exerted force from his waist and abdomen, channeled the strength into his arms, and thrust the spear in his hand out suddenly. Raise the gun and thrust. The whole action was done in one go, as fast as lightning. As he watched, Lin Xie's brows furrowed slightly, and a hint of understanding flashed in his eyes. This action of raising the gun requires the coordinated strength of the wrist, forearm, waist and abdomen, and the pursuit is the word skill. As for thrusting, it is to concentrate the whole body's strength at one point in an instant and then explode it out, pursuing the word fierce. How are the core force techniques of these two movements similar to the force methods of drilling punch and cannon punch in basic boxing? Although one is unarmed and the other is armed, the internal logic of the power transmission seems to be the same. Lin Xie's heart moved and he turned off the VR video. He took a deep breath, recalling the force-generating techniques he had just seen, and then combined them with his understanding of the perfect level basic boxing technique. He gripped the alloy spear tightly in his hand and his body sank slightly. Raise your gun. Thrust. Swish. The spear in his hand suddenly thrust out with a sharp sound of breaking through the air, and the tip of the spear stopped accurately in the air 3 inches in front of him, and the gun body buzzed. Ding! You have mastered the swift wind gun technique. Swift gun technique, beginner's guide not unlocked. The system prompt sounded in my mind. Lin Xie was stunned for a moment. So fast? ISNT this too fast? Chapter 095 1 hour complete. Lin Xie didn't expect that he would get the hang of it right away. Could it be, this is the benefit of practicing basic boxing and basic footwork to perfection? If you can draw inferences from one instance to another and understand one thing, you will understand all things? If that is the case, then wouldn't the sea-level wild wind gun technique be that difficult? He immediately opened the VR tutorial video for Kwangfun gun technique and watched it carefully. An hour later, Lin Xie turned off the video with sweat all over his forehead, sighed deeply, and gave up decisively. No. Kwangfun gun technique is more than 10 times more complicated than Jifeng gun technique. There are 36 variations of moves alone, which are linked together. It requires extremely high coordination of the body and control of spiritual energy. In his current state, let alone getting started, he couldn't even imitate the first move properly. It seems I'm overthinking it. Lin Xie smiled bitterly and shook his head. Let's just lay the foundation honestly first. Lin Yuechan was right. The swift wind spear technique existed for the purpose of practicing the spear raising and thrusting techniques of the Kwangfun spear technique. In that case, let us first master swift wind gun technique to the maximum level. Maybe by then, I will be able to draw inferences from one instance to another and get started with Kwangfun gun technique instantly, just like today. Thinking of this, Lin Xie no longer hesitated, immediately calmed down and opened the system panel. Swift gun technique, beginner's guide not unlocked. He still has 3 authority points. System, use permission points, unlock. Ding. Consuming 1 authority point, swift wind gun technique has been unlocked. In an instant, a pure understanding of swift wind stab rushed into his mind like a torrent bursting through a dam, and perfectly merged with his spirit, blood, and even every cell. He didn't even need to think about it, his body had instinctively mastered the most core force generating technique of this shooting technique. Swift gun technique, level 1010. Looking at this extremely familiar progress bar, Lin Xie felt ecstatic. As the most basic D-level martial art, it only takes 10 points to upgrade from level 1 to level 2. Level 10 is perfection. Start. He stood in the center of the training ground, the alloy spear in his hand seemed to have become an extension of his arm. Raise your gun. Thrust. Swift gun technique, level 1110. Raise your gun. Thrust. Swift gun technique, level 1210. He was completely immersed in this simple and repetitive practice. He doesn't need to think about whether the movements are standard or worry about the details of the force. He just needs to perform this action completely over and over again. As long as you take action, regardless of whether it is standard or not, the progress bar will grow. 30 seconds later. Ding. Swift wind spear skills level has been upgraded. Current level, level 2020. 1 minute later. Ding. Swift wind spear skills level has been upgraded. Current level, level 3030. An hour later. When Lin Xie thrust out with the spear in his hand again, the familiar system prompt sound finally rang in his mind. Ding. Swift wind gun skills level has been upgraded. Current level, level 10 max. At that moment, Lin Xie only felt a loud bang in his mind. The little man who had been practicing martial arts in his spiritual world also had a spear in his hand. It held a spear and practiced the swift wind thrust over and over again. Every time he raised his gun, it was as fast as lightning. Every time he thrust forward, it was earth-shattering. At this moment, all the mysteries and essence of this shooting technique were integrated into the depths of his soul and turned into his innate instinct. Call. Lin Xie put away his gun and stood up, letting out a long breath. He could clearly feel that his body had undergone another subtle yet profound transformation in just 1 hour. He immediately checked the system panel. Host, Lin Xie. Genetic potential, 16%. Physical fitness, 150 plus. Spirit, 150 plus. Psychic power, 123 plus. Exercise method. Number 128 radio gymnastics level 10 max. Hunyuan I Qigong level 50500. 8 treasures skill level 55100. Basic boxing level 10 max. Basic footwork level 10 max. Gas gun skill level 10 max. Martial arts will, blazing swiftness level 1552-1000. Partner, by Mushi favorability 85. Offspring, 10 currently conceiving. Permission points, 2. Genetic potential increased by another 0.1%. All basic attributes have also increased significantly. What surprised him even more was that the progress bar of martial arts will swift fire also increased so much. Sure enough, Lin Xie felt ecstatic. Practicing martial arts can also promote the growth of martial arts will. He once again turned his attention to the dusty sea-level martial art wild wind spear technique. This time, he opened the VR teaching video without any hesitation. When the teacher appeared again and began to practice the 36 complicated variations of the spear technique, the world in Lin Xie's eyes is completely different. With the perfect level of swift wind spear technique, Lin Xie can easily see through all the changes in the thrust moves in wild wind spear technique. However, when the teacher in the video began to demonstrate some more complicated techniques, Lin Xie couldn't help but frown. In addition to thrusting, Quangfeng gun technique also has a lot of swinging the gun and shaking the gun parts. The gun seemed to come alive in his hands, sometimes like a snake emerging from a cave, with tricky angles, sometimes like willows swaying in the wind, with heavy gun shadows. These skills were completely different from what he had learned before, and they dazzled him. Moreover, in order to match these complex gun techniques, the instructor's footwork has become more sophisticated. Although it can be seen, Lin Xie is still confused by many of the detailed changes in force techniques and is completely unable to understand them. Do I have to spend time forcing my way in here? Lin Xie thought about it, but quickly rejected the idea. No, it's such a waste of time. My greatest advantage is that I can quickly master the basic skills to perfection. If you waste a lot of time on the getting started stage, it would be tantamount to missing the forest for the trees. Just then, his terminal rang. It was Bai Mushi calling. Lin Xie quickly answered the call. Husband. Bai Mushi's gentle voice with a hint of worry came from the other side of the light curtain. Lin Xie glanced at the clock in the training room and realized that it was already 2 o'clock in the morning. His heart warmed, and he said softly, I'm practicing in the training room. I just started to feel something, and I want to practice for a while. You can go to sleep first, and you don't have to wait for me. Well, then don't be too tired and take care of yourself. Bai Mushi gave a few instructions obediently before reluctantly hanging up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xie's mood gradually calmed down. Since I can't master the Quangfeng gun technique for the time being, there is no need to fight hard. He decided to practice the 8 treasures kung fu here until Lin Yuechan came the next morning. At that time, I can ask her again whether the swinging the gun and shaking the gun parts of Quangfeng gun technique are similar to the simplified D-level martial arts like Jifeng gun technique. If so, then the problem is solved. After making up his mind, Lin Xie put away his spear, sat cross-legged in the center of the training ground, and began to practice the 8 treasures kung fu. No words were spoken that night. Lin Xie was completely immersed in the practice of 8 treasures kung fu, tirelessly moving qi and blood and strengthening his muscles and bones. With the blessing of martial arts will swift fire, he found that his efficiency in practicing the 8 treasures skill had also improved a lot. The circulation of qi and blood seemed to carry a hint of burning breath, and the effect of tempering was more significant than before. When the intelligence system in the training room prompted it's 9 o'clock in the morning, Lin Xie slowly finished his training and woke up from his meditation. He stood up and stretched his muscles. He felt his whole body was filled with explosive power and his spirit was more full than ever before. Almost at the same time he stood up, the door of the training room slid open with a swish. Lin Yuechan appeared at the door on time. She was still wearing a smart black combat uniform. Seeing Lin Xie's energetic look, a hint of imperceptible surprise flashed in her cold eyes. Lin Yuechan's first reaction was, could it be that what I said last night caused some unnecessary misunderstandings to this little boy in front of me? Chapter 096 Testing the Old Cadres? Good morning, teacher. Lin Xie greeted respectfully. Yeah. Lin Yuechan nodded, walked into the training room, glanced around casually, and asked, how's the training going? I've almost mastered the swift wind spear technique, Lin Xie replied, then told him about the problem he encountered. But I still don't quite understand the parts about swinging the spear and shaking the spear, as well as the accompanying footwork, in the wild wind spear technique. So I'd like to ask, teacher, are there any D-level simplified martial arts techniques specifically for laying the foundation for these 2 parts, like the swift wind spear technique? When Lin Yuechan heard what he said, she was stunned for a moment, and then a look of uncertainty appeared on her face. You little brat. She shook her head helplessly, there aren't so many shortcuts to martial arts practice. When Lin Xie heard this, a hint of disappointment appeared on his face. It seems that I was thinking too much. However, Lin Yuechan changed the subject and said, however, the martial art of wild wind spear technique is extremely popular in the Imperial Army and has a large audience. In order to facilitate the rapid mastery of new recruits, the military's martial arts instructors have indeed summarized and developed some targeted basic training martial arts over the long years. Soon, she found the corresponding martial arts information. Got it. Regarding shaking gun, there's a D-rank basic martial art called oscillating gun technique. It specifically trains you to transmit force to the gun tip through high-frequency vibrations, creating a penetrating and concussive effect. As for footwork, there's also a technique called spear dance. This technique is more like a basic body movement training, teaching you how to use the strength of your waist, abdomen, and legs to drive the spear to perform large-scale spins, blocks, and sweeps. For now, we only need these 2 D-rank martial arts related to the wild wind spear technique. Oh, and the basic spear technique. Just then, the door of the training room slid open again, and a tall, beautiful girl with a cool temperament walked in. When she saw Lin Xie in the training room, a hint of doubt appeared on her pretty face, but she quickly regained her composure. She just walked aside silently and started doing warm-up exercises, obviously not wanting to disturb the communication between Lin Yuechan and Lin Xie. Seeing this, Lin Xie quickly said to Lin Yuechan, "Then I won't disturb you in class, teacher. I'll take my leave first." He nodded politely to the girl again as a greeting, then quickly walked out of the training room. When he returned to the dormitory, Bai Mushi was sitting on the sofa. When she saw him come back, a look of worry immediately appeared on her face. "Husband, how is your training going?" Lin Xie walked over with a smile, took her into his arms, and told her everything about his practice last night and what he had asked Lin Yuechan in the morning. When Bai Mushi heard that Lin Xie had found 2 more D-level simplified martial arts, she couldn't help but frown and said worriedly, "Husband, can you learn so many martial arts? Will it be too diverse and affect your training progress?" In her opinion, practicing so many different martial arts at the same time would take a huge amount of time and energy just to get started, which is totally not worth it. Lin Xie looked at her worried little face and couldn't help but scratch her nose. He smiled confidently and said, "You look down on your husband too much. Take the swift wind gun technique for example. The teacher teaching in the video can't even perform to my standard." Puff. When Bai Mushi heard what he said, she couldn't help laughing out loud. She looked at Lin Xie, her eyes seemed to say, "Just brag." The teachers in the official teaching videos are all masters who have been immersed in this martial art for decades and have already reached the level of perfection. Lin Xie has only practiced for 1 night, how could he be better than them? Lin Xie looked at her unbelieving eyes and said with a smile, "You don't believe it? I'll teach you now." "What are you teaching here?" Bai Mushi chuckled and pushed him. "Besides, your cultivation is more important, so don't waste your time on me." "Okay." Lin Xie nodded, thinking about when to teach Bai Mushi a lesson and let her know how powerful he is. Lin Xie stayed up all night, and although he was still excited, he felt a little sleepy deep in his body. He took out a bottle of Jian C3 nutrient solution from the storage space and drank it all in one gulp. A stream of pure energy dissolved in the abdomen, quickly replenishing the body's consumption and dispelling the fatigue. Afterwards, he sat cross-legged again and practiced Hunyuan Yi Qigong, using practice instead of rest. 10 hours later, Lin Xie slowly opened his eyes from deep cultivation and felt a strong sense of hunger in his stomach. Bai Mushi had already prepared a sumptuous meal for him. After he wolfed down the food, he still felt it was not enough, so he drank another bottle of nutrient solution. I opened my personal terminal and took a look at the date. September 26th was clearly displayed on the screen. There are only 5 days left until the preschool placement test on October 1st. Time is becoming increasingly urgent. In the early hours of the morning, Lin Xie came to the familiar room 2202 again. As soon as I reached the door, I saw Lin Yuechan and Qin Xiaoxiao walking out one after another. When Lin Yuechan saw him, she just waved her hand casually and said, "The door is not closed, go in by yourself." Then, she turned to Qin Xiaoxiao beside her and said, "This place is empty at night anyway. If you need extra practice, you can come and use it for free." Qin Xiaoxiao said coldly, "Thank you, teacher." Lin Xie nodded to the 2 of them and walked into the empty training room. Without any delay, he immediately began to try out the basic gun skills, shotgun skills and spinning gun dance. However, 4 hours later, Lin Xie put down the spear in his hand with a look of helplessness. None of these 3 martial arts could allow him to apply what he learned to other similar situations and master them instantly like the swift wind spear technique. Each style has its own unique force generating techniques and body movement requirements. To master them, you need to spend a lot of time to figure it out and practice. It seems that there is no hope of learning a new martial art before the school exams. Lin Shiye shook his head and made a decision in his heart. In this case, there is no need to waste the remaining 5 days on learning new martial arts. It is better to concentrate all your energy and continue to improve the levels of Hanyuan I Qigong and Bobeo Gong. He decided to go back to the student dormitory now. After all, the concentration of spiritual energy in the dormitory is much higher than that in this ordinary training room, and the efficiency of practicing internal skills will be higher. After making up his mind, Lin Shiye left room 2202. As soon as he walked out the door, he saw Qin Xiaoxiao walking towards him. When she saw Lin Shiye coming out, she just glanced at him lightly and then looked away. Lin Shiye just nodded slightly to her and left on his own. The next morning, Lin Shiye did not practice, but came to the Fertility Management Center again. This is the second of 12 projects. An hour later, he came out refreshed. Ding! The host's genetic data has been successfully matched and conception has been completed. Get reward, randomly unlock the right to practice a technique. There is no unlocked skills, get 1 permission point. Ding! The host's genetic data has been successfully matched and conception has been completed. Get reward, randomly unlock the right to practice a technique. There is no unlocked skills, get 1 permission point. Ding! The host's genetic data has been successfully matched and conception has been completed. Get reward, randomly unlock the right to practice a technique. There is no unlocked skills, get 1 permission point. 3 more pregnancies. Got 3 authority points. Lin Shiye felt ecstatic. Just then, his terminal rang. It was a call from Yu Xinhai, the head of the Yu family. Mr. Lin. Thank you so much. On the other side of the screen, Yu Xinhai's face was filled with an eager smile. I just received a notification from the hospital that it was a success. Your genetic information is truly excellent. Our Yu family is endlessly grateful. Lin Shiye said a few words politely. However, Yu Xinhai changed the subject and asked tentatively, Mr. Lin, I wonder, is there still a chance for us to continue our cooperation? Continue to cooperate? Lin Shiye was a little confused when he heard that. Yu Xinhai quickly explained, Mr. Lin, you don't know this. We in the Yu family still have 3 women of childbearing age who are looking to get pregnant. We're thinking, can we use a more direct approach? He paused. Mr. Lin, don't worry. If you're willing, I'll give you the money. 1 million. What do you think? 1 million. The direct way? Lin Shiye's heart skipped a beat. You're using this to test veteran cadres? Chapter 97, Practicing the Xuansu Heart Sutra. Lin Shiye agreed almost subconsciously. But a moment of rationality made him suppress the impulse. He knew very well that there was no free lunch in the world. There is no such thing as a pie that falls so easily. There must be something behind this that I don't know about. He absolutely cannot agree easily before he has a thorough understanding of the situation. Moreover, the school entrance exams are approaching, which is the top priority right now. Thinking of this, Lin Shiye pondered for a moment and said, Master Yu, thank you for your kindness. However, the entrance exams are coming soon, and I need to concentrate on preparing for them recently. This matter, let's talk about it after the exams. Upon hearing this, Yu Xinhai, far from being disappointed, became even more enthusiastic. Yes, yes. The exam is important. Then I won't bother Mr. Lin. I wish Mr. Lin excellent results in the opening exams and a great success. Lin Shiye returned to the dormitory, temporarily put the affairs of the Yu family behind him, and once again devoted himself to his training, racing against time. Another 10 sleepless hours passed. Lin Shiye was so hungry that he felt dizzy. He rushed to the table and gobbled up everything in no time. He ate until his stomach was slightly bloated, but he still felt empty. Helplessly, he took out another bottle of nutrient solution and drank it with his head tilted back. 2 bottles a day, 13,000. If I hadn't taken on 12 fertility projects, I really couldn't afford it. Lin Shiye once again felt the expense of cultivation. This era is really getting more and more difficult. Bai Mushi, who was sitting opposite, frowned slightly. She hesitated for a long time, and finally said softly, Husband, from now on, let's not go to the Fertility Management Center anymore, okay? Why? Lin Shiye asked curiously. The Fertility Management Center is the most important way for him to enhance his strength. Bai Mushi only has one belly. If you want to have more babies, you have to rely on the fertility management center. How can you just not go? Bai Mushi sighed, opened his personal terminal, and called up a Galaxy headline news that had just popped up. See for yourself, she pushed the light curtain in front of Lin Xie and said softly, the whole Taurus knows about Hahawa's incident now. Ha ha ha. Lin Xie looked at him with a puzzled look. The news headline was shocking, the god of war has fallen, bloodline disputes. Hahawa is caught in civil strife over the right of succession. The news reported in detail that after the death of the war god Zhongqing, the owner of the Hahawa group that dominated Taurus, his huge legacy and sphere of influence immediately triggered an unprecedented storm of inheritance rights. Because, in addition to the legitimate son born to his legally married wife, there were 30 young people who emerged from the 0571 star system where the Hahawa group was located and claimed to be the illegitimate sons of the god of war Zhongqing. They held an irrefutable genetic identification report issued by the imperial authority and forcefully demanded the division of the war god Zhongqing's inheritance. The latest news just said that the impact is so severe that the imperial authorities are going to investigate this incident thoroughly. Bai Mushi's voice was filled with a hint of fear. I heard that these 30 illegitimate children were all born after the war god Zhongqing went to the birth management center when he was still a warrior. Lin Xie was stunned. Ah? Can it be operated like this? Isn't this an official sting operation? Children born from a birth management center can also compete for inheritance rights. Isn't this funny? Bai Mushi shook her head and said, no, an insider revealed that when war god Zhongqing went to the fertility management center, he might have been tempted and accepted a private deal from some family. Then, Bai Mushi looked at the comments on the terminal and said, you know, private transactions involve a lot of tricks. Private transactions. When Lin Xie heard this, he immediately remembered the call from the head of the Yu family today. Could it be that old Deng is also thinking of a similar idea? However, Lin Xie reacted quickly. The head of the Yu family probably won't think that far ahead. The reason why the incident involving god of war Zhongqing caused such a big stir was because he died unexpectedly. If he were still alive and had the power to overwhelm the entire Taurus, who would dare to jump out and fight for the inheritance? Those so-called illegitimate children probably wouldn't even be qualified to get close to the Hahawa group. The real purpose of the head of the Yu family is probably not to divide the inheritance hundreds of years later. But it's about the now. Private transactions mean deeper intersections. Once they share a common bloodline, as a father, if he really achieves something in the future, how could he sit idly by and watch his bloodline wander outside? For a strong person, extending a helping hand may be just a piece of cake. But for a declining family, it is an enormous favor that is enough to change their destiny. Spend 1 or 2 million to gamble on your future. This investment is really worthwhile. This is probably the real purpose of the head of the Yu family. Lin Xie figured this out and felt relieved. Others may worry about being entangled in the karma of these declining families. But for him, this was not a problem at all. His system is based on the principle of more children, more blessings. The child is the key to his becoming stronger. As for the future death, will the family split, will the inheritance be robbed? I'm already dead, so why should I care about the flood? Just then, a notification popped up on Lin Xie's terminal. Dear guest, the limited time sale of the B-level dual cultivation technique Xuansu Heart Sutra that you are interested in has only 1 hour left and is about to end. Lin Xie took a look and no longer hesitated. Purchase. He directly chose the installment payment option. 1 million credit points, 10 years of interest-free payment, and monthly repayments of less than 10,000. With his current earning ability, he can easily afford it. Ding! Purchase successful. A complete set of Xuansu Heart Sutra practice materials was instantly downloaded to his personal terminal. After finishing this matter, Lin Xie was in a good mood. He smiled and said to Bai Mushi, oh, I won't be like the god of war Zhongqing. Besides, all these unexpected things happened after the death of the god of war. I'm just a small warrior and can't compare with him. Bai Mushi looked at him quietly, her eyes full of affection. Hubby, she said softly, in my eyes, your future achievements will definitely not be lower than those of the war god Zhongqing. Lin Xie grinned, I like to hear what you say more. As he spoke, he stretched out his long arms and picked up Bai Mushi by the waist. Ah! Bai Mushi exclaimed, subconsciously hugging his neck, her cheeks instantly flushed with embarrassment. Hubby, don't you want to practice? Lin Xie carried her in his arms and strode towards the bedroom, grinning, after practicing, you also need to relax. I just bought the Xuansu Heart Sutra, and it's a good opportunity for me to discuss it with you and learn from each other. Really, really? Bai Mushi's face turned even redder, her voice was as thin as a mosquito, she buried her head in his chest, not daring to look at him again. Of course it's true. Lin Xiye lowered his head and whispered in her ear, his warm breath tickling her ears, let's get started now. The following content. Chapter 098, 59 seconds. 59 seconds. Hubby. I can't take it anymore. Bai Mushi's voice was tinged with tears, her body was as soft as a pool of spring water, and she could no longer maintain the cross-legged sitting position. The energy in her body had completely gone out of control, running around in her meridians like a frightened deer. Don't! Lin Xiye growled, trying to stabilize the operation of his martial arts. However, it was too late. With Bai Mushi's surrender, the energy circulation that had been established between the two with great difficulty collapsed instantly. Lin Xiye only felt a chaotic breath rushing back, his chest felt tight, and the Hunyuan qi in his body also poured out and dissipated without a trace. It's broken. After all, it's because I'm not good enough and can't control the circulation of qi in both parties' bodies. Lin Xiye sighed and glanced at the system panel. Xuansu Heart Sutra not yet introduced. Sure enough, there was no entry. He looked at Bai Mushi, who was lying limp on the bed, gasping for breath, with flushed cheeks, and shook his head helplessly. It seems that the practice of the Xuansu Heart Sutra is far more complicated than he imagined. This practice requires guidance and direction from the main practitioner. Allow both parties to achieve a high degree of synchronization and harmony in spirit, will, and even body rhythm. But now Lin Xiye has no way to do it. Bai Mushi was now sweating profusely and felt weak all over. She obviously needed a good rest and it would be impossible for her to make a second attempt in a short time. Lin Xiye could only shake his head, gently covered her with the quilt, and walked out of the bedroom. Bai Mushi, lying on the bed, felt the lingering pleasure coming from deep within her body, feeling both shy and annoyed. She felt that she was once again holding her husband back and was unable to help him. The feeling of uneasiness caused by the gap in strength once again quietly crept into my heart. Walking out of the bedroom, Lin Xiye sat cross-legged and started practicing the Hunyuan Yi Qigong. After a whole cycle, he finally calmed down his restless blood and energy. At this moment, the terminal made a soft beep sound, and received a notification from the official Galaxy Martial Arts University. When he opened it, he saw the specific content of the preschool assessment test. On the screen, detailed rules and rewards were listed one by one. Galaxy Martial Arts University Genio 0755 Galaxy Branch, New Student Orientation Examination Rules. Competition Format. One-on-one actual combat duel. Competition Location. Our school small martial arts training grounds number 1 to 1000. Competition Format. This exam is divided into 2 stages. Phase 1, Round Robin. Basic points. Each new student will receive a corresponding amount of basic points based on their genetic potential value recorded by the system upon registration. For example, if their genetic potential is 12%, they will receive 12 basic points. Matchmaking. The system will randomly match 15 opponents for each freshman. Scoring rules. If you seriously injure your opponent or if your opponent surrenders, you get 1 point. If you are seriously injured or surrender, you lose 1 point. If both are seriously injured, you get 0 points. Competition time limit. All freshmen must complete all 15 games within 3 days after the start of school. Second stage, Knockout. Eligibility. After the first stage, the top 200 freshmen in terms of total points will be eligible to enter the second stage. Elimination rules. Elimination system is adopted until the final ranking is determined. Competition rewards. 1. The top 1,000 students in the overall exam ranking will receive a one-time bonus of 100 credits. 2. In addition to the credits awarded, the top 100 students in this exam will also receive an additional opportunity to enter the A-level Gongfa library to select a Gongfa. The copyright fees for the Gongfa must be borne by the student. 3. In addition to the above rewards, the top 10 overall scorers in this exam will also receive a portion of body-tempering spiritual fluid provided by the school's Alchemy Institute. Lin Xiye read each rule carefully, with a thoughtful gleam in his eyes. This competition system is quite interesting. The basic score is directly linked to genetic potential, which divides everyone into different levels from the very beginning. Students with high genetic potential are born with huge advantages. Not only do they have high basic scores, but they are also generally stronger. When facing students with low genetic potential, they are almost certain to win. Win a game and get 1 point, lose a game and lose 1 point. Lin Chia muttered to himself. To stand out from the points race and enter the top 200, one not only needs strong strength to ensure that one can win most of the games, but also a high enough starting point, that is, high enough genetic potential. It seems that this is not only a competition of strength, but also a competition of talent and foundation. Lin Chia understood. In this way, the school exposed a cruel reality to all freshmen on the first day of school. In this world where martial arts are respected, talent determines your starting point from the very beginning. His current genetic potential is 16%, which should be considered a relatively high level among nearly 10,000 freshmen. It shouldn't be a problem to get into the top 1,000 and get the 100 credits reward, etc. When Lin Chia's eyes fell on the previous sentence again, according to the genetic potential value recorded by the system when reporting, you will obtain the corresponding basic points, his heart sank suddenly. When reporting, he clearly remembered that when he first entered school, the genetic potential value recorded in the system file was 10.3%. In other words, his basic score is only 10 points. 10 points. Lin Chia's breathing stagnated for a moment, and his face became a little ugly. Damn it! Lin Chia suddenly felt a deep malice. Why not base it on genetic potential before the competition? Whoever designed this rule, it's so fucking boring. Chapter 099, Being Teased Again. Lin Chia took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and continued reading. At the end of the rules, there is a line of small notes. Remark. 1. The school is not responsible for any injuries sustained during the competition. Candidates are responsible for their own personal injury insurance. We recommend that you purchase personal accident insurance before the competition begins. If you haven't already, you can opt for the new student worry-free insurance offered by the exam sponsor, Terrapingan Insurance. 2. During the competition, all candidates must use standard alloy weapons provided by the school. Knives, guns, swords, sticks, etc. are optional. The use of any personal weapons is prohibited. 3. Please bring your own armor and potions, but they are allowed to be used during the competition. After reading these notes, Lin Chia's expression became even more serious. The weapons are unified, which is relatively fair. But you have to bring your own armor and potions, which is a naked competition of wealth. Those children from aristocratic families probably wore high-end combat uniforms tailored for them, and their pockets were filled with precious potions that could instantly restore physical and spiritual energy. And what about him? He had nothing except a combat uniform he bought before the entrance exam. It seems that it will be difficult to get a good ranking in this opening exam. Lin Chia rubbed his eyebrows and felt a headache. However, he quickly put these negative emotions aside. It's difficult, so what? The path of martial arts is like sailing against the current and facing challenges head-on. Isn't it just a basic score of 10? Isn't it just that there are no advanced armor and potions? But I have a system. Not this time. Next time I will give birth to 10 or 8 more of him. If that doesn't work, I'll give birth to 100 or 200 children. 1,000. Lin Chia immediately picked up the terminal and sent a message to Lin Yuechan, hoping to ask her some questions about the rules of this exam. Lin Yuechan's reply came quickly. Lin Yuechan, 3 a.m., still in room 2202. But this time it's only half an hour. The exam rules have been released, and I've been flooded with new students seeking advice. At 2:50 in the morning, Lin Chia had already arrived at the door of room 2202 and was waiting. 10 minutes later, the door slid open on time and Qin Xiaoxiao walked out. When she saw Lin Chia, she just nodded coldly and left. Lin Chia walked into the training room and saw Lin Yuechan standing in the middle of the field, looking a little tired. Teacher. Yes. Lin Yuechan nodded and asked directly, "What is your genetic potential?" Lin Chia smiled bitterly and said, "Teacher, the basic score for this exam is based on what the system recorded when you registered, right? My score at that time was 10.3%. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuechan just nodded calmly. For a grassroots genius, having 10.3% genetic potential upon admission was already very good. However, from her current perspective, Lin Chia's current genetic potential is probably around 15%. This is genius. In just 1 month, it soared from 10% to 15%. However, since I didn't learn any good cultivation techniques during my teenage years, it's normal for me to accumulate experience and then make a breakthrough. Lin Yuechan pondered for a moment and began to analyze for Lin Chia. Over the past 5 years, the average genetic potential of our branch's incoming freshmen has been between 11% and 12%, and this number has been increasing every year. It's possible that it will reach 13% this year, which would mean an average basic score of 13. According to data from previous years, in the first stage of the points competition, a total score of around 15 points can consistently place in the top 1,000. In other words, a student with an average basic score can basically secure a place in the top 1,000 as long as they can achieve a 60% win rate in 15 games, win 9, lose 6, and get a net margin of 3 points. She paused, her eyes landing on Lin Xie, but your situation is different. Your base score is only 10 points. To reach the 15-point mark, you need to win by 5 points. In other words, you have to win at least 10 games and lose 5. This is much more difficult. But she changed the subject, a glint of approval flashing in her eyes. With your current strength, it's not impossible to do it. After hearing Lin Yuechan's words, Lin Qia's originally anxious heart suddenly calmed down a lot. He then asked about insurance, combat uniforms, and medicine. Lin Yuechan shook her head and said, "There's no upper limit to combat uniforms. But in reality, for one-star warriors like you with a genetic potential of 10%, 19%, even a top-tier combat uniform worth 10 million is only civilian grade. In your actual use, it might only be 10% better than a 1 million grade one. Even if you wear a 100,000 grade combat uniform, it won't be a big deal. The gap isn't as huge as you think." The same principle applies to potions. These things are more of a safeguard than a key to victory or defeat. If you really encounter an opponent who relies on equipment and potions, and you can't defeat them, just surrender and admit defeat. There's no need to fight hard. But, her tone became particularly serious, you must buy insurance. The entrance exams are a battle of life and death. If you get seriously injured and don't have the money for timely treatment, the consequences will be unimaginable. It can be fatal. Half an hour passed in a flash. Okay, time's up. Lin Yuechan glanced at the time, get ready yourself. Oh, come on. Lin Xie looked at Lin Yuechan's playful appearance, and then glanced at her curvy and charming figure. He felt a stir in his heart for no reason, and asked inexplicably, "Teacher Yuechan, if I can enter the top 1,000, will you give me any reward?" Lin Yuechan looked at him with a half smile, a playful arc on her lips. "How dare you ask me for a reward for ranking 1,000? Wait until you can get into the top 100, then come talk to me about the reward, little boy." Chapter 100 Unexpected Opponent. Lin Xie walked out of the training room and subconsciously touched his nose, feeling his cheeks a little hot. I was teased again. Lin Xie was thinking, when can I take the initiative? Extraordinary warrior. That's an existence with over 100% genetic potential. And now, I only have 16%. Well, this distance is indeed still very far. He shook his head and bumped into a tall girl who was about to walk in. The girl was also wearing combat uniform, but the style was extremely eye-catching. Smooth lines, technologically advanced materials, and the eye-catching and conspicuous star pattern on the waist. Lin Xie recognized him with just a casual glance. That is one of the most famous civilian combat uniform brands in the empire, the latest advertising model of Xingfeng the Xingyue series. Official selling price, 9.9999 million credit points. This is one of the representatives of the tens of millions of combat uniforms that Lin Yuechan mentioned. Rich woman. Lin Xie returned to the dormitory and told Bai Mushi about Lin Yuechan's analysis and his need to buy equipment and potions. Combat uniforms, potions, insurance. Bai Mushi listened attentively, her eyebrows slightly furrowed, her eyes filled with heartache. Husband, don't be too stressed. It doesn't matter if you don't do well on the exam this time. We'll take it slow. Lin Xie smiled and shook his head, holding her hand. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Bai Mushi took a deep breath, her eyes becoming extremely determined. She looked at Lin Xie and said word by word, hubby, if we're going to buy something, let's buy the best. Since we can't afford 10 million right now, then let's buy one for 1 million. If we don't have enough money, I'll find a way. She has made up her mind that even if she has to go to Lao Deng's place to get his gold coins again, she must equip her husband with the best equipment. Also, Bai Mushi continued, those potions we bought for the entrance exam were only the most basic. Now we need to upgrade them. Buy the best ones for stopping bleeding, restoring physical strength, and replenishing spiritual energy. Looking at her unquestionable determination, Lin Xie felt a warm feeling in his heart. He knew that he could not let down this heavy trust and support. Good. Lin Chiye couldn't help but laugh when he saw Bai Mushi's look of ready to give it all up. He scratched her nose and said softly, "Don't bother to steal your parents-in-law's gold coins. It's not easy for them to save up some money. Have you forgotten? I still have projects. Don't worry about the money." Bai Mushi's cheeks flushed when she heard the word project. She glared at him shyly and said, "I was thinking of saving this money. From now on, don't do those projects anymore." Okay. Lin Chiya agreed repeatedly. But I was secretly muttering to myself, how is this possible? Fertility information must be disseminated, even if the gods come to stop it. I said it. After comforting Bai Mushi, Lin Chiya opened one of the most famous and reputable online shopping malls in the empire, Xingdou Mall. He easily found the Meteoric series combat uniform he had just seen. 10 million is definitely not something you can afford. Take a look at the lower level Star and Moon series. However, when he clicked on the detailed performance parameters and user reviews, he frowned slightly. The design is more important than practicality, and the price is too high. The value for money is just average. Change it. He soon found one of the most famous local brands in Taurus, Xingmi Heavy Industry. This brand has always been known for its solid materials, strong protection, and high cost performance. With the same price range of around 1 million, this Guardian from Xingmi Heavy Industry can even compete with some higher-end combat uniforms. Although the appearance seems to combine the styles of various well-known brands, it has been criticized as plagiarism. But it's cost-effective. Place your order. Pay. He also went to the potion area and selected several well-known brands of high-efficiency recovery potions suitable for 1-star warriors. Place your order. Pay. Finally, he bought the newborn worry-free insurance provided by Terra Pinyin Insurance on the insurance page without hesitation. When he saw the premium, he couldn't help but smack his lips. Damn, 100,000 a year. That's expensive. The series of operations went smoothly, and in just a few minutes, nearly 1.5 million credit points were spent. Fortunately, these can be paid in installments. I have to say that Xingdou Mall is extremely efficient. But in just 2 hours, a uniformed courier delivered the first package to the door. It's the Guardian combat uniform worth $1 million. The package was opened, and a black combat uniform with a dark metallic gleam lay quietly inside. Different from the futuristic streamlined design of the Meteor series, the style of the Guardian is more heavy and practical. Key parts such as shoulders, elbows, and knees are obviously thickened, and the surface is covered with a layer of fine, scale-like composite material, which looks extremely strong at first glance. Lin Chiya put on his combat uniform. The form-fitting material instantly adjusted to his body shape, perfectly enveloping every inch of his explosive muscles without any sense of restraint, allowing for free movement. How is it? He walked up to Bai Mushi and turned around. So handsome. Bai Mushi's eyes lit up instantly and she praised him generously. Lin Chiye, wearing this black combat uniform, was less gentle than usual and more fierce and cold. He exuded a reassuring and powerful aura. Just then, the doorbell rang again. Medicines and insurance contracts were also delivered. After getting everything ready, Lin Chiye glanced at the time. There are only 3 days left before the opening exam. He did not waste another minute and immediately began his final retreat sprint. He wants to take the level of Hanyuan I Qigong and Babaogon to the next level in these last 3 days. More importantly, martial arts Swift Fire can also be upgraded at the same time. Time flies quickly during focused practice. 3 days later, early morning of October 1st. When the first ray of sunlight shines into the room through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Lin Chiye slowly opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. He exhaled a long breath, which left a faint white mist in the air that lingered for a long time. After 3 days of sleepless retreat, his strength once again experienced a leap-forward increase. In these 3 days, martial arts Flame Swiftness has been upgraded from level 1 to level 2. 8 Treasure skill was also upgraded from level 5 to level 6. And just now, when he completed the last cycle of operation, the familiar system prompt sound finally sounded in his mind. Ding! Hanyuan I Qigong level increased. Current level 60600. He immediately opened the system panel impatiently. Host, Lin Chiye. Genetic potential, 18%. Physical fitness, 165 plus. Spirit, 165 plus. Psychic power, 130 plus. Exercise method. Number 128 Radio Gymnastics Level 10 Max. Hunyuan E Qigong Level 60600. 8 Treasures Skill Level 60120. Basic Boxing Level 10 Max. Basic Footwork Level 10 Max. Gas Gun Skill Level 10 Max. Martial Arts Will Blazing Swiftness Level 2188-2000. Partner, by Mushi Favorability 85. Offspring, 13 currently in the making. Authority Points, 5. Genetic Potential, 18%. Looking at this number, Lin Chia's eyes burned with a burning desire to fight. Although his basic score is still only a pitiful 10 points, his current strength is no longer what it used to be. Honey, you have an exam today, come on. Bai Mushi had already prepared breakfast and a change of clothes for him, with a gentle and encouraging smile on her face. Don't worry. Lin Xie gave her a confident smile, quickly finished his breakfast, and changed into the brand new Guardian combat uniform. When he walked out of the dormitory building, the entire Galaxy Martial Arts University was filled with a tense and exciting atmosphere. Countless freshmen like him were pouring out of the dormitory buildings, gathering into streams and heading towards the training ground. Everyone's face was filled with anticipation, tension, and desire for victory. Lin Xie's overall ranking is 9,988, which is at the bottom among nearly 10,000 freshmen. According to the system's matching rules, the lower the ranking, the earlier the game starts. He soon received the notification of the first game on his personal terminal. Match number, first match. Competition time, 8 a.m. Competition location, number 988 Martial Arts Field. Lin Xie followed the map and arrived at the number 988 training ground. This is a standard small training ground with an area of about 500 square meters. The ground is paved with special energy-absorbing materials and is surrounded by a transparent energy shield. He selected a standard metal short stick from the weapon rack, shook his wrist, and with a few clicks, the short stick instantly extended into a 2-meter-long alloy spear. He stood quietly in the center of the field, holding a spear, waiting for his opponent to appear. A moment later, a tall and arrogant figure slowly walked in from the other end of the martial arts field. She was wearing a combat uniform that was as bright as a meteor in the night sky. The smooth lines perfectly outlined her seductive figure, full of the beauty of future technology. It is the meteoric star series worth tens of millions. Lin Xie's pupils shrank slightly and he was stunned for a moment. The opponent turned out to be Yi Qinghan, a neighbor whom he hadn't seen for a while and a representative of Shinka Bio Group whom he had met at the party. At the same time, Yi Qinghan also saw Lin Xie in the center of the venue. When she saw clearly that her opponent was him, the beautiful brows on her pretty face instantly frowned tightly, and a trace of strong disgust and contempt flashed in her eyes without any concealment. It turned out to be this inferior race. What bad luck! She felt irritated and just wanted to finish this boring game quickly. If I look at him for one more second, I feel like my eyes are polluted.